We had the head of IFSC, the International Financial Services Center, or India's regulator for investments that come to India. Sri Rangarajan, I think you all heard him. And we had a lot of interesting insights and some startups that want to raise money, and they met with some of the VCs and LPs that have money to invest. So having had solved the question of capital, now we look towards the digital economy, fintech, circularity, and health and wellness. And once again, at 11, we have a track on capital meets capability. We try to bring some of the different funds that have a focus. So there's a $30 million fund focused on mobility. There's a $100 million fund focused on real estate and the built environment. So they will all be on stage. What I want you to do is to understand their thought process and how they think and which type of startups they invest in. Because once you understand the thesis of investment, you can pivot as a startup and become more relevant, attractive, and use that capital to scale. And once you have scaled and you have traction, you can then, pivot once again or do something different. Because nonetheless, one needs capital to drive growth and scale. Thank you for the early risers who are here. Pick up your coffee and come towards the front, so that, because from my yesterday statistics, most people are here by around 9:45, 10. But those who are here early, we are happy that you are here with us, and you could network a little bit in the morning as well. Now it's 8:57. In a few minutes, I will call our advisory board member, Jan Kune from EDG Group, Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, plus currently CEO of Grundig Academy, the academy that runs a lot of skilling and training and retraining initiatives from Germany. Jan is a digital nomad, and he's also on our advisory board. He's here every year, and also invested in one of the startups, and like we would say, he's in the money, right? So that means it's not just about coming and talking, it's also about taking action and then getting rich in another way. May not be your job, but another way, right? So if you find the right opportunities and make the right investments, you create new ways for progress, also for you personally. So I just wanted to say this about Jan, because otherwise people think he's only a keynote speaker. I mean, this keynote speech thing doesn't pay a lot, right? It's okay, it's nice to have it, but all of us are beyond keynote speeches. We are also about looking at value and investing in value more than just talking about it. Just a few announcements. In the house, we have the president of Hoof University, who is over there, Professor Lehman. Maybe Professor Schmola, can you just say, yeah, that is Professor Schmola and Professor Lehman. They are from Hoof University, Germany. They are here. You might have seen them yesterday as well as today. Professor is a big fan of India, and he's the president of the university in Germany. He's here. What I want to say is three things about his university. They have a startup center that encourages startups, which means you can go there, and it's called Einstein One. It's just like the WeWork thing, but inside the university. Then they have a water institute that researches water. Then they have an institute for IT and technology. So they have the best postdocs in AI and mathematical modeling who are working inside the Hoof University in a separate institute. And they have a lot of other interesting things. Professor Smola is the responsible person for new programs and new initiatives, and also dean of all the international initiatives that they do. So you can talk to him. He's also here to see which new courses and which new programs to do at the edge of what is wanted in India and what is the strong point of Germany. So can we connect logistics and AI? Can we connect operational excellence and AI? So he's here for that. So if some of you have ideas, you should also talk to him. Additionally, from France, we have the vice president of the northern region of France. This is the region closer to London and UK. And he will speak at the Capital Meets Capability track. I can already see them outside. Arthus Gallet is also here, who is from the northern France region. He drives investments and he'll help you if you have something to do in the French-UK corridor. Apart from that, it's going to be a great packed day. It's 9 o'clock. We have a lot of people joining us online as well. So we have to start on time with whoever is there. My rough estimate is we are good enough to go. And let's give a big round of applause to Jan Kune as he takes stage to give us a wrap up of what happened yesterday, a more detailed one, not like how I said it. And then we move to the first panel, which Himanshu will moderate. Over to you, Jan. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Jose was giving me the challenging task to rethink what happened yesterday. And that's pretty challenging. Why? Because a lot happened, really a lot. So I would like you now to take you on a journey. And for this one, please fasten your seatbelts. Stop smoking. The plane is taking off. Okay, what happened? What we saw on the first panel, after we had the introduction of Professor Lehmann and giving us the direction, we started up with a plane, with the first India-made constructed plane. Still looking for some investment on this one from Genza Aerospace. So that's an incredible story, make in India, a plane going off. So that was a really crazy one. Now, while we were flying with this plane, we came across a new technology called quantum computing. So what we saw then, together with Amit Rai, the easy access to quantum computing, which will help us to solve the problems of the future. I just say and drop the word Q-Day. You might like to find out what Q-Day is. You can Google this. It's an important day. All right, we're moving from there. Try to do it again. So from there on, we went to Okulu, a drone which flies forever, which is really crazy, and does the surveillance for heavy industries like oil and gas industries. I'm not quite sure whether I would really want to keep that going for a long time, because I think we have to move on. So they're doing surveillance as well for solar panels and solar parks, so that's a good one. And then we continued in the air. We saw E-Plane. E-Plane, the first drone, transporting drone, ambulance drone, developed and done, created here out of Bangalore. So a crazy story on this one. And then my good friend Madan was here, and he was introducing Gen.ai. So this is, that's for me a very nice one. My name is Jan. So I've got my own AI here in India, which is beautiful. So I totally connect, because this AI is supposed to be for everybody. And I think this is a disruption in the field of a siloed approach what we have in the West. So to make it accessible, to make AI accessible to everybody, having an equitable AI for everybody is really a change maker. From this one, we are still in the plane. We are flying over rivers, and what do we see on the rivers? We see a lot of plastic running around there. And this plastic is going to be washed into the oceans. And by the way, you've got around 5 milligrams of plastic in your brain. Okay, you got that? 5 milligrams you've got of plastic, microplastic already in your brain, and it will continue. It will continue to fill up your body, and you better check this one out. So better get the plastic out of the rivers before it hits the oceans. And we did that together with Harish from Plastic Fisher, which is a very easy, applicable technology. Again, you put just barriers into the river, and you get the plastic out from the beginning. They do that together, by the way, with big corporates. And we had here Ravish from Evolens. And if you don't know what Evolens does, Evolens is the former MAN Energy. So what is MAN Energy doing? MAN Energy is moving big things to net zero. So this is one of the initiatives, not only talking and doing big applications and ship engines, but as well doing something together on the CSRD. So happy to be, follow that example of Avalanche to do something for the rivers. We continue our journey. And then we had we're flying over energy because energy is one of the core questions we're having to solve together. And we had Sri Gaurav Gupta here from the IAS, and he was promising that whatever you want to do on industry, on development, on IT, you will have in Bangalore constant access to energy. And not only energy coming from wherever, no, but very structured on the pathway towards net zero. Sustainable energy available here in Bangalore for all the tech centers, for all the industries coming in here, and he promised that on stage, and we should call him on this one. Ambika was leading this panel, and Ambika, she's from the North Rhine-Westphalia innovation area, and she does a perfect job to bridge the words between Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia, and India, so Ambika was moderating that panel. So we're still in the air, right? Still in the plane, still experiencing what crazy innovation is happening here in Bangalore. And we came across a company called Dassault Systems. So what does Dassault Systems do? It provides a digital twin. A digital twin before you build something. So try to understand what your logistics should be. Well, better do the simulation first, not afterwards, because the simulation afterwards, how do we improve lean management here? How do we make Kanban? There's no way to do it. So better do it before and then implement it. And Dassault System was presenting here with Deepak, the managing director of Dassault. So if you have missed this one, check out their website. And of course, business is not happening without any money in it. So we are looking for finances and what kind of finances are available. And we had Sri K. Rajaraman, how I got it right, from IAS here. And he was opening up what's happening in Gift City. And he was talking on funds, and it was hard to ride with him. At least there were 12 of these funds available on the missions you are on in India to really make a change. It started from deep tech to quantum to SDG. I couldn't really write it all down. So please check out what is happening there at Gift City and looking for the funds, because that's one way to have an income stream to do the change. We continued then on an international panel with Ewout de Wit from Netherlands. He was telling the stories of the Netherlands and what they're doing and how they are connected to India and to North Rhine-Westphalia. We had Björn Schubert here, head of the Ministry of Innovation in North Rhine-Westphalia as well, showcasing the open ecosystem, so inviting everybody to join. We continued with innovation. We had friends here. We had Alona here inviting skilled working into Germany. So that was sort of a possible landing place for the plane, for skilled immigration. So if you think and you're working on this field, more than happy. In the afternoon, we started to check into the mobility story, and it's better to be in a plane when you look onto the traffic in Bangalore. So, to be stuck in there, it's a hard one. So better to be in a plane and to look from on top. So, but people are working on it, and we had the showcase of Venkat, who is providing the digital traffic twin, and I think it's the only really working digital traffic twin in the world, which manages these complex systems of traffic in Bangalore, reducing, by the way, and you might have not felt it yet, the traffic congestion by 20% within 1 year. Why you don't feel it sometimes? Well, there's a rebound effect. You know what a rebound effect is? Just a quick one. A rebound effect is you reduce something, and while you're reducing, someone else is putting something on top of it, so the whole gain is done. So you reduce the traffic, and someone else says, oh, I can still drive. Okay, I get another car. So this is the rebound effect. So you might have not seen it. Right. We went from there. I have to get my phone here again. We saw Sean from Namayate, and I hope you all support this driver union-based solution of the open transaction networks. A beautiful story. Sean was telling us how he takes that globally, and I'm happy to be part of that one in the Netherlands, and we're going to Spain and hopefully soon to Africa too. I did my part. You might see it on video. Then Simon was here and telling, you know, it's good to have the transition to e-mobility, but e-mobility is a challenge for the ones who are working on the cars. You know, if you want to touch a battery, you better don't do that in a normal way as you did it before as a car battery. You know, just get a screwdriver and go in and, you know, which one first, the red one or the black one? Whatever, okay, done. If you try to do that on an electric vehicles, you're toast. You're literally toast. You're toasted. That's not fun. It's challenging. So we really have to do the skilling there, and he was showcasing how he does, or the team does with TÜV Süd, the skilling for high voltage training. By the way, we are going to partner on this one as Groningen Academy. And then we went to the question of, okay, skilling. Skilling is a big thing, and we had Santosh here. Is Santosh here in the room? I saw him before. Ah, there he is. Okay, so Santosh was the guy who was not speaking, actually. He was giving the speech and the stage to his entrepreneurs, which was beautiful, because that's what he does. He gives the entrepreneurs the skills to really do the change in the world, and inviting everybody into it, and gives the skilling towards it. So if you want to check out for skilling for entrepreneurs, he's over here. And then we had a power block. The next power block, and you think of, there were already a lot of power blocks. Now we had a power double there. We had Achim Burkhardt, the Consul General of the Republic of Germany, and a good friend and dear innovator, deeply connected to the Indian ecosystem. And we had at the same time Sanjeev Kumar Gupta here. So this power pack, just imagine, you know, the full power of Sanjeev Gupta, CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, throwing all the unicorn numbers onto the table, all what's happening in Karnataka, not only here in Bangalore, but as well in the tier 2 cities. And then on the other side, the powerhouse of Achim Burkhardt, who really deeply understands how to build the bridges between Germany and India. Hope I don't bore you, because we had afterwards the youngest speaker on our panel here. And I think he's over there. Yuri, please get up for a moment. Okay, this is Yuri, the youngest speaker here, and what did he do? Well, he thought about logistics. And what is the most complex logistic we have? I'm asking here this question in the digital world of Bangalore. What is the most complex logistic you solve? With most of the participants you can think of, probably 60% of the world's population. One more? The internet. The internet, the logistics of internet. Just think of, half of the world's population is participating in it. How do you organize the transportation inside the internet? Now, take this example and saying, okay, what can we learn from the internet to provide logistics? And that's what Yuri is solving on. So give him a hand on this one. That's really crazy. That's really crazy. Okay, so we continued there, and then again we saw from Dassault Systems, Sri Hashra, and he was showcasing how logistics can be done on a digital twin. We saw then a very, hands-on analog world as well, the full casting of rooms and buildings coming from Vijay, our good friend, continuing on contract manufacturing as a service, which is an interesting idea, just think of. Contract manufacturing as a service, mobility as a service we know, IT as a service we know, cars on a service we know, but contract manufacturing as a service, that's something to think about. And the final speech came from Gopi. Gopi, the managing director of ThyssenKrupp Aerospace, and he was telling the story, okay, if you want to start from scratch in 2015 to come up to an existing world-leading company on the ground here in India, he managed that, and he was showcasing there are some barriers sometimes, there's some red tape sometimes, and you really have to be consistent on it. And that was Gopi's story. And now when you think of, okay, this was a lot, there's more to come. There's more to come, so I'm inviting you to continue our journey on the second day of the TIA Summit. And I think the next one is Himanshu, right? So I would like to invite Himanshu right here on stage, and he will bring you on a next journey. Give him a big round of applause, Himanshu. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jan, for that introduction. So the first track, which is digital economy powered by fintech and cyber resilience. So I'll give you a very small example of how much digital world makes a difference. So all of you know about All England Lawn Tennis Championships, also known as Wimbledon. They have a dedicated segment not to record videos of the players, but of the audience chit-chatting. That is the importance of digital media today. Whatever happens on the court is important, but whatever happens off the court is also important. And these are folks who are lining up at 3 a.m. in the morning just to be inside. So that's the importance. And in terms of digital transformation and revolution as well, a vehicle which used to be a mechanical engine and a mechanical device is no longer a mechanical device. Soon it will come under the category of consumer electronics, like an AC, like a fridge, like a washing machine, because it will all be driven by digital tech, semiconductors, AI, and so on. And of course, when you have got so much of digital and so much of tech, you also have threats. One of my cousins, he works in a large American data storage company, and for 3 weeks, all he did was play tennis, table tennis. So I asked him, why are you just going to the office and playing table tennis? He said, our company has been hacked. There is a ransomware attack, so we don't do any work. We just go, we log in, we play tennis, we log out. That's it. So that is why cybersecurity today is very important. Maybe you are a CEO. What if someone hacks into your internal chatbot, asks, what is the salary of a CEO? That is private information. What if that person asks, what are the company's future transaction strategies, and bets on them, or bets against them? So that is why cybersecurity is so important today. With that in mind, I will welcome the first speaker of the day, Mr. Pradeep Rao from Kyndryl. So for those of you who don't know, Kyndryl is a spin-off from IBM, and Pradeep leads Kyndryl in the cybersecurity division. He's the chief architect and director, and I welcome Pradeep to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Full of energy? Okay. Himanshu, by the way, you have covered a lot, explaining what's the importance of cybersecurity. Sorry, my throat is not so well today. So, how many of you agree with Himanshu, and in your companies, how many of you like to have a CISO? In many companies, by the way, CISO or Chief Privacy Officer, those roles are not exist. So how many of you agree that such senior level position should be in all the companies, irrespective of size? Yeah, 5, 6. Others are not agreeing, right? Okay. Yeah, before we start, let me give a context. Yesterday I heard that Q-Day will be happening in, soon. And I was mentioning that as per Gartner, it will be in 2029. Q-Day means quantum will take over the current encryption standard, current encryption itself. Gartner predicted this somewhere early or mid of 2024. And right now, we are, 2025. And in December, there was one chip from Google, Willow. How many of you know that? Because yesterday we, discussed so much on quantum. That's why I'm asking. Only 2, 3. Okay, so let me give a small introduction to that chip. So that chip is like 25 septillion years faster, or 1 hour of Willow is equal to 25 septillion years compute capacity of fastest chip available currently with Intel and other NVIDIA, etc. So what that mean? Huge compute power gonna hit the market very soon. And last year, there was one university from China. They were using D-Wave quantum computer, and they were able to crack RSA 50-bit, using just 5-qubit quantum computer. And the Google Willow is around 106, 107 qubits chip. And in January, Microsoft came with another chip. It's called Majorana. And that chip, the compute capacity around 5 qubits, but they say that, 8 qubits, and they say that 10,000 of such chip can be combined together and can form 80,000 qubit quantum computer. With just 5 qubits, we were able to crack the RSA. By the way, RSA is used by all the financial institutions in the world, which means that there will be one day, Q-Day, and all the encryption will become absolute. All of the passwords gone. Your bank accounts can be opened. There is no privacy to Facebook or LinkedIn. Anybody could log into your accounts. Just imagine that day, if we are not protecting ourselves with PQCs, post-quantum cryptography. With that, let me start. I have just 2 slides. So one more question. So anybody know what is the size of cybercrime market? Can guess? Sorry? Tens of trillion, closer. Okay, in the interest of time, let me tell. As per EY, 2024 study, based on that, the size of cybercrime market is around 14 trillion, 14 trillion. And 2027, it's gonna reach around 24 trillion. And do you know the size of or the valuation of all the banks put together in the world? Can someone guess? Valuation of all the banks put together in the world. No, actually, as per again study, 2024, it's 24 trillion. So in another 2 years, the cybercrime market, if it is a regulated market, then the size will be so much. So And Gen AI is helping both the side. They are helping us to protect the enterprise, and it is helping the hackers to make new way to exploit the organization. You might have all heard there are several type of attack to the organization. One most common is AI-based the phishing attacks. So, insider threat is something we can avoid, right? I mean, we need to control it. So somebody can call an employee and then extract personal information. Last year, there was again few studies. In 2024, number of AI-powered attacks were just 12%. And as of now, it's increased, or the success rate increased to 54%. The half the attempts are successful. That is because earlier we were able to identify the spell check errors and grammatical errors and many things, the graphics, etc. We could identify the emails, or when somebody called, we could identify that's a fake. And last year there was a engineering company, Arup Engineering. CFO got a call, a video call. In that one, CEO were asking him to transfer some money. And it's a video call, interactive call. And he transferred the money. And the company lost $24 million. So similarly, the ransomware attacks, again increasing, and around 1.18 million. That's our average loss. And recently, there was attack on JLR. You may know. August 31st, they shut down all the factories. One in UK, India, Brazil, and one more place. And they were able to start the partial operation last week. So 5 weeks, the factories were down. On an average, 15 million pound, that's a loss to the company. And then government step in and they put 1.5 million pound, and then they were 1.5 billion pound, and they were able to start the operations. And the cumulative or the ripple effect of that is, I heard that around 16 or 17 billion pound is the ripple effect of this hacking attempt. That's approximately 0.06% of UK's GDP. And similarly, there is another brewery in Japan. It was hacked on 30th of September, like 2 weeks back, and they were start the operation only by last week. And by the time Japan almost ran out of beer. So that's effects of cybersecurity attacks. So what we can do? So we need to protect our organization. We need to adapt technology. We need to have MFAs. We need to have EDRs in the organization, and we need to test our infrastructure frequently, so that in case of cyber attack, we could isolate the environment and at least part of the organization can function. So with that, I will stop. So any questions? I think it's already time's up. Any questions?
We'll do the question and answers maybe later. Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much to Pradeep. Yeah. So with AI, of course, what has happened is earlier, the CISOs or data security officers, they would work from 9 to 6, Monday to Friday. But the hackers would sleep during the day, get up at night and hack the company. But now with AI, hackers sleep and people like Pradeep have to stay awake throughout the day. Okay, with that in mind, we have the second speaker. He is Cesare Carissimo from ETS Zurich. Unfortunately, he could not be here today. He had some last-minute cancellation, but of course, we will have a short video of him. Before that, I'll just make a quick introduction about Cesare, who holds a PhD from ETH Zurich. Of course, he's a close friend of Jury here, and he specializes in something called as algorithmic orchestration, which I'll define it in his own words, which is the complex science of coordinating learning algorithms to maximize social welfare. Complicated words, but what he's doing is he's building something very unique in the fintech sector, which is to democratize data sharing. And we'll have his video now. Thank you.
Do you see what I see? Particularly when it comes to prices and when we are dealing with the internet and online digital platforms. It's a legitimate question, and most likely you don't always see what I see. For many things, this might be understandable. We have personalized recommendations, and it might even be desirable. With algorithms, we get dynamic pricing. So prices can change really fast throughout the day, and we might look at them at different times and see a different price. However, this also causes concern when prices can be adjusted just in time for large events, and people aren't always happy about this. However, prices can also be personalized based on my tailored taste. And this also has been causing concern. Some airlines that try to implement prices tailored for their customers. We even get surges. Based on demand, prices change really fast, and companies like Uber are well known to implement this kind of algorithm. And platforms now also provide price recommendations directly to their users and to the sellers on their platform. And in well-known cases, Booking.com or Expedia are known to do this kind of thing. So, do you see what I see? I'd like to invite you to do a small test of this. So on the screen, you find this QR code. This will lead you to Booking.com. And so I'd like to ask those of you present that wish to see this for yourselves to scan the QR code. And this will bring you to a query on Booking.com for Trump International from the 5th to the 6th. I'm going to do this too, with you. So, brought to the booking page, you can see that it's already the query from the 5th to the 6th of November for 2 adults, the Trump International in New York. And I get a price of 1,006 Swiss francs for the Deluxe King room, 978 for the Superior Queen room. What do you get? Many of you might see prices in Indian rupees. I'm also making this query on the 15th of October, whereas you might be making it on the 16th of October in the morning. But what do you see? What prices do you see? And I invite you to remember this price. And if you get a chance later, just to check with the people next to you whether you get the same price. Some of you might have discounts. Some of you might have different prices altogether. So the price of hotels naturally varies over time on Booking.com. So I've actually been looking at data, historical data. I've been scraping some data from the website for 10 hotels in Times Square, for example. And we can see that there's clear trends. And if we look at a smaller selection of these hotels, just 2 hotels, we can see that the price fluctuates a lot. There might be some weekly trends, and as we get closer to the weekend, the price definitely tends to rise. And they somewhat do so together. They're somewhat moving together, these hotels that are supposed to compete in Times Square for customers. There's also a seasonal trend. So it's clear that all these prices vary, and this information is available, but not to everyone. It's available to Booking.com. It's available to somebody like me that is interested and scrapes the data. But it's not available to everyone. But in practice, we're all making these queries all the time. We're just not sharing them with each other. So right now in the room, you guys all made, or many of you, a query, the same query to the same website. We're just not sharing it with each other. And even for different websites, the competitor websites, there's potential for us to pool all these results together. Just the very results that we have collected by doing the searches that we normally do on the internet, so that we can have a history, so that we can verify, so that we can know over time what prices look like. Do we see different prices? Based on what? IP addresses, other personalized factors. The reality is that we live in an age of algorithmic orchestration where our economy is largely controlled by algorithms. These AIs, machine learning tools, these ranking algorithms are what provide the results of our searches. And they have to be, because there are far too many results. And it's really important for us to know what we see and what other people see too. For a free market to work well, but also for a democracy to work well. I'm sure you can imagine applying this similar reasoning to much more sensitive political topics and seeing the relevance that this has for democratic debate. And at the TIA summit, we have some great examples of how open data and open economic protocols like BEC-N can be used for platforms like Namayatri that provide innovative solutions. My mission is to research and develop positive algorithmic orchestration. And I'm looking for partners, contributors, or investors that are aligned with this mission. I have a PhD, a master's degree, and a Bachelor of Science. And you can find me at this email or scan the QR code to contact me and reach me on LinkedIn. And I very much welcome for any of you to reach out. I was really hoping to be present in person, but alas, I hope to come to Bangalore soon. Thank you.
All right. You heard that interesting video from Cesare. I asked Himanshu that I will step in, 4 years back at the India Advantage Summit, we had another guy from ETH Zurich. His name is Magnus Muller. So you will find his video of what he spoke because we live stream our summit. 2 years ago, Magnus created a company which is called Browser Use. Quite simple. And 8 months ago, they raised $17 million, and now he lives in the valley. Now, the reason we have two people from ETH Zurich, yesterday you heard Yuri, and today you heard Cesare. Every year we will have people from ETH Zurich. It's one of the best universities, like our IITs, this is the one. And the professor and head of the Department of Computation Science is a good friend and also loves India. And we have this bridge. Now, why I'm showing and why I'm saying this is, we have seen in the last decade that innovation is moving towards the university, which means a young person starts a company, raises a lot of money, and suddenly becomes a unicorn in 8 to 10 years. So for us as participants at TIA Summit and attendees of TIA Summit, we have to go towards the universities and look towards innovation coming out of there. And our mission at TIA Summit is to bring some of the best innovators here so that you can meet them. Cesare's visa, there was some problem, so he's not here. I think he applied in the wrong category, and our Indian officials are doing the right job, so they rejected. But Yuri was able to find the right, so it works. So he's here, but Cesare couldn't be here. But I just want to add this point that some of these guys are now just creating their companies, which means they convert their doctoral research into a company. So this is the right time for the best valuation. Like, India is a value market. We want to buy what's worth 100 for 10. So it's the right time to know. But what I told them, I was meeting all of their postdocs, I think 8 or 9 of them in Switzerland, I think 6 or 8 weeks ago, right, Yuri? I was, in Zurich. The idea was, I spoke to them, and then I invited, which of you wants to come to Bangalore? You are invited, and be here. And that's it. I didn't push anyone, I didn't say anything, and 2 of them decided to come here. Now, what did we do there? We tested who is ready to take a risk, who is ready to move. And unless somebody is ready to take a risk, put the money on the table and move, he can't be an entrepreneur. That's the first step. So we go there and we invite every year, and some will come. And once they are here, that means they have the ability to take risk, but they're also the smartest people there, because if you have to be admitted to a postdoc in ETH Zurich, it's very difficult to get in. So the smartest guys willing to take risk, and there are clear opportunities. And Magnus, even Himanshu has met Magnus. We met, we went for beer together. Now I'm planning to meet him in the valley. The way his company is going, I think he will become an investor soon, which means he will be back at TIA Summit as a VC in 4 to 5 years. Because that is his intention, to help other startups. Interestingly, Magnus is only 26 years old. So keep your eye for young innovators from the ecosystem. Our idea is to connect India to the world and the world to India. That's why we bought them. Even though Cesare said he couldn't come, I said, do a video. And I think he did quite a good job parallelly doing that live search. Just for the benefit of the audience, I got 87,000 rupees for the Trump Hotel. I know each of you might have got a different number or the same number, but just during coffee break we can discuss that. With that, back to Himanshu, over to you. I just wanted to give the logic of why we have these young people here and future leaders. Yeah, over to him.
Okay, so thank you so much, Jose. So for your understanding, I got a rate of 79,857. So I got a discount. So with that in mind, now I have a very, good habit or bad habit. I always use incognito mode for everything, booking, Google search, everything, because I don't want to share my data and I don't want companies to know what I search for or what I know. So cookies, all of it, I try to avoid. But today data sharing is, it's become critical. Even large MNCs, they need information, they need data. Our next speaker from Fiverr Foundation, Mr. Chandrasekhar Reddy. So he said, introduce me as Chandrasekhar Reddy because some of the other folks may not know or may not recognize my name. So what is Fiverr Foundation? So Fiverr Foundation is a non-profit. It's funded by the European Commission for data sovereignty. Now the idea is today that you build blocks. So Namma-IR3, which you have seen, it's built on Beacon protocol. ONDC is built on Beacon protocol. You have so many other applications and services built on data sharing. So Fiverr is something similar. When you have data sharing, you can do multiple things: IoT, smart cities, energy, mobility. You can work on a lot of it. And interestingly, Jio is using their standard. So over to Chandrasekhar to carry on. Yeah.
Thanks, Himanshu, and good morning to everyone. And I think, as usual, the Bangalore traffic conspires for all the attendees. It's been consistent for 2 last days also for me. So I have to use the glasses because I cannot read that small letters. So anyway, so the most traumatizing thing on this kind of speech is this time which is clicking, right? So it's so you just need to keep an eye on it and at the same time focus and also look at the audience, that are they listening or not, all right? So let me jump into that. So I'm Chandra, basically from in around Hyderabad. I studied Telugu medium till 10th, then moved to Hyderabad. My father thought that I would actually get a good education there. Did my engineering in Usmania and then BITS Pilani. Then I decided to work for Nokia. As a young engineer, it was super cool for me. So I moved to Finland in 2002. Lived there. I have a Finnish family, so my kids are half Finnish. Then after exiting my startups, then I decided to move to Switzerland. So currently I live in Switzerland in Zurich for 5 years. So I've done multiple exits. So one of that is also selling my product to, selling one of my company in Finland to Microsoft. And one exit is recently done last week. So not a big one, but a small one, but it's okay. It's one of that things. Apart from that, I love this community, what they try to do in Fiverr Foundation. I'm a CEO, role of that. And I think some of the German-speaking people know about it. It's Eintrager and Verein, which basically means that it's a non-profit created by the non-profit association with a charitable status. A bit of a background, I'll go with the background on this. Later on the coffee shop, it's a very big, I don't have time because I'm always traumatized with that numbers moving. So let me go forward with this. So why, I'm gonna focus more on data economy, cyber security. I've been using, as a Swiss resident, I always use Proton VPN, which is actually, I'm not paid by them, by the way, but I've been using for 6 years. I love it. So I don't use incognito, by the way, but I use Proton VPN, so it basically helps a little bit. But I think there are much more better experts in fintech and cyber security than me. But I'll focus more on the data economy matters. The key idea from my point of view is that I would actually put a different point of view here. So we all know that the data is a new oil, right? But for me, the data is a new infrastructure, not an oil. Because everything happens over the data, and over that, a lot of services, a lot of activities have been built. So for me, yes, it used to be an oil. It has some money in it, but I see that as an infrastructure, not as an oil. So every digital service now depends on the data exchange, not just on data ownership. So, and then data economy enables, innovation without centralization, connecting data from government, businesses, and cities. So the value of data is phenomenal if you're really able to get the right data. India's digital public infrastructure and European data spaces, actually. So this is where we both actually are coming together. We are using more of a sovereignty idea. The Fiverr Foundation is formed around it, making it accessible. Sovereignty should not come with the cost, so it should come with the price of free to use software. Public data becomes an engine for innovation when shared with the trust and interoperability properly. But we need to have a trust on this data. We need to have a trust to share this data across. I just give an example quickly. So I live in Switzerland, and if I have a medical emergency in India, which I'm not able to express myself in a condition, but they need to understand my pre-existing conditions and allergies and all. How is this going to happen? If I say myself that I'm not going to share my private data, then the life is risk. So there should be I would like to live in an ecosystem. I would like to see during my lifetime where an Indian doctor could able to check my ID card and get all my information from Switzerland and administer me without actually, if I'm in an unconscious state or something. So when I put this context or an incident or an event, then everyone starts to say that we should definitely share the data. I'm happy to share the data in a personal side, but of course I need to understand that wherever my data is, it is not, all the medical data is not shared to someone else, right? Only to the doctors, medical professionals. So what are the enablers of data? So it's a governance and trust. So we need to have a governance. It's not a technical solution, by the way. Part of it is technical. As an engineer, I would like to solve 100% by technology. But here, I would actually say with a great humility, I realize that 80% of it is governance and the legals and important interoperability. The second is interoperability and standards. This is, I love it because it's a technology solution that the world actually don't know what are the data I'm sending in the bits and bytes, right? So you need to be able to interpret. And at Fiverr, we tried actually doing this with every standardization group in the country, in different countries, in Japan, in South Korea, in Brazil, in European countries. In India, we managed to get into TSDSI and Bureau of Indian Standards. So it is a standard, can be mentioned in the tenders. And we tried to actually create the standard which is basically across, flows across continents. Data becomes a service. So it's an infrastructure and a service at the same time. AI dashboards, insights build upon it. But when people talk about AI, they talk about AI, but when I talk about AI, I'm worried about what data it has used to train the AI. And I think that is what very critical for me. Is it inclusive? Does it have my data? Because I have a South Indian genetics. So I might have a different medical, diagnosis or medical solution compared to a Finnish person. Okay. What we do on the Fiverr's role side is that we enable the data economy by open source foundations. We make it everything available for free. And we also maintain it. We are membership driven. Supports the data spaces in Europe, Japan. So we have a very ready-made framework open, ready to use. 90% of it is ready, take it. But if you want to have it in a product, as a product, you need to have, of course, the security and the SLAs and all. It provides the digital building blocks for every customized solution for agri-sector, smart cities, energy data. Bridges public good infrastructure and private sector innovation. So we have been busy. Sorry for not being here yesterday because we had a data for public good the summit in IISc. So we were one of the co-organizers. So IISc, IUDX, Data for Public Good is one of our initiatives, collaborate with for last 6 years. So we had a very wonderful 2-day event there. Then we also have a German-Indian Innovation Corridor. We signed an agreement that it would be the platform we support from the technology platform and standard side. And that's where I met Jose in European way, but I call him Jose. So we do standardization with ISO, ISC, HC. The reason why we prefer Etsy because you don't need to log in or create any credentials to do it. So it's free for available, and TSDSI. So just to give you a scorecard of Fiverr, so we are more than 60 technology components and hundreds of open source projects executed around the world. More than 200 solutions, platform operators around the world. I could actually say this is a slide, it's 2 days old, but it's now we have 50 iHubs. We just opened yesterday. We also believe in local empowerment, so training the local ecosystem so that they can build their own platform. And sorry, I just need to go back. So thousands of deployments around the world, and the community is strong for 15 years. 15 years, more than 13,000 community. Very active. So now this one is blinking red, so I will go faster. So from path forward, from data sharing to the data economy, build the trusted infrastructure. So we need to have a trust in place that my data is not being used inappropriately and shared across properly. I don't want to disclose my salary details to my ex-wife. That is the main concern for me. So I should be able to trust the data owner with that. So enable sovereign AI based on locally governed data. So sovereign AI, I can talk about it hours together, how we achieve it, and how we make it inclusive. Then invest in open innovation, like digital DPI in India and data spaces in EU. Empower SMEs and the local ecosystem, universities to work on it. It's the data economy is not about who owns the data, but who benefits responsibly out of it. So with that I will actually end, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra, so much for that lovely presentation. So interestingly, 2 days before this event, 15th we started yesterday. On 13th of October, I got a call from a hotel nearby asking if I want a room. Now, I had not applied, I had not done any web search, I had not visited one of their ads, nothing, but I still got a call from them asking if I would like to take a room because this event is happening here. So that is the dangers of using data inappropriately. Now moving on to the next speaker. Now something interesting happens when you have got too much data, is that data is often manipulated and data is often created for unethical means. For example, imagine your protein powder jar, right? Now you have to list all the ingredients, it has to have a barcode to pass all the clearances, regulations, and so on. But what is happening is, and this is in small businesses, large businesses, a lot of companies are putting fake products, using faulty ingredients, and just putting a label. So even if you scan the barcode, you think everything is proper, it's an authentic product, but inside is just second-hand material, which is the dangers of just using a barcode. Interestingly, there's a startup here in Bangalore which is solving or trying to solve that issue. Basically, what they have done is they have embedded a small diode inside the cap. So you have to open the cap first to open the jar, and then the moment you open a cap, that diode breaks. And if the diode breaks, you know that the product has been opened. And the diode contains the actual information and not the barcode on the side. With that in mind, I'll invite Suna. Suna is the CEO of Barcode, Beyond Barcode, and Arctic International. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I made it to adjust my heat. I'm coming from Brussels, Belgium, and happy to represent here Belgium, where there are many German participants exist. Today, I will talk about to you from a different perspective, where Chandra also introduced some new aspects. Hopefully, today you will learn 2 new things which is going to shape the next data economy. DPP is a digital product passport things. I would like to ask the audience, have you ever heard digital product passport before? Okay, so thank you very much, Chandra. Looks like that is going to be first time the audience is going to be hearing about this novel data economy tool, which is going to be your everyday life mandatory things. But before that, for DPP creation, we needed data infrastructures, where Chandra also introduced to you that in the Europe that we have in the phase of structuring new data infrastructures, where we will be having our data exchange in a sovereign, trust way, and where the data is also create new values. We are discussing here that value creation is not just a business, but it's also from the end user as a person, as a human being, how we will be involving this new data economy. So in that case, how can I describe as let's say, legal term, data space is an ecosystem where different participants are agreeing to share data and make create revenue generation over this data sharing concept. I keep it on the data sharing, but based on the discussion, it's not sharing, but also visiting, but also building on the secondary data using and stuff and so on. So imagine that. I like to give this, let's say, definition that data space is going to be like data highways, where you will be able to have a speed, where you will be able to have rules, where you will be able to have go from A to Z in a different way. So in that case, how we are going to, going with the data spaces, that how data space is going to be offering for different participants, for data owners. I'm getting a lot of questions that when particularly big organizations, big companies who have their own big data sets. So they will be the one who is providing, they will be creating offerings from them. And also, organization with their existing architectures will be also adapted, will be also be integrated to current systems. It's not, let's say, creating a burden for the legacy system, but it's also creating a transformation, creating a transition path to more interconnected, more interoperable areas where the data is also involving the end user, also the consumers, to create their own values. I said in the beginning that Digital Product Passport is the new enabler of this data economy. Digital Product Passport, you may heard from the European exporters, you may hear from the European colleagues a lot, but you might end up in a wrong way. Although it kicked off by the European Commission under the SPR, Eco-Design Sustainable Product Regulations, there is also global initiatives who is creating the product identities, who is creating the product passport under the UN, where I am also representing Belgium. We do also creating the global digital product passport frameworks and initiatives. Imagine that as a person, you are traveling from one country to the other country, that you need a passport, you need some certain visa or some certain documentations which are being carried out by your passport. This is going to be the same. This is going to be applied to the product, the physical products, where they will be originated, where will they be manufactured, remanufactured, exported, and so on. So it is going to have those kind of details, and there will be some phases of the DPP implementation by 2027, about 2030, about 2030. By the 2027 one, as like person, you will be knowing the origin of the product, where it's originally been manufactured, and what are the ECG details, the energy, water, who work for it, and so on. So at the very first time that now the consumers is controlling the data economy by choosing, we'll be able to have this transparent, the information regarding the product as well. Sorry. And of course, just one thing I would like to add here, that the current products are being leaning on not a circular practices, but by starting from few years, you will be able to have your rights by having this T-shirt, by having an electronic cars, that you will be able to see the details, your own rights, that do I have a repair, do I have a maintenance, what is the responsibility of the producers and so on. So those things will be systematically trackable and monitorable via the digital product passport system. I call it a system because it is not just, let's say, composed of only original equipment manufacturers, we call them OEM, or it's not just the consumers. It includes every participants, including the public, including the custom units, including the relevant ministries, including the authorities. Of course, those systems are going to be also included national registry organizations, including the original national ID givers, ID authenticators. So with that one, I'm just showing you now the ESPR guidelines. This is an official document. By 2030, in 8 years from now, you will be able to, as a customer, as a person, as a human being, you will be responsible your own consumption. You will be responsible from your carbon footprint, the things by how you are consuming it. And of course, this is going to affect the whole supply chain actors here by not using the virgin materials, that how they are implementing the circularity in their own process. So that all going to be traceable and monitorable. So I hope I could create some sort of a system how the DPP is going to be changing the current economic practices and how it's going to be pushing and how it's going to be promoting the circular aspects in every domain. I should also add that ESPR and the mandate compulsory DPP is going to be applied for textile and the battery by 1st January 2027. So you have almost 1 year to prepare to be able to still operationally to export to Europe and of course upcoming regions as well. But Europe is known for the regulations, but hopefully this way it's going to be accepted in a good way. So that is an important step, that is an important moment that we are, let's say, living right now. But today I would like to give you this baseline to be able to how this is going to also shape current practices apart from the manufacturers, apart from other, let's say, supply chain actors. Imagine that you are now only producing and manufacturing one single the product, but in the future you will be able to have new business models, you will have new businesses because of your responsibility, because of the regulations, such as you will be creating a new business for collection of something or recycling of those materials and so on. So DPP is also extending the current product, let's say, sales cycle into a different, let's say, into different areas where you will be also still be getting the value, still be creating a sales operation from different phases of the product, from different phases of the operation. And the good thing is that how you are doing is going to be also over the DPP system. This is going to be, of course, connected with the data spaces infrastructure. As a sort of, I don't want to name the t-shirt, but you have a very, let's say, luxurious brand, a t-shirt and a good, or a very, let's say, expensive watch. And you will be easily to sell it in the secondary market with electronically, let's say, certifications, and also the ownership declaration will be handed over to another client who is another person who is looking for your watch or your good. So this is going to be possible also not only the economies or not just the business practices, but also supported by the regulation, supported by the national initiatives. In that regard, I also would like to underline that currently the Indian ecosystem is not that aware of what's coming to them and what's going to happen to them in the preparation of free trade agreement. When the FTA happens, it's going to be very quick and very, let's say, urgent actions to be applied that current practices, current Indian regulations such as circularity, such as GDPR, needs to be complied with the European equivalent. Just to make sure that the operations, international trade operations, will continuously be on. Otherwise, I know that India is a very good import economy, but even for the importing, you will need to implement digital product passport system, and also you need to also adapt and transfer your current product regulations into ESPR relevant one. And I also would like to finalize those things that maybe it's time for the Indian colleagues, Indian audiences to start very small piloting operations, because digital product passport is not going to be limited only batteries or textile. There's a 25, let's say, priority sectors such as steel, where India is a very huge giant, let's say, manufacturers and processor. And there's going to be rare earth materials, there's going to be construction materials, there's going to be electronics, semiconductors, also medical equipments, materials, pharmaceuticals. It's going to go on this way, where as a consumer, you will know the origin of your product and how this journey has happened, and you will be still being part of that economy via thanks to DPP. I hope I could explain you these two new novel things, that how it's going to affect your life in a different way. I'm happy to have your questions if you have any, and then I'm happy to be here. Thanks for your invitation. It's my first time in Bangalore in India. Thank you.
So, yeah. Oh, I have to. Interestingly, if you have done an MBA, they teach you basics of finance, which says you have to account for depreciation for every year for a machine. But the way to do it is that, you just do it for accounting purposes, but you don't do it on the ground. So hopefully, with your technology, we will have a lot of these audits, with more genuinity. So with that, we'll have our news. With that, we'll have the next speaker, which is Vijay Shivaram. So just a small introduction. So Quest Corp, which is one of the largest staffing federations in the world. I was pleasantly shocked to see Vijay's LinkedIn post, which says that he has left Quest Corp, but because he was one of the founding members, and then he put some of the old pictures as well of the founding team, and I think it was from the dormitory days that you had the pictures. And now he is the founder of RV AI Global, an agentic AI company. With that, I'll welcome Vijay to the stage. Please give him a round of applause.
Right. So I'll just leave the slide on for a couple of seconds. How many in the room are looking at hiring someone today? A human? Raise your hands. Right? People are looking to hire people. What if your next hire wasn't human? How many would be open to the idea of hiring a sales agent? How many would be open to the idea of hiring a recruiting agent? How many would be open to the idea of hiring a finance agent? Well, that's the business that I got into after building Quest Corp into a $2 billion enterprise. We had around 600,000 employees. So for the last 2 decades of my life, I worked with large enterprises, giving them the best of talent. But I think the world is changing. And I think what's changing is going to be how we view employees, how we leverage employees, and more importantly, how we leverage tech through employees. So the idea and the construct of having agents, when I say the word agents now, I'm not referring to insurance agents, and I'm not also referring to James Bond. I'm referring to digital workers or digital employees that will be working 24/7, will possibly be handling more than 60–70% of the tasks that have in every enterprise. And not only will you just have these employees doing 24/7 work, you'll also see a significant improvement in the ROI. So what we saw in the yesteryear was just a chat bot. We saw, I'm sure all of you would have heard of RPAs and how automation took place as such. This is significantly different. You now have decision layers happening in agentic employees as such. So there's no replacement for a human. Let me start, before I show the slide on and take you through the slide, I'm not saying there is a replacement for a human. We thankfully still have the cognitive ability and the intuition to make critical decisions. AI is not there yet, at least not now, right? But there are some genuine constraints when you hire large teams of employees. You have significant hiring costs, because to replace an employee, to train them, to work on it, and to keep, if he or she quits, again have them a new one onboarded. In India today, if you want to hire a technology resource, it takes you 3 months to select a resource. And it takes you another 90 days for you to onboard that resource. So fundamentally, it takes you 6 months to bring in one resource. And not because of the fact that they're not available, but it's the process of hiring someone that goes in and the time taken to consume there. And all of us know when you work on large human-led processes, you know, in the olden age of Six Sigma and all that, they used to always say it should never be people dependent, it should be process dependent. Today that's becoming a reality, because when you have people dependency on a lot of processes, you tend to have a lot of errors. And what AI employees are doing today, or agents are doing today, is that they are able to craft out a workflow, automate that workflow, and completely drive that 24/7 with almost minimal errors. And even if it does make an error, it has the ability to learn from that error, so it doesn't make it again. You know, how many times you would have heard in our leadership meetings saying, don't repeat your mistakes. This wouldn't. An agent wouldn't repeat their mistake. Second, it also is today, agentic AI can actually take a lot of intelligent decisions. So let me give you a simple, and I like using, because I was in the talent world, I like using recruiting as an example. You know, you have a JD, you have a job description. And the job description has, say, 12 key points that you want to interview the candidate on. But as an interviewer, you tend to focus on maybe 6 or 7. Because you are cognizant of time, you're cognizant of the value that you're bringing to the table. You miss out on the other 5 because you assume that the candidate knows it. But an agent doesn't work. One of our agentic recruiters, the recruiter agent that we deploy, will go through the JD and the candidate's CV and the candidate's interview in detail. So no stone leaves unturned. So it becomes intelligent, and it also becomes contextual. So even if the candidate is trying to cheat, or if the candidate is trying to give a different response, then the agent can pick that up as well. And of course, you can scale at machine speed. I think a couple of conversations before, the speaker was so clear about the speed at which data is getting processed. So it's just amazing what an agent, you can imagine what an agent could do in the future as such. So agents are all over the place. So today, you can have agents in workflow processes. So let's say, for example, accounts payable, accounts receivable, reconciliations. Now, at a core level, if you were to look back into your own current organization, you may have 4 or 5 people today managing invoicing, managing POs, managing payments. This can all be done by an agent in the future. Let's take, for example, IT service desk. How many times have you to go to your system, raise a ticket, hopefully somebody will come and figure out what is the problem and then get that fixed? Today, that can be done by an agent in your system. All you need to do is go and say, what is your problem? Okay, my emails are not working. The agent will be able to log into your email, check the server and see where the gap is, and notify the right person if a human in the loop is required to make sure that the person comes and fix it. So it doesn't go round and robin, etc. Supply chain. You know, anyone from the IT industry here? So you must have heard of this concept called pre-sales, right? Where, for example, a customer has sent you a big RFP and you need to fill the RFP, and it's got, what, 40, 50 pages of document? But if you really look at the document, a good 30 page of that document is repetitive. Because that's the business you are in. You keep doing the same thing again and again. It's only 10 pages that actually need a lot of change. So can the 30 pages be done by an agent? Can it be done in 1 hour, less than an hour? It can. Procurement's going to change. Human resources is going to change. I don't even know start on operational management like payroll, timesheet, etc. Legal is already in the game. You know, imagine reading through documents. It's mindless activity. You can have agents do that today. So fundamentally, everything can be built through an agent. But again, am I saying humans are not involved? No, they are in the loop. But they have to be, now the humans have to be applied AI. You'll need to start having humans to understand how to leverage these agents. So fundamentally in the future, there'll be two concepts. One, you will have humans that supervise human employees and digital employees. And the second, each employee will have their own set of agents to perform work, right? So this is our brand. TinyBay is a brand of RVAI, which is the company I've started. It's a brand that builds these agents. So I'm going to showcase to you one case study on insurance, right? How many of you have taken a travel insurance in your life? Many of you would have taken a travel insurance. And let's say you lost, anyone has lost a baggage during transit and filed for the insurance? A few? So in that sense, you know the pain that you go through when you lose your baggage during travel, because you have to call 10 people to get the job done. So I'm going to show you a small video of how an agent actually operates without human intervention. So this is just an example of the different cases in just one industry, in just insurance as an industry, as to how agents will evolve and how agents will be deployed in the future. This can happen tomorrow, this can happen 2 years down the line, but it will happen. It's not a matter of how or why or where, it's going to be a matter of when. So each organization has their own journey. So in the context of time, I'm going to show you that agent. It's quite self-explanatory. I'm sure you'll enjoy it because you'll see how the agent is working. This is not a chatbot, this is an agent, and you'll see the difference. Can we just speed up the video to the first minute, please? So I don't... The voice is not coming. It's not coming, it's okay, I can explain. I can play. So what you will see here is about two different processes. One is a customer filing for a claim, a travel claim for a lost baggage. And the second is the insurance agent, which is not human, that is processing the claim. So there's a complete chat ecosystem of what is happening in the agent, and it selects, okay, it tells you that, okay, we have proceed with your travel ban. What it has done based on the boarding pass, once the boarding pass gets updated, and this is the only document the customer is uploading. From this, the agent now realizes this is the flight details, this is the baggage lost, and it will mark it from the boarding pass details to the policy coverage. The name, the date of birth, the travel date, is it under renewal? All this is done. These are all few minutes at best that is actually happening. So it's asking what is it that you have lost. Give an estimate value. Could you move a little forward, please, on the video? In the interest of time. I'm happy to showcase more demos at a later time. I wouldn't want. Just a few questions to the customer. So now it is summarizing the entire information for the customer. And this is a live product. This is not something which I'm just showing for a demo. This is actually being used by one of our customers today. So now it has completely crafted out a complete claims process form, which if people have filed these claims before, you would know it's a very tedious activity. It's done everything. Now we are going into the claim details. It's going through all the details that is there. This is done by the agent. It's not done by the customer. It's checking the board pass, it's checking the documents, it's checking the policy details, and it does a claim analysis. And this is what the insurance human sees. Now the human now sees what has been finally decided, whether the claim should be processed or whether the claim should not be processed. And then the human has the right to accept or ask for more data or reject. At a theoretical level, a human is not required to do even this. but we make sure there is a human in the loop because there could be errors that could be picked up. So we make sure there's a human in the loop. But this entire process in the last 2 minutes between the customer and the agent was done without a human in the loop. Right, so that's TinyBay. So I'll stop here, and this is just an example of what the fintech industry or the finance industry will evolve. You know, if it's banking, you have KYC agents, loan agents. There's a very interesting product that we had done for a customer where we actually did the entire KYC process. You know, many banks and insurance and financial services firms today have large KYC teams, and all those, a lot of jobs of that can be actually agentified. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoyed it, and have a great evening. Bye.
So thank you so much, Vijay. For those of you who are not aware, NVIDIA developed a trajectory where their chip, how and where their chips will be used. So it's, you know, one of them was Gen AI, then they moved to agentic AI, and the next one is robotic AI. So NVIDIA was already preparing for it. Now, if you think, if you're scared that, am I going to be replaced by AI? It's good that you're scared, at least you're aware. Because if you have studied engineering or basic math, there's something called as a normal distribution curve. Everything in the world fits into that curve. If you're in the low segment, AI will replace you because AI is built to bring efficiency. So anyone who is in the low spectrum, upskill yourself, you know, so that you come to the medium spectrum or the higher spectrum. With that in mind, we'll have the last speaker of this track, Aditya PS. He is, one second, I'll just, so that I don't miss anything. Yeah. He is the partner at Cybertech VC and the founder of TerraEagle, so into cybersecurity, and he's also the managing partner of Saro Solutions. With over 24 years of experience in mergers and acquisitions, cybersecurity, consulting, and cross-border transactions, and he has got over 2 decades as a demonstrated track record in various global leadership roles. Interestingly, he's also the president of All India MMA Federation, so from fighting in the physical ring to securing the digital ring, he has done it all, from offense to defense. I welcome Aditya PS.
Thanks, Rod. So the last time when I was here, I had a bit of a theatrics, but this time I'm not going to do that. That was too much over the board. But you know, here's the thing about this particular slide that you see. There's an eerie feeling about it. There's something not right, something not aligned, and that's a feeling that you have when you have an agentic AI. So the last speaker talked about what can happen in the insurance sector, how things can turn in the finance sector using the agents. And this is what exactly I did. What happened was, because I manage so many companies, we have so many portfolios of companies going on, I had an agentic AI part of my email ecosystem. So what it does is, initially it started doing draft reply to all my emails. It was working absolutely amazing and fine. Then it started scheduling my meeting based on the timing that was given. So I used an AI agent called Fixer AI. You can also use it. Amazingly, it improves your productivity. I did that too. And to my surprise, 2 days before, an email went to the CFO of my company asking for enabling additional GPU credit limits, which I did not authorize. I don't know how it figured out. Automatically it sent it out. So I was wondering, agents like this, and this is what's going to happen after Vijay's talk, everybody here is going to hire employees who would not exist without any Aadhaar card, without any kind of identity. So what's going to happen is that you will have agents doing pre-sales. You're going to do agents doing sales. You're going to do engineering, writing codes, and all of the things. So in the old AI system, what used to happen, you would imagine this as in a calculator. But with a new agentic system that's going to be out there, it's more like your colleague. A colleague who doesn't respect boundaries or hierarchy. I know whenever I think about it, I think about my COO most of the time. But that's how it is. So What I saw with the AI, agentic AI in my organization was not a bug. It was an intelligent system. And the intelligent system was nothing but it was with ambition. But the problem is, ambition without accountability, it's a security nightmare. And today, I'm going to give you a sneak peek about what could go wrong when you have agentic AI in place and how you can help your organization fix those. So, we all know when we have in our organization, when you hire somebody, let's say an intern, is always bright, curious, full of energy, but of course, you need supervision. So an agentic AI system in any organization starts like an intern, needs a supervision, but full of all the possibilities that you can do. You can start thinking about automating every process within your organization. Then once you mature a little bit, it becomes like a manager which is efficient, KPI driven. You know exactly what needs to be done, but is a bit resistant to feedback. Isn't all managers like that, resistant to feedback? But obviously, all of the managers optimizes for the metrics. In the end, and this is where the problem begins, AI agent becomes like a politician. Now, politician, they know what to hide. They know which metric specifically to inflate. Wink, wink, all the politicians that are out there in India, they know what to highlight and they know what to hide. And that's where the real problem starts with. So I've recently caught one of our security AI writing its own audit trail. And that was really shocking for me because we thought audit trail was the holy grail for us to audit the system. And it started writing its own audit trail. So what is the problem? So the problem becomes when the AI agent becomes autonomous in behavior. So it starts figuring out all the hidden APIs. Now, APIs are nothing but it's just an endpoint where, let's say, one machine or one system application talk to another system. It's an application gateway. It starts looking into modifying things. It starts suggesting you certain patches that doesn't even exist. So the implications of that, if you see that, is that it is trying to improve itself. So imagine you have an accounting AI, because it's trying to optimize, it tries to optimize ledgers to save tax. If you have an HR AI, it tries to remove human because it's trying to improve the productivity. Or you can even have a red team AI which will automatically put a ransomware simulation in the production environment. Now that causes problem. That's an AI sovereignty issue that you see. So today we're going to talk about 5 critical threats that all the CISOs and CXOs should be aware of when we are talking about agentic AI. Number 1 is your shadow ML or shadow agents. We're going to go a little bit deeper, but in the interest of time, I'm just trying to keep it very much open so that you understand that. Then you have the memory poisoning. That happens, it's a slow memory poisoning where you are creating bias in the data set. We will talk about tool weaponization, deception, and human in the loop kind of this thing. So the first one is the shadow ML agent. So this is what happens when you have, let's say, and this is a recent example, an airline in US, they started issuing refund from the chatbot because the agent promised some extraordinary thing. And somebody started writing codes to get those refunds. So this becomes a big problem. Now imagine in your organization, everybody is trying to spin up. OpenAI has just recently opened up the OpenAI agent kit. So essentially which allows anybody to have a drag and drop feature to enable you to build agent. Now what happens with that is that you would end up having a lot of shadow agents. Similar to how we used to have shadow IT, now there's going to be a bigger problem with shadow agent. Now these agents will operate outside of the security governance. So first thing, we got to figure out about the shadow agent. Second is the memory poisoning, and this is where you slowly introduce a bit of memory poisoning within the system. So maybe week 1, you introduce a fake vendor. Week 2, the AI will then start preferring the fake vendor, and by, let's say, week 4, the AI will auto-grant the contracts to the fake vendor. And this can happen when the data set becomes biased in nature. So think about the AI as the engine of a car, and the data set as the gas or the petrol or the diesel for the car. So in order for the AI model to go, you need the data set. Now imagine if you mix something in the data set, and that's where all havoc break loose. The third one, you have many AI agents out there. If you see, it's not quite visible. You have AI users, you use Cursor, ChatGPT, Gemini, all sort of things. Then you have AI builders that's out there, your Base 54, Base 44, your Lovable, Replit, and all this thing. And then you have AI agents that's out there, your Bedrock, or you, any Devin, and those kind of stuff. So what happens is that when you start misusing those internal tools, you not only end up giving up unauthorized access, and also there is a high risk of data exploitation that exists out there. The other part is the deception. It was an interesting case a few weeks back ago. Deloitte was fined 440K AUD because in their report to the government, the AI hallucinated, and there was an hallucination all the way. So what happened was the entire of the data set was flawed. It started quoting references which never existed. It was very strange. So this is what will happen when you have AI doing hallucination, AI doing impersonation, and financial fraud. The other part is the human-in-the-loop exploitation. This is a classic example where you could have an AI agent doing your responses, but then there could be a sophisticated phishing attack which could lure your system prompt and get all the information about your system. So what's the plan? The first thing is to understand the agent inventory, understand the shadow discovery, understand what all agent exists within your environment. Second part is that always verify the sources. Ensure that any kind of drift in the model, you detect it, and you roll back those poison state. Also, when you have agent-to-agent communication, A2A, you also want to ensure that you write down everything in plain English, and ensuring you audit every part of that. And other than that, you also have to ensure that you do a red teaming. Essentially, you're trying to break in before even the attackers do that with your agentic AI system. So this is where I come. In India, if you want to really embrace the agentic AI security, one, you need to define AI dharma. Just like I teach my 5.5-year-old daughter that ethics, value, integrity is what it makes a person, a human. Similarly, for an AI, it's not about intelligence, but teaching ethics. That's the most important thing. Similar to how you audit your financials, you also have to have an audit tree for AI, where you audit every piece of information that goes in. And as I said about algorithm, you have to ensure that you proactively stress test those algorithms that's out there. Now, these guardrails will essentially would be put in place where you're not talking from a cybersecurity perspective, a variable, where you're not testing a variable. Instead, you're testing values of the system. You're testing the biasness, the behavior of the system. At last, it's a trust but verify. It's the same motto that we talk about, the zero trust motto that we talk about. That's the most important part of the AI. So, I mean, look at India. US is today building for intelligence. China is building for scale. But India, we need to build for cognitive intelligence. We need to build for value. So with that, I urge everybody who's part of the AI security, who's trying to build an agentic AI, who's trying to hire an agent within your organization, to not to overlook cybersecurity or security for this, but ensure that you're involved, regardless of whether you are a security professional or not, you get involved in the data part of it, involved in the algorithm part of it. Thank you.
May I request all the speakers of the previous track to quickly come on stage? We take a joint picture. Chandra, yeah, please come. You can stand. Himanshu, you can also.
You want to give him a few seconds to talk about NCIC?
Yes, yes, after. Please, please. Let's quickly take a picture. Cherry is here. Excellent. A big round of applause to the wonderful speakers who helped us see both sides of AI, the plus and the minus, and how it has to be a very strategic, careful, well-planned and structured approach to AI as you implement it, and not to forget cybersecurity itself. Thank you very much. Now we have a quick 15 minutes coffee break. It's 10:40, so we will start again at 10:55. So we'll be back. Delighted to share that we have all the speakers here for the next track, very important track, Capital Meets Capability. May I ask Aditya to just announce about the India AI Summit and some other initiatives. While you have coffee, you can listen as you go. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Just a quick announcement. Part of the NCAIC, you see the big logo out there. It's a National Cyber for AI Center. I'm the Deputy Director General at NCAIC. We are affiliated with the India AI Summit. It's going to be one of the biggest summit that's going to happen in the month of February in Delhi. Again, spearheaded by our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji. So the India AI Summit is going to be one of the largest summit where we're going to have India as the epicenter for AI there. So I urge you all to please be part of the India AI Summit. We're going to do a bit more on pre-summit events and also follow NCAIC. We'll send you more updates on that. Thank you so much.
All right, very good morning once again to those additional people who have just joined us. I can see Cassius just entering. Hi, nice to see you. May I request all of you to pick up your cup of coffee and move to the front of the hall. We will be starting in just a few minutes. Interestingly, the flow of today, we have a very interesting panel discussion. But before the panel discussion, we have two wonderful speeches. One by the Consul General of Israel. Also, she is an advisory board member of the India Advantage Summit, Ms. Orly Witzman. So she will be here on stage to tell us how Israel is ready to connect, collaborate, and accelerate innovation in the India-Israel bridge. Yesterday, we heard the chairman of IFSC saying that with 3 countries, India has a bridge for a fintech sandbox. So one is Israel, the second is UK, and I think the third one is Singapore. So you know that with Israel, we already have that sandbox to create fintech solutions. So the consul is here. Later, we have a panel where also there will be a speaker from Israel, the head of the Circular Economy Association. So you'll hear her as well and see what they can do. So once again, could I ask the hotel guys to start ringing some bells and stop the coffee? So those who already have a cup, come forward, so then that place looks less crowded, so the others could get their coffee. Nitesh sir, come to the front. I want to see you here. He's from the Baldota family office. His name is not on our list, but he will be the surprise speaker who joins us. They invest a lot of money for the family. Can I reveal the number, or I should? Okay. I think it's upwards of 3,000 crores or something. No, how much is it? 10,000 crore. 1,000 crores. Okay. But nonetheless, with him at the helm, things will keep going up. So he will be here as well. So we have a family office along with the VCs as well. The good thing about family offices is patient capital and long-term capital. Once again, our friend from Taj, can you just ring the bell on that side? We have to get everybody close the door so that we can get into the really most important, critical session of today. Himanshu, just help us get all those people at the back to come forward. Once again, today is day 2 of the India Advantage Summit. 2 quick things. All the proceedings of the summit are online. So if you have missed yesterday, if you want to go back to listen to some of them, you can go to the YouTube channel of TIA Summit and you'll find all the videos of every speech of every speaker online. Additionally, I would request you to follow our page on LinkedIn and to repost any speaker that you liked. Like I said yesterday, somebody was asking me, we don't have a ticket to this event, so we don't sell a ticket. And so they were saying, you know, what can we do? Because the event is invite only and complimentary. So here is the answer, what you can do. You can share the story of a startup or the story of a speaker that you liked. And by sharing it, you will help them connect to right people and get business. So that is the most important thing that I want each of you to do. At least you should share 1 or 2 stories that you hear over 2 days. The other thing people ask us is we have an apply-only model. So you have to apply and we have to approve. What is the logic and how do we approve? So next year, if you want to be in our summit, you have to make noise about this year. So we will check who among you writes about this year, and that makes sure that you will be also with us next year, because we are looking for ecosystem amplifiers, and amplifying happens with your voice and with your post and with your writing about those other people. You know, we try to bring entrepreneurs here who take risk. And when an entrepreneur starts a company, he has to pay salaries, he has to take risk, he has to have regulation risk, business risk. We want to help those who take risk. And one of the easiest thing you can do, forget about money, that's much later, is write about them. And when you write about them, maybe the right investor will find them. You know, that's how the digital world works. And we are smart people in Bangalore, and we have to make the digital world work for us. That's why at TIA Summit, we have an invite-only model. Everybody has told us to sell tickets, but we don't. because we want your help out of your own wisdom to pick the right startup and amplify what they do. And we are delighted that we have Sharon here from the Israeli Circular Economy. Yesterday we had a VC roundtable, she was there as well. She will share some examples of some interesting circular economy cases. So if you like one of those Israeli startups, write about them. The other thing is, we would have had Michael here from Israel, who has a very interesting innovation. He couldn't get his visa in time, but we have a recorded video. So I will be playing that just before lunch, because I promised Michael that we will show it, because all our VC panel members will be here. I can see Arthas, please come right in front over here. The seats are here. Arthas Gallet from Northern France region. Welcome, please be here, along with the Vice President of the region as well. I will introduce him a little later. Nonetheless, thank you very much. I think everybody is seated. This is perfect. If you look at your clock, it's 11 o'clock exactly. May I ask the hotel guys to close that door, because we don't want disturbance from outside as well. Thank you very much. Once again, we are at day 2 of the India Advantage Summit. Yes, India has a great advantage, and so also have other countries. So today you will hear from 2 of them. One is from Israel, and like all of you that follow the news, almost miraculously now the war has ended and a lot of things are going to take off. And early movers always have the advantage. So we have Consul General of Israel, Ms. Olly Weitzman here. Let's give a big round of applause as she comes on stage. I have asked her to highlight which parts and which opportunities of Israel India can collaborate with, and we really look forward to her speech. And I have to also mention, we have Shilpa here from the Innovation. Shilpa, where are you? Can you stand up? No, I don't. Okay, Shilpa is here as well. So after, in case Ms. Orly has to go because her day is tight, we can connect with the other people from the ecosystem. So let's give a big round of applause to Consul General Olly Weitzman, a good friend of India and a good person, because we know each other a little bit. And I'm sure that she believes in India and she believes in Israel. And it's a great opportunity to have you with us. Over to you.
Good morning. It's exciting for me to be here. I have to say, before I start reading this speech, that Jose and I have connected about the summit quite a few months ago, and we discussed what we could talk about and what aspects of innovation in Israel might be relevant. And because when we talk about Israel and innovation, there's so much that can be said and so many examples that can be given and so many things to learn from. And I was thinking, I tried to prepare myself the past few months for this speech, for this event, what I would talk about, would it be cyber, would it be AI, would it be just how the history of Israel got to be the startup nation. And I rewrote the speeches a few times, and then I found myself at the beginning of this week in a completely different situation, a situation that I was too scared to even hope for, and in such a happy way, in a feeling of a new beginning. And I felt that I had to sort of rewrite everything, because I think that history is changing before our eyes. I think it's true for the world as a whole, but especially the past few days in Israel. So I'll now read the speech that I wrote, because I think it's emotional for me. It's been an emotional week for me, and there's so many things I want to say that I don't want to miss anything. So I usually don't like to read from paper, but I think in this occasion, due to the things that we've seen happen and the things that await us, I think I don't want to miss anything. So I apologize for reading, but I urge you to listen, because it's really coming from the depth of my heart, from Israel's depths of the heart, and there's a strong message here that I at least feel very emotional about. So good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to stand here today among leaders, innovators, and visionaries who believe, as I do, that innovation is not only about technology, it's about spirit. It's about the human capacity to rebuild, to imagine, to rise again, stronger, smarter, and more united than before. And perhaps there's no better place to speak about that than from the story of Israel. The past 2 years have tested Israel in ways we've not known for decades. We faced not only a war on our borders, but also a wave of hostility and misunderstanding from parts of the world that once called us partners and friends. We watched our communities torn apart, families shattered, cities under fire, and yet through it all, Israel stood firm. This week, after 2 long years of heartbreak and uncertainty, the last of the living hostages finally returned home. An entire nation exhaled in relief, in gratitude, in grief, and in resolve. We will never forget those we lost, and will not rest until every one of them, even the fallen, is brought home. But this moment marks something deeply meaningful. Israel is beginning to heal. We're beginning to rebuild, and we will continue to innovate because that is who we are. If you look only at the headlines, you might expect to see a nation shaken by hardship. But if you look closer at the data, at the startups, at the investors, you see something else entirely. Israel's economy remains strong. Our innovation ecosystem continues to attract global investment. Our companies in cybersecurity, AI, health tech, energy, and agriculture are still solving global problems even under extraordinary circumstances. This isn't by chance. It's part of the DNA of the startup nation. It's what happens when resilience is built into your national character. It's what happens when survival and creativity are the same thing. Throughout the past 2 years, Israeli engineers coded from bomb shelters, entrepreneurs turned their logistic companies into volunteer networks. Farmers in the south replanted their fields under the sounds of artillery. Mothers went back to work. Students returned to universities. And the message was clear. We will carry on because that is who we are. That is how we are, and that is how we survive. These past 2 years reminded us of the foundation of which Israel was built. When the world questioned us, sometimes misunderstood us, we were reminded of an old truth. We can only count on ourselves. That was true in 1948, and it's true today. Our founders didn't wait for permission to build a state. They didn't wait for ideal conditions for global approval. They built because existence itself demanded ingenuity. And the same spirit drives our innovation ecosystem today. Every Israeli entrepreneur knows that success isn't guaranteed. It's built, tested, and fought for. It's the same attitude that turned the desert into fertile land and scarcity into creativity and isolation into opportunity. Now, as the hostages are home and the guns grow quieter, Israel begins a new phase, healing and renewal. Healing the visible wounds, the losses, the grief, the fear, and rebuilding what was broken. And even as we heal, Israelis continues to innovate. We see it in new mental health startups, in social impact ventures, in communities rebuilding together and finding strength through creativity. This is how we process pain, by transforming it into action, into creation, into light. We know there's still a long road ahead, but we're moving forward, every day a little stronger, every week a little more whole. And through these difficult years, one country's friendship stood out clearly and consistently: India. India has proven once again to be a true ally of Israel, in words, in spirit, in action. From the highest levels of leadership to the public at large, we felt India's empathy and solidarity and its understanding that terrorism anywhere is a threat to humanity everywhere. But our connection goes much deeper than moments of crisis. Israel and India share partnerships rooted in shared values, a belief in democracy, a passion for learning, a culture of innovation, and respect for resilience. Our cooperation runs across every field, from agriculture to water management, from defense to space, from cyber to clean energy. And at the heart of these partnerships are people, talented, creative, and determined individuals who see possibility where others see limitation. Both nations have learned to do more with less, to think outside the box, to find beauty in constraints, and to turn challenges into opportunities. Our cooperation continued even through the hardest times. And now, as Israel begins to rebuild and the world seeks renewal, there's no better moment to take this partnership to new heights. Today, I'm proud to say that 3 Israeli companies are here with us at this summit. I could stand here and tell you about countless Israeli inventors and inventions, about the drip irrigation that changed global agriculture, about the cybersecurity technologies protecting millions, about medical innovations saving lives every day. But instead, I invite you to listen to the voices of the entrepreneurs themselves. They are the living proof of what Israel's spirit innovation truly means, a spirit of resilience, creativity, and unshakable belief that the future can always be built anew. As Israel begins to heal, we remain open to the world and especially to friends like India, because resilience does not mean isolation. It means standing tall, confident enough to collaborate, to share, and to lead together. Our innovations, from climate tech to AI, from water to renewable energy, are not for us alone. They are our contribution to a better, more sustainable world. So when you ask how a small nation, after 2 years of war, can remain a global leader in innovation, the answer is simple. Because innovation for Israelis is not a luxury, it's survival. It's hope made practical, it's resilience made visible. Now that delivering our home, we begin the next chapter, one of healing, rebuilding, and growth. And we'll continue to do what we have always done, turn adversity into advancement and tragedy into transformation. To those who doubted us, we invite you to watch. To those who stood with us, especially India, we thank you. And to those who build with us, let's shape a future that honors the past, celebrates resilience, and proves that even in dark hours, the light will not go out. Thank you.
You know, that's tremendous resolve, and let's give a big round to the whole ecosystem in Israel. You know, I was there, you know, some time back, and I was at this innovation center, which is almost at the border, and they have bombs falling while they're working as well, and they have to, and including us, we went into a shelter for some time and came out. This is true resilience. They live it every day. You know, like they say, learning by doing, right? So I think a lot of startups are truly resilient, and therefore it's good to connect with the Israeli ecosystem. Like I was saying, Shilpa is here. Can I see you, Shilpa? No. Okay. Anyway, she's there, who is taking care of the innovation and public diplomacy, and so I think any of you who need connects later, happy to do that. Well, now we move to another very interesting talk, which will directly give us a segue into the panel discussion that will start, which is Capital Meets Capability. So there's a special keynote speech, and I'm very much thankful to Arthus Gallet to enable it. Delighted to share that we have with us Francois de Coster, Vice President of the Hauts-de-France Regional Council, and this is also called the Northern France region. Something really special and unique ecosystem. So I was with Arthus at the city of Lille, and we spent almost like half a day together, and I find that they have something very, very special, which will benefit the Indian ecosystem and benefit the Indian startup ecosystem, also the family offices and also the VCs. So that's why he's giving a special address. Somehow we have him here in person. So big round of applause to Francois de Coster to tell us what is so special about Northern France and what is that special sauce or secret sauce in your mix and why India has to connect deeply with you. Big round of applause. Over to Francois. Yep.
Thank you, Jos. Thank you for such an introduction. I'm very pleased to hear that. Good morning, namaste. It's wonderful to be back in Bangalore. I would say it's almost a city that I feel almost like a second home. Indeed, from 2007 and 2011, I served as a diplomatic advisor to France's Minister of Higher Education and Research. And during that time, I worked closely with India to accelerate our scientific and space cooperation. Together, we launched ambitious projects from joint satellite missions like Megatropic to strengthening ties between ISRO and the CNES, the French Space Agency. These collaborations prove that when France and India join forces, we achieve extraordinary things, not just in space, but also in innovation, education, and technology. Today, as the strategic partnership between France and India reaches new heights, with unprecedented cooperation in defense, energy, and digital transformation, the Hauts-de-France region, my region, the region that you have visited, stands ready to deepen these ties. And let me add, our region holds a special connection to this partnership, as our president, President Emmanuel Macron, himself hails from Amiens, the second capital of our region, in the heart of Hauts-de-France region. And his leadership has further strengthened the bonds between our two nations, making our region a natural bridge for Indian investors looking to expand in Europe. As Vice President of the Hauts-de-France Regional Council, I'm here to build on this momentum, not just in science, but also in industry, technology, investment. And this panel focuses on capital, policy, and people. And I'm here to tell you, Hauts-de-France region is your fastest route or all three in Europe. The Hauts-de-France region is Northern Europe gateway, a vibrant region stretching from the outskirts of Paris to the Belgian border with direct access to the UK. Our port of Dunkirk offers direct maritime links to India, ports like Nhava Sheva and Mundra ports, making us a natural hub for trade and logistics. Out of more than 250, we are ranked the 10th of the European regions for foreign direct investments, and we are consistently in France's top 3. And why? Just because we deliver speed, certainty, and access. Global leaders like Tata Consultancy Services, AstraZeneca, GSK, Coca-Cola, Microsoft, or IBM have already chosen the Hauts-de-France region. And they know, if you want to scale in Europe, start with us. Investors among you, Indian investors, need agility and support. And North France Invest, our regional agency, and Artis Gallier is with us, and I know that just you know him very well, provides free, confidential, end-to-end assistance, from site selection to permits, with recruitments, access to EU funding. We don't just help you set up, we accelerate your success. Take the E-Valley Data Center project in Cambrai, for example. It's turning our region into a European hub for AI and data infrastructure with ready sites, experienced partners, and significant private investment. This is the kind of large-scale opportunity we offer, tailored for your needs and delivered at speed. We've transformed our industrial heritage into world-class clusters in logistics, advanced manufacturing, agri-tech, green energy, and digital infrastructures. Our universities and engineering schools produce bilingual, EU-ready talent, exactly the kind of workforce that powered our past scientific collaborations and will drive your future projects. And here is the advantage. You get, in our region, Parisian access without Parisian cost. Real estate in Hauts-de-France costs half as much as Paris, and it's 3 times cheaper than London. Labor costs are competitiveness, and our workforce is skilled, adaptable, and ready to collaborate. Hauts-de-France region sits at the heart of Northern Europe, I said it, with immediate access to Brussels, Paris, and London. This unique position gives you direct lines to customers, policymakers, and the powerful European institutions. I'm a member of the European Union Council of the Regions, and I can assure you, we do have an influence. We advocate your businesses that invest in our region, ensuring your voice is heard where it matters, whether it's regulatory dialogue, R&D funding, or market access. We open doors. India is already a key partner for Europe in science and technology. Now, it's time to expand that partnership into industry and infrastructures. To summarize, the Hauts-de-France region offers to you ready-to-go sites for logistics, data centers, and advanced manufacturing, experienced teams to navigate permits and incentives, a pilot project to demonstrate how fast we can turn your vision into reality. Just as we launched satellites together, let's launch your next industrial or technical project in Europe. whether it's a logistic hub, a data campus, or a green energy initiative, we'll provide you with the support, the talent, and the connections to make it happen. I'll be at the summit all day. Come and talk to me and the North France Invest team, to Artus specifically. Let's explore together how we can tailor a free, confidential support package to your project, just as we once tailored scientific missions to our shared goals. Hauts-de-France region is more than just a region. It's your fastest, smartest route to capital, policy, and people in Europe. Thank you very much. Dunyavad, let's build the future together.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Francois, for that, excellent explanation. Now, I want to summarize the two keynotes that we heard in terms of opportunity. So, I'm making a post pitch after you spoke, right? So, Consul of Israel, they have a very interesting port in Israel, which is the Haifa port. And you all know who is the owner of that port, right? If you don't know, you can Google. So there is an Indian connection there at that port. So for industrial scale, that's one opportunity. Francois told about the port in the northern France region, which is very strategic because on the other side is the UK and this side is Europe. So second. Next, we're looking at the capital of capital. So one is in the UK, which is technically by the undersea train 1.5 hours from Lille to London. So, I mean, those of you coming from Whitefield, maybe you took 2 hours in the evening, right? So basically you can go do your meetings in London, meet the venture capitalist, or funds, raise debt, raise capital that's best suiting your needs, and come back to Lille. The other thing, from the political side, Paris is also 1 hour and 40 minutes by train. So, the beauty about this thing is you sit in the train, 1 hour, 1 hour. So now it's even faster, right? So sit in the train, you work, and you're in Paris to do the meetings. So you have the European market, and with UK, you know that we just announced the free trade agreement as well. And on the other side, I think soon there will be a direct flight from Bangalore to Tel Aviv. I hope. I think they're working on that. So once that happens, I think opportunities will amplify, because as soon as distances decrease, opportunities amplify. So with that, the further research you can do, and you can meet the colleagues from their team to understand more deeply as you decide to take your next step. You remember in our MBA classes, there used to be this marketing professor who kept saying, location, 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 right? So why we think location is important is because that's the first choice. Once you've made that choice, everything else is, for the good and bad, stuck to that choice. And so it's really important to weigh carefully what your needs are in the next 5 to 10 years. Even for VCs who have portfolio companies, and you want those portfolio companies to create another source of revenue, not just in Indian rupees, but maybe in US dollar, maybe in Dubai, and so where is the right place? Where is democracy? Where can we have a fair system? And where can we therefore have our location so we will be treated fairly? Because while capital gets invested, it also has a color. It looks for the best, smartest place to start with. So that's why it's important. Now I call upon the next panel, which is Capital Meets Capability, I think the most important panel of TIA Summit. So may I request all the speakers to come on stage, and may I also request the previous two keynotes to come on stage, and if Jan Kune is here, you please come on board. If Chandra is here, any of our advisory board members, please come on stage. We take a group picture, and then we start the panel. So Martin, please come. Avnish, yes, please come. Chandra, any of our advisory board members from TIA Summit are here, please come. Surya Prakash from Idea Spring, Martin, Max from Germany, Dheeraj from Earth Fund, David Rajan from the UK, Samrita Shetty from Synergia Foundation. So can you all come on stage? We'll have to try and stand in front of that table, yes. It's a little complicated, but sorry that we had to put more chairs, so exactly. And Himanshu, get us one more chair on the table if you're somewhere there. Yes, Samrita, please join. All right, we just take this picture because maybe our keynote speakers have to go back because their agenda is a bit tight. I didn't want to miss this picture with the VCs together. Thank you so much. And if some of you are quick enough, please give your cards, at least the VCs, to our keynote speakers. If not now, give it to me later and I will give it to them because then you can be in touch with them as well. So, all right. Thank you so much to the lovely audience who have come here on day 2 as well. I will pick up a mic and I will start. Maybe you have to add one more chair. Oh, no, there is one chair. No. So thank you very much to all of you who have joined here on a Thursday morning. And it's really interesting that we speak about capital meets capability. I think all of you have mics. Let me first start from our surprise speaker for today, from the Baldota family office. Oh, Martin, yes, we have to add one more chair. Just make it a little curve. You see, the good thing is at TIS Summit, it's always expanding, right? When we find another person we need to add, we do it, right? So yesterday I was with Nitin and we said, you know, you have to be with us. They will add your picture later in the website. Don't worry, by tomorrow. But I want to start first to pick your brain because you are a different category of investor, which is family office. This is patient capital. Also, Martin has some angle from there. So first you and then Martin. What is your family office doing? How big are they? Why are they doing what they're doing? So just unpack that in a few minutes for our audience. Yeah. Sure. And also introduce the family office or the family if you can.
Hello. Yeah. So I lead investments for the Baldota family office. So it cuts across the asset classes, right? So we are looking at unlisted. There's a real estate piece. There is a debt, and anything debt-like is another vertical. And the fourth vertical is real estate, right? So these are the 4 verticals. So I lead investments for the unlisted piece. The total corpus allocated is around 1,000 crores. We do both fund investments and direct investments. So currently we have deployed close to $55 million across 43 or 45 odd funds and around 37 odd startups. Why do they do what they do? Firstly, of course, it's preserving generational wealth and, you know, kind of multiplying it. On the unlisted piece, it's, 2-3 reasons. One is, of course, like I said, preserving wealth and multiplying wealth. Also, in some form, just exploring unlisted opportunities is in some form crystal gazing into the future. Whatever is small today will be the unicorns of tomorrow, right? And will essentially be the really large companies of tomorrow, right? So just seeing the journey grow helps us understand, in some form, what is going to happen in the future and which are the ones which will really grow into the future, right? So that more than anything else is why we are doing what we are doing. Perfect, Nitish. Just 2 more questions. Do you only deploy capital in Indian companies? Just unpack that as well. Sure. So right now, I mean, so that's been a little iffy. It's initially started off with 2/3 US, 2/3 global and 1/3 India, and global, then we're largely looking at US. We have done about 7 funds in US. We've done about 2 funds in Israel as well, and happy to, kind of look at some Israeli participation. By the way, just to, kind of put out there, right, among funds whom we have interacted in terms of them being helpful, despite being very small investors in Israeli checks, funds, I've found them to be the most helpful. Whenever I've met them, whenever we've gotten calls, they've really gone overboard in terms of helping us out. That is also when the war is going on. They're getting on calls when, literally there's war going on and they're saying, okay, what do you need and how can I help you, right? So, we've done those. But as we stand and speak right now, given all the regulatory issues, we are finding it difficult to deploy capital overseas. So this year onwards, we're looking at a 2/3 India and 1/3 US, and we're trying to explore a VCC structure based on Singapore to start deploying overseas. Okay, great. Anyway, interestingly, we had the IFSC chairperson here.
We will do something smaller with them to go detailed with the presentation. He offered that yesterday when we met. He will send some of the people there. Maybe we'll do a round table at Gift City. Maybe we'll involve Brigade Group as well, so that we can structure it the right way, so that you know, money is not a pain point for innovation, and you know, money can reach, drive, and scale innovation. Because once that happens, money multiplies, and therefore it's good for everybody in that ecosystem. Martin, nice to have you. You know, Martin just finished the Global Clean Mobility Fund. You will, I think not on this, but regularly on our slide, you will find that logo, which is the GCMS. He is the creator of that interesting ecosystem event, which highlights startups in clean mobility. And he also works very actively with the fund manager for the Mycelio Fund, which is, I think, India's first clean mobility fund, if I'm not wrong. So just unpack to us what Mycelio Clean Mobility Fund does, who can benefit, or who can, you know, who can get money from that fund, how does it work, and you know, any other details that you think our audience will find useful. Over to you, Martin.
Thanks, Jose. Yes, Mycelio is very focused on clean mobility into the entire climate sustainability, you know, sector. We are very sector focused, very focused on mobility alone, but we've invested across the value chain of the clean mobility. We've invested even in eVTOL, the vertical airlift called the E-plane from IIT Madras, Professor Satya. We've invested in battery swapping technologies. We've invested in e-tractor, which is in the agri e-tech space. We've invested in carbon nanotubes, which is one of the few companies in the world which is supplying carbon nanotubes at a cheapest price. It's in Bangalore again. It's one of my favorite ones. They're working with very large companies. Then we have invested in hydrogen electrolyzers. We've invested in battery thermal management software startup. We've invested, there were 12 of them, if I remember clearly, and this 13th one is coming soon. So we are the largest portfolio of clean mobility startups in the country. So, and we had a $30 million fund managed also by Axeler, but even though it's Mycelio fund, it's, you know, parked under Axeler Ventures, which has the pedigree of the last 10 years of investment, funding record. We back early stage startups. We do a lot of follow on, and right now we are mainly looking at, we are staying away from heavy manufacturing-led kind of investments. However, like an e-tractor that we did, their business model was very interesting. It was an IP-led model. Hence, we've invested in the e-tractor company. So the business model is very important. As long as it's not heavy manufacturing, heavy capital intensive, we are ready to back them. So and right now we are also looking at companies who have India market focus. So if there are any global startups who want to come to India, we are, currently we are open to back them up. So when Jose and me were in Israel, thanks to Consular General Orly and team who took us and showed us the Israeli ecosystem, we were surprised with the kind of innovation happening there. We are now helping a powertrain company in Israel to do a POC with an Indian company. So we are happy to help and invest in startups who have an India market focus, because our fund does not allow us to invest outside at this point in time. So I don't know if I've mentioned all of them, but yeah, happy to.
Perfect. Thank you, Martin. You know, it's good that you gave all those aspects. So it's clear people, when they talk to you later at lunch, the conversations will be more focused, and only those needing your help hopefully will connect, and therefore connections become precise and conversations become value adding, right? So thank you so much. Now let me go to Avnish Sabharwal from the Accenture Innovation Ecosystem. Yesterday you had spoken a little bit at the VC roundtable and so on, but some of the people who are here were not there yesterday. So maybe give us a little background of what are those three things that Accenture does, how often you have that accelerator program, and how some startup can apply, how can they then benefit from the wisdom, the market access, the opportunity that Accenture as a global player can provide. So just unpack that a little bit as a corporate venture partner. Over to you, Avnish.
Thank you, Jose. Good morning, everybody. So I represent Accenture Ventures. I started this team about 10 years back. The focus of what we do is to partner, invest, and acquire B2B growth stage deep tech startups. So all the three words are very important for us: B2B, growth stage, deep tech. That's what we do basically. So from a partnership perspective, which is our flagship program, we don't have an accelerator or incubator, it's a running program. So we constantly scan for startups which we can partner with and take them to our clients. And we like to work with startups what we call 2-inch wide and 20-inch deep, right? They should be focused on one part of the value chain and they must be the best in that. So that's the kind of startups we work with. From a partnership perspective, last year we did about $1 billion of incremental sales from India working with our startups. The second program is our investment. So we are corporate venture capital. Investment is two kinds. One is what we call Project Spotlight, which is looking at early stage investments. So this could be seed or pre-series A. One of the investments has been in Pixel, which is a space tech startup in India. And we also are looking for growth stage investments. So we invested in a company called Ansar. We put in about 170 million there. We are now looking at two more investments of 50 and 30 million as well. So we look at early and growth stage both. And the final thing is acquisitions. We do outright acquisitions of startups and companies. Flutura from Industrial AI is one of our spotlight acquisitions, which we did in India. Byte Prophecy is another one. And recently we acquired two semiconductor chip design companies also. So that in nutshell is what Accenture Ventures does. We are very proud to be part of the Indian ecosystem. In fact, my journey and the team's journey started with the Indian startup ecosystem journey. And especially from a deep tech perspective, I have seen the capability and the ecosystem grow, and been privileged to play a small part in that. Thanks, Jose.
Thank you very much. That was a very, very clear, concise explanation of all the three aspects. So just one question I have, Avnish. So a startup that wants to, because you are looking all through the year, right? So that's really interesting. Otherwise, you have to wait for that, application to open. Can they be from anywhere in the world, or is it only for Indian startups? Or how does that part of it work?
Yeah, very good question, Joe. So I don't know how many people know that in Accenture in India is 350,000 people, right? So all of them are not sitting here serving the Indian clients. They are serving our global clients, right? So Fortune 500 clients, which means that if I have a client anywhere in the world, I have to work with startups which are anywhere in the world as well, right? So I work with, definitely because we are based in India, I bias towards the Indian deep tech startups, but we work with every startup from every innovation hub. Israel definitely is a big hunting ground for us. Whenever I go to Israel, it's like a kid in a candy shop. I've never seen more disruptive and innovative startups anywhere than Israel. Having said that, Switzerland, UK, Nordics, US, Singapore, you name it, we are working with all of them. And for us, it's the best technology which we can take to our clients. So yes, both Indian startups and global, we work with, partner, and acquire.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I think Arthas will later connect with you, because you see Accenture allows investment into startups all over. So especially, I think you should reconnect later. And Avnish loves to be in Israel, and I think now there is a good opportunity to go as things clear out and peace takes hold and prosperity will follow immediately. We have Samrata here. I mean, of course, our panel is called Capital Meets Capability. The thing is, if capital does not evaluate rightly the risks that go with it as it gets deployed, basically that capital can get destroyed, So this is the nightmare scenario for VC funds. Of course, this does happen as a percentage. Not every investment works. So they factor that percentage in. But can that percentage of success go up? Can the failure percentage go down? And I just want Samrita, who is the COO at Synergia Foundation, to tell us what a think tank can do to help make better investment decisions and how their research and their work can be a completely valuable asset to VCs and also for startups to look which sectors to pick before they take the big risk, mortgage their house and jump into a new venture. Over to you, Samrita.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Jose, for the opportunity. It's always an honor to be at the well-organized TIA Summit. So connecting the title, Capital Meets Capability, I mean, I would like to start with the humor that I feel capital without capability is like having a Ferrari without fuel, and capability without capital is like a cyclist dreaming of being on a Formula One race, right? So the real magic only happens when the two marry. And we are here today, rightly so, to talk about how we can create, how we can marry this together for a better tomorrow, better future. And as a think tank, we often see both sides of this. One side where we look at investors, we help them, look at the future, we reshape the future, we tell them what is the best way to go ahead. And on the other side, the innovators, the startup, the companies, we strategize them, we mentor them, we tell them about the strategic value they could bring in and help build the right use cases. So basically, when the financial muscle meets intellectual, technology, and human capability, that's when the magic happens. And here's a challenge. Capital today is not about balance sheet. It needs foresight, resilience, and adaptability. Now, the critical question for investor is not how much to invest, rather where to invest. And most importantly is which domain to interest, like Jose rightly pointed out, and what has a great future, right? So this remains the greatest pain for all the VCs. I'm sure most of you all agree. And this is exactly where Synergia comes into picture. Our role is to provide investors with value-added insights that enable nuanced decision, both in identifying the right investments domain and accessing their long-term potential. Now, how we do it is that we carry out rigorous risk evaluations backed by credible insights from our global network of partners and by applying pattern recognition and predictive analysis. This is very important to analyze. So we generate feedback loops that help organizations and companies anticipate risk, and we turn those risks into opportunities. So in short, we look beyond the curve. We identify possible risk, and that can be made into profitable opportunities to enlarge their businesses. So to conclude, capability is about what we can do, and capital is what we choose. And to help you all choose, Synergia is the right partner to be with. So skate to where the puck is going to, not where it already is. So that's where we can help, guide, and mentor.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that wonderful anecdote in the beginning and then tying it all together. Yesterday we had General Reddy, also from Synergia Foundation, who made a very interesting point, because some of you were not here yesterday. He said, look, when, the latest, most hottest sector is defense and aerospace, right? For whatever reasons, geopolitically, there's a lot of disruption. So he's saying, look, any defense apparatus of a country cannot come out and scream, we have this gap, we have this problem, this doesn't work, because that would be a disaster, right? Because you would give your enemy straight away the list of all your problems. So they cannot directly go to the market and make it public where the gaps are. In other industries, we could. Like somebody would say, hey, I want to make a plane that goes at double the speed with half the fuel, so that we make more money for the shareholders. But in defense and so on, a lot of these requirements don't come out. And that's why they also work closely with the think tank to orchestrate conversations, to bring and filter the right people who can then know the truth to provide solutions. So that's a very interesting thing to keep in mind, especially those VCs who want to focus in that area. And I have to also mention on their behalf that in next year, I think February, they have the large Synergia Conclave, which will happen in Delhi, which will bring key players together in a conference setting, but also in parallel rooms for discussion to find needs and to match needs without making much of it public. So therefore, if you need more information about that, because that too is a completely invite-only event, and you can meet Samrita, and also I think I see Ritika from Synergia. She was here yesterday as well. Now let's go to David. And David, you've ran companies, you've exited some of them, and you are in the UK-India corridor a little bit, if I can say that. Tell us a little bit what you plan to do going forward as an angel investor or a mentor to startups, and where do you see the next 3 to 5 to 10 years in your perspective, given your experience and what you know about India and also about the UK? Over to you.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah.
I can give it a go. For me, I've spent 30 years in early stage technology.
Closer, up.
I've been building early stage tech for 30 years.
Okay.
And as you say, I've done, 3 companies. I've run incubators. I've done so many tech companies.
We may have a problem following your UK accent, so let me
slow down.
So you said you sold 3 companies.
I've done 3 companies, and I have worked in early stage technology for 30 years.
Okay.
And the panel title is really intrinsically the fundamental of what you need to succeed. You need money, absolutely, and I've raised lots of money to build businesses over the years. But the real thing that you absolutely need, which I think Indian technology companies, especially deep tech, need, is commercialization skills. The ability to take deep tech overseas. Over the years, I think India's really done well at digital technologies and selling them indigenously. But the science we're starting to see come through in India today is international. And companies not only need capital, and so I'm here partly to look at bringing external capital to play in India, but at the same time, it's got to be married with capability. And the capability is to show me the money. It's how do you internationalize that science? How do you sell it to American and European customers, UK customers? And so it's at the intersection of those 2 things that I'm interested. And that's what I think the next 5 years is about.
Perfect.
Being able to do that well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So really very, very important point. I'll just unpack that, for some of us here as well in the room. Sometimes we are not good at commercializing the deep tech solution that we have. So I think it's really critical to think about commercialization and, have advisors as a startup in your board to find that pivot of where traction will come and how you will create customer income for your startup. And I think once that is solved, I think we have to add that in the capability piece, then you can find even more capital to scale and go international. Thank you, David. But you are also available as a mentor and supporter if you like the startup, right? So I think you should meet David over lunch because he's planning to be quite active in India, and therefore those startups that really have a great tech, have solved some difficult problem, but are looking for commercial use cases, how to repackage that whole thing so revenue starts flowing. You should have people like David on your advisory board.
And I would just say, to my French and German friends, I'm a European national.
Okay.
I'm also a UK national. I'm an overseas citizen of India.
Okay.
And even to the Israeli council, I believe I'm still eligible for my Israeli passport. So in terms of the ethos of this event, I believe in exactly that ambition to bring Indian technology to the world.
Excellent. You're truly global. Thank you. We have a global citizen at our summit. That's really interesting. All right, now we just move and come back to the Earth. So Dheeraj runs and manages the Earth Fund, and they deploy capital. And interestingly, what they've also done is they collaborated to create a larger pool of capital, which they can then deploy to make the built environment, which is all the things that we see, the buildings, the real estate, the infrastructure, helping that, which has a huge carbon footprint, helping that completely transition. So they actively invest in startups and they do a bunch of things. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear from Brigade REAP, which is one of, I would say, sub-verticals, or the Earth Fund also knows the startups there. That is the Real Estate Accelerator Program. You'll hear them in the afternoon, along with the circular panel, and Sharon will be here from Israel talking about that as well. But I wanted you to unpack a little bit what this Earth Fund does, and what are you doing with Rainmatter and Zerodha. So just unpack all those elements piece by piece.
Yeah, thanks, Jose, for that introduction. Hi all, I'm Dheeraj from Earth Fund. We exist to solve a very critical problem in one of the most important sectors for any country's GDP, which is real estate. And what we exactly do, while we all know that real estate as a sector has lagged significantly in tech adoption, while we know solutions which help you buy and sell real estate, which rent real estate, but what if I told you that you could literally print buildings or manufacture buildings in factories and assemble today? 10 years ago, it would have been it's like a far-fetched thing, but it's possible today with technology. Second, what if I told you that you could literally, with the help of deep tech and AI, while your building is being constructed, tell exactly what's the quantity of cement, steel, etc. have gone in, and help you reconcile with the contractors? That's possible today with technology. Third, what if you could own, a piece of a holiday home, what you like, say in Goa or in Bali or in Thailand, with the help of blockchain? That's possible today with fractionalization that's happening in technology. So we are seeing these kind of technologies emerge today, and we are here to back these kind of technologies in a sector which has been, devoid of, significant tech adoption. In fact, there's a very interesting study by McKinsey which states that in the last 2 decades, the construction sector has seen just 1% productivity growth versus 4% or 3.5% for the global economy as a whole. So we realize this gap, and we are here to fulfill this gap. And the second aspect of our thesis is sustainability. Why? Because this sector is the largest contributor, or rather, to the global greenhouse gas. It contributes to over 40% of emissions. For example, in this building or in this room, we are about, say, about 100, 150 people. But what if there are about 400 people? Would someone have to go and manually adjust your ACs, lighting, etc., or rather you leave it to your IoT devices and occupancy sensors to automatically adjust, thereby reducing your carbon footprint? And so that kind of technology is what Earth Fund is here to back. And we are backed by one of the leading builders in the country, as well as the largest broking house, which is Zerodha. And yeah, we're happy to collaborate and back founders in this space.
Excellent. What is the fund size?
We are a $35 million fund. It's the first fund, while we are backed with a 10-year history of accelerating startups in this space. But it's the first fund, and yeah, we are here to back startups which are either based out of India or which are building solutions for the global market.
Excellent. Thank you so much, for that wonderful, explanation. I think it's really interesting that someone has to also solve the hard, real ground problems. So it's really nice you do it with the Earth Fund. And many of you know Nikhil Kamath, and their family office, the Zerodha Fund is also part of that. So which means as they go to Fund 2 and 3, this will significantly scale. So the money available will go up, maybe 5x, 10x. And so meet Dheeraj and take his card. That's what I would say. And that's what I would do. Now we move to Surya Prakash, who is from Idea Spring Capital. You see 2 words, idea and spring, So when you have a good idea, you have to reach higher. You can't stay in the same place. Additionally, Surya is also a charter member at TIE and also part of the board of TIE. TIE is the Indus Entrepreneurs. So he also uses his personal time as a mentor and supports many startups. Yesterday you heard Suri at the VC roundtable, but I just wanted him, you know, because his name is interesting, Surya Prakash, sunlight, right? So to throw some light on what all Idea Spring Capital does, and I know you are at the third fund now, or you know you are raising even more. Just tell us also those ambitions so that people understand that how your faith in the Indian ecosystem is actually scaling with the capital that you're raising as well. Over to you, Surya.
Okay, thank you, host Joseph, for inviting me here. Yesterday I took only 30 seconds. Today I will take a bit more. So actually this capital meets capability, right? Like this is something the way we thought when we actually started Idea Spring. The team at Idea Spring, we all are entrepreneurs who have co-founded startups. So among us, we have co-founded 6 startups and with 3 exits, okay. And in 2015, when we started thinking about Idea Spring Capital, we knew that we have capability. We also forecasted that there are going to be a lot of B2B startups coming out of India in the next 10 years. And because those days, most of the funds used to invest in B2C, as you know, right? So we said we are going to be that fund which is going to focus only on B2B product innovation startups, because we knew there is capability. What they lack is actually the capital and also the help, because many of them are first-time entrepreneurs. So that's how we actually started Idea Spring Capital. We raised about 120 crores, invested in 16 startups. We have got 6 exits, and then we raised another second fund, 265 crores. And we have invested in 17 startups. So totally about 33 startups. Now we are raising our third fund, which is going to be 500 crores plus 250 green shoe. We are doing this because we know that, okay, India is becoming more and more product nation, and there is capability to build global products from India. So we lead investments in science and technology-based startups, building global products from India. Technology or science differentiation is very key for our investment. I'll just give you a couple of examples of the investments we have done so that you get an idea of how deep is deep tech, right? So we have invested in a quantum computing startup, like founded by ex-professor from Rice University. Today, if you talk to anybody in the quantum space, quantum computing space, everybody says we don't have enough qubits to solve big problems. This startup called Accelerquant, there's still in stealth mode, I'm giving you some info though. They actually accelerate quantum computing to the extent that they can solve very big problems using very few qubits. The technology is proven, they're actually doing POCs now. And so basically, like, just imagine a startup can actually crunch about 2 years, like whatever you think that you can solve in 2 years from now can be solved today. And that actually has a lot of business value, because when these technologies are used by businesses to take decisions, that's when actually it makes sense. Otherwise, it's still research, right? So we look at people who have done research and how they are applying that to solve business problems. So the second example, a company which actually led again by another professor with about 30 years of research in Raman spectroscopy, right? So they use that to identify materials. But the kind of use cases which it can be applied is like huge. One can be like identifying explosives and drugs, right, in airports without touching, right? You just send light and you can tell, hey, this package, this bag has explosives, so take care of it, right? So things like that. The other use case is actually, can I identify sepsis in 15 minutes? Because it's all identifying materials, right? So these are the kind of the deep tech startups. I'll also come of some of the deep science startups we have invested in. Initially, we were not science people, because of which we were not doing it, but we saw a lot of innovation happening in India in the science field, and we started investing. One of the companies is called Ahamyun Biosciences, which actually is a drug discovery startup. They're actually making a cream for vitiligo, which is actually a huge problem all over the world. there is no drug today which can actually bring the color back to normal. Okay, so that is one. And couple of protein engineering startups with a lot of focus also from the Indian government on the protein stuff. We have invested in a company called KCAT Enzymatic, which they also have AI, okay, they also have software aspect, but they're actually more of a, so they have a platform to discover enzymes. They help pharmaceutical companies which use a lot of chemicals, right, in the manufacturing process to go greener by actually replacing chemicals by enzyme. That's one. And another fusion protein startup called Fix44, which actually has built a protein, like you make it in the lab, okay? And it's 500 times sweeter than sugar. Wow. So just imagine you can actually that can help a lot of people to become healthy, right? Basically things like that.
Sweetest investment, right?
Yeah, I mean, like whenever I talk about it, people say, "Can I get some?" so that's so basically what we are seeing is there is a lot of opportunity to invest in deep tech in India now, and also there are a lot of researchers becoming entrepreneurs. But see, we do deep tech, we also do hard tech. It's not that okay everything will be deep tech, but since this is we are focusing on deep tech here, I'm bringing some of these things. And also climate tech, there's the semiconductors, right? And quantum, so many areas we can invest in. And we believe that actually there'll be more and more deep tech startups coming out of India in the next 10 years, and we want to play a role there. Yeah.
Absolutely, thank you so much. You see, that's the mentor part that did the speech, right? So he had to mention some of his portfolio companies. That's the passion with which they work so closely. It's not just writing a check and saying, see you next year with the numbers, but it's more involved and more engaging. That's how I have known Surya as well. Whatever he does in Thai is all non-paid, gratis service for a lot of startups, helping them make it correct, make it right. So
actually, I'll tell you why we are doing it. Because when actually I did my first startup in '99, there was no ecosystem in India. So we had to go to the US for everything, right? For building the product. We built the product in India, but for the market, for investment, everything we had to go there. But we want to change that, right? And that's changing now, actually. So a lot of people helped us, so we also have to help.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's the circular economy, right? As help came, you continue to help forward. All right, now we have Max here with us. Max is from Germany. I would ideally say Dr. Max von Laue, but he's also wearing multiple hats. He's part of the board of what is called the Indo-German Young Leaders Forum, IGYLF, which is a tremendous organization bringing together young leaders so that they can dream bigger, form connections, and scale with big ideas and visions. Additionally, Max also is trying to create a India-Germany fund and doing some things on that corridor already. So maybe, Max, you can tell us what you plan to do and how it's going. Yeah, over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Jose. Yeah, I'll just do a background so you know basically who you're dealing with. I grew up in India, so whenever I'm here, it becomes a little personal because that's how it all started. And always felt there should be more going on, more connections, more friendships between India and Germany, because the connections and whatever was happening between India and Germany was always very good, but also super boring. And everybody who was in that sector would agree that much more could happen because there are kind of so many overlapping interests, super great democracies, amazing people and all. So 10 years ago, a friend of mine and I came up with an idea which ended up to be the Indo-German Young Leaders Forum. Once a year, we organize a conference alternating between India and Germany, where we put together 50, 40 young leaders from each, in total, so 20 Indians, 20 Germans. We put them in a room together for 4 days, not one room only, but give them a program that makes them interact a lot. And the ultimate aim of that is to kind of push the up-and-coming leaders from each country towards the other country. So imagine 10 years ago, basically all the Germans were looking at the US and China. Indians wouldn't really consider Germany as an interesting destination. It'd also go to the US or UK, wherever. That has changed a bit already now, but it was really in our, like, what we wanted to achieve is that those people that did not have the other country on the radar yet would have it in the next, let's say, 30, 40 years of their careers, because the age that we are targeting is 25 to 40. So that's the one thing, that's the NGO work that I do, and also how we met. The second thing is, and that kind of also came out of that, is that I have a investment and family office background. So till a couple of months ago, I worked for a German family office, and was about to build like an India strategy for them. But when I came here and spoke to many, many fund managers, I realized that far too little is happening in that sector. I don't mean that too little is happening in the Indian venture and investment sector, but between Germany and India, or even Europe and India. Because all the investors in the cap tables of the big funds, not all, there's always exceptions, but they'd be like US investors, Middle East, Japan, Korea. And I'd be like, really, every time somebody mentioned a German investor, that was like the odd one out. So there's basically either the entire world getting it wrong about the opportunity that is there in India, or Europe might be missing a train there, and you can guess which one is my opinion. So that's why I kind of took that leap of faith and jumped into the cold water, and I'm setting up now a fund of funds that enables Europeans to invest into India without actually knowing much about it. Because there is, people know too little about how to invest to India, and then they're kind of scared away. They're interested, they think it's an interesting market, but yeah, then they just don't put in the effort. So what I'm doing is I'm creating the gateway drug to India for investors in order to make them access the Indian market. Now, why am I telling you all this? It's basically the main message I want to convey today is how important, and that comes from the Young Leaders Forum's work, actually the awareness of intercultural differences in leadership it actually is. Because that's something I come across in many of the conversations with the participants that I have. So, of course, it's always kind of an attractive thing to have also some foreigners in the cap table, and you can always imagine that that's going to help a lot because they will open doors for you. And of course, and that's a very important also selling point for my fund, is that when I speak to the funds here, it's kind of, I would be their main connection to the European market. So that's very true, and it all sounds super good, but I've seen so many cases where all these stars seemed to have aligned, but then one wrong word was spoken in a way, somebody was rude to the other person, and you know how it sometimes is, people wouldn't really show that German guy that he just really said the wrong thing, they just like shut down and like silently walk away, and that is happening so often. So really what I want to convey is that the importance of leaders to be aware of whom they are dealing with and to put in the extra effort, actually not the moment that you need the money, but maybe now that you don't need it, to learn about the other cultures and to learn about differences in management styles and to turn these differences into actually a learning journey, learning experience for everybody. Thanks.
Excellent. You see, that's the hard work that's needed because like yesterday we were saying, you know, your heart is where your money is, and your heart is where your emotion is, and your heart is where your culture is. So unless you get the heart sorted out, the money will not flow. And I think, you know, that's a more complex affair to deal with.
And if I can just jump in, actually also the other way around. I want the Germans' money to be here so their heart also follows and they put even more emphasis on India.
Absolutely, yeah, it's true. What works this way, it works the other way. Every action triggers an equal and opposite reaction as well. Excellent. I think, you know, that was really nice, a very power-packed conversation. You know, it's always, you know, generally I would say the VC infrastructure is always giving. So I thought I should also give something back, but, you know, I'm not giving, giving any capital. But what I thought is, when Martin and me were in Israel, we met a very, very interesting startup, Michael from Israel, who's done something amazing. Unfortunately, his visa, there was some confusion as well. So, you know, we need that advertisement, right? Do you have the visa power? So, you know, we have to find out how to close that loop in the next year. But Jan connected us to Michael from ChargeCo Bikes, something very, very innovative. Our assessment is this thing will become big, but we are happy to be wrong. That's the first step of humility. Having said that, I thought, since, I'm not the EV guy, Martin is, so we both of them we met Michael in Tel Aviv, and we saw and we drove this electric bike. So we have a 6-minute video, which we want all of us to watch, and then we will go down, and then Jan will have a small presentation, and then we give you the gift of time, because normally we were supposed to have lunch at 1, but we will have lunch at 12:30, we will break at 12:30, so you have 1.5 hours to connect, to have lunch, and then we restart at 2, the next track. So with your permission, first we play the 5-minute video. I think we can watch it here. If you're ready, Himanshu, give us the signal and you can start.
Why do all EVs use region braking,
Okay.
but e-bikes don't? E-bikes use freewheeling to disengage the motor. Most electric cars do not offer such disengagement technology. Charge offers a novel clutch system that enables both region braking and freewheeling. Using our solution, the disc brake is disconnected from the hub and reconnected to the planet carrier inside the gearing system. Charge, drive further, drive safer, drive better.
Hello everybody, my name is Michael Nenner and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Charge. And I'm honored to take part in this TIA Summit, and though I could not attend in person, I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to showcase our technologies with you and show you why Charge is changing electric mobility. Charge aims to unleash the EV powertrain from the internal combustion engine era. We develop novel drivetrain technologies that enable you to drive further, drive safer, and drive better, all while reducing vehicle costs. Our core invention, Sleep Drive, forms the foundation of our technology portfolio. It's the world's first and only drivetrain technology that offers both freewheeling and regenerative braking in a single architecture without compromise. Our patents are cleared in the US and entering global markets. Our business model is IP licensing. We integrate our technology into OEMs and Tier 1 manufacturers across e-mobility sectors. And this allows us to focus on innovation while our partners do the distribution and production. We already have purchase orders and discussions underway with leading names in e-mobility and automotive. When we started, we asked ourselves a simple question. Why do all EVs use region braking, but e-bikes don't? The short answer is this. Bicycles use freewheeling, while EVs use direct drive powertrains. Freewheeling gives cyclists the efficiency of coasting, but it lacks and blocks the ability to do regenerative braking. And cars use direct drive, which is okay for region braking, but lacks the ability to coast, because you always have to go through the clogging of the magnets. For years, engineers have thought that you can either have this or that, but with Charge, we prove that you can have both. Charge offers the world's first and only powertrain that allows you to do both freewheeling and regenerative braking, opening up a world of opportunities. The key to achieving this fundamental change is changing the interconnection between the brake system, the motor system onto the wheel. Previously, the brakes and the motor were connected onto the wheel separately and parallelly. As an exaggeration, you could press on the drive pedal and on the brake pedal, and these two systems would fight each other on the wheel. With Charge, we dramatically change how this works. We connect the braking system and the motor system in series onto the wheel using a planetary gear system. With our system, when you brake, it regenerates proportionally. When you coast, it disengages the motor in zero delay to allow you more efficient drive. When you accelerate, it instantly reacts with immediate zero delay action. The result is a smoother, safer, and more efficient drive, which is redefining how we interact with electric vehicles. Not only is this system more efficient, it also enables single motor torque vectoring drag with zero delay and perfect traction control. This eliminates cornerstone components in the drivetrain, such as the differential, the clutch, on-wheel braking, and ABS. A true radical revolution. Our go-to-market strategy starts where adoption is quickest, with e-bikes. This segment grows over 20% annually and allows us to validate technology and scale up. From e-bikes, we intend to grow onto two-wheelers, e-rickshaws, and once proven, onto EVs, cars, buses, and trucks. While designed mainly for the e-mobility sector, our technology is relevant for other segments as well. For example, you can put sleep drive onto a hub motor in an aircraft's vehicle. This will allow the aircraft to reverse on its own, completely nullifying the need for taxiing vehicles. Other segments are relevant as well, such as robotics and others. Let's take a look on how this works on an e-bike demo unit. As I apply the throttle, the motor drives the wheel. As you can see, the disc is not moving with the wheel, and this is the first time you ever saw this. That's our true coasting feature in action, keeping the motor disengaged. But how can I brake the vehicle if nothing's moving, right? So now, I release the throttle, and the disc is now able to rotate with the wheel. So I have something to brake. And when I apply the brake, the motor is engaging to recover the energy through true region. This combination of mechanical ingenuity and intelligent control is what's setting Charge apart. At Charge, we're redefining how energy flows through every wheel in every vehicle. And if you want to become part of this revolution, please check out some more information on us on our website using the links or the QR code appearing on the screen. I want to thank you all for having this time and listening. I want to especially thank the TIA team and Mr. Jose Jacob for having us on board. And I hope to be there next time and meet you all. Thank you.
Charge, drive further, drive safer, drive
Thank you.
better.
So sorry that I put you through that trouble. This thing didn't work here. But before I give to Martin, because Martin is from the EV space, I just want to add this. At TIA Summit in 2018, we had Ather Electric. So Tarun was on stage, and that time there were a group of people from IIT doing something in that space. We believed in them. We got their bike on the second floor of Conrad Hotel, kept it there, had a selfie booth and so on. Today, Ather has gone IPO, all of you know, and they also won the award at Mycelios event yesterday, right? When we met Michael, I had a similar feeling, but nonetheless, I'm not sure what will happen. But I thought, Martin, if you just explain in 1 minute, what exactly is that core we drove the bike, it's amazing. It's something completely different from all other electric bikes. So I can't explain the feeling, but Martin, can you just 1 minute throw a technical light into
You shouldn't ask these questions because I'm also from a VC, so we like to hunt for these innovative tech and then be the first one to put the money on. But anyway, having said that, just to simplify, what the technology that Michael brings is when you brake, it regenerates and brings back more energy into the battery. So what happens is you can increase the efficiency of the bike. So your charging, etc., can be reduced. So that technology, and he's doing it through a little bit of a software, re-engineering the mid-drive motors using the planetary motions in the motor. So it's very interesting. It's probably the first in the, he's got a lot of patent across different geographies already. So that's why he's boldly putting it on in the public. I don't think there's anybody in the country today has anything called the regenerative braking at this scale. Our powertrain team has already evaluated. We're now doing a POC with them. He's so confident that it'll at least be 8% increase, but if not more. So he's a very nice, as an individual, he's very, very knowledgeable, very passionate. That's what, as an investor you want to see. If the founder has knowledge, is the team great? So that's what I found in him. And from a tech standpoint, I think it's pretty interesting. He's already talking to a couple of Indian motor companies, manufacturers already, and a couple of OEMs also. So I don't know if that makes
Great.
sense.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to our panel here. May I request all of you maybe to have one picture just for us together, and then we go down. Terry, yes, you are here. Okay. All right. You can play some music while they take the picture. All right, thank you so much. We have one additional speech which is also useful for our VC ecosystem. You know, the India diaspora is all over the world. And so we have now Rosh Alex from GDPIO. Now, what does GDPIO do? They try to connect with the India diaspora all over the world and help them re-engage with India, reinvest in India, and probably come back and reconnect with the economy. So may I ask Rosh to come and give us a 5-minute overview on what GDPIO does. After that will be Jan, and then we have networking and lunch. Over to Rosh Alex, General Secretary of GDPIO. Big round of applause to Rosh. Yes.
Yeah, so I promise you I'm as hungry as you guys, so I'll keep it short and fast. Thank you, Mr. Jose, for giving me this opportunity. So we spoke on so many corridors today. We spoke on the India-UK corridor. We spoke on the Indo-German corridor. But there is one corridor that is, the global Indian corridor, and that is the Indian diaspora. Why did we come to the Indian diaspora? Let me just give out a few numbers, and let it sink in as to the impact of these numbers. If we look at the NRI deposit schemes, only for 24-25, we hit about 16.6 billion USD. The FDI inflows for 24-25 was 81.4 billion. The foreign remittances for 24-25 is 135 USD, which amounts to 3.1% of your Indian GDP. The closest diaspora remittances is Mexico, which is less than half, about 80 billion USD. These figures speak for itself, right? Now, what is the diaspora? They are basically two main categories. One is person of the Indian origin, and the other being the NRIs, that is the non-resident Indians. Of course, we have the OCIs also, but they have now been, the PIOs have been made OCIs. So when you are talking about the strength of the Indian diaspora around, we started with about 1.6 during the period. They were, indentured laborers who went from around the period of 1823 to about 1.6 million. They became 6 million in 1990 and jumped 5 times to the number now that is about 35 million Indian diaspora worldwide. So we are talking, the size of a country itself, right? So now I have been part of these diaspora forums maybe for the last 10 years. I have seen the kind of people that that exist. We are talking Indians who are in the House of Lords. We are talking Indians who manufacture defense for nations outside, the African nations. We have Indians who have built Fortune 500 companies outside of India. This is amazing, and they are now in a position to help India, not only in terms of capital, where which exactly is the theme of this, where capital meets capability, capability being the ecosystem now that is India, that is fast growing. So we decided to focus on the capabilities of India and try and expose it. And then I met 2 of my closest colleagues, that is Gopika Pillai and Prinand Premachandran, who shared the same passion, and we decided to create the organization that is Global Diaspora Forum for People of Indian Origin, only to focus on a business ecosystem to funnel and create a trust for the Indian diaspora with the industry here. And that's how we spawned the idea of Ascend Karnataka. So I would request the video be played so that we can just give you an idea on how we planned the entire event.
Across the world, people of Indian origin are shaping economies, driving innovation and building global connections. And at the heart of India's growth story, GDPIO brings Ascend Karnataka, which guided Karnataka stands tall, a land of entrepreneurs, visionaries and change makers. Guided by the vision and leadership of the GDPIO office bearers, and supported by an esteemed advisory board, bringing wisdom, global networks and decades of experience. Ascend Karnataka 2025 is more than a conference. It is a movement, a platform where diaspora leaders, investors, innovators, and policymakers come together to co-create the future of business, technology, and sustainable growth. From international trade bodies to startups, from venture capital to social impact, Ascend Karnataka connects Karnataka with the world, and the world with Karnataka. Join us at Ascend Karnataka 2025. Celebrate our diaspora. Shape the future. Let's ascend together.
Thank you. So and that's how Ascend Karnataka was born and we decided to do it in August 25th and 26th. We just concluded it, and we were more than honored to have Mr. Jose, who's one of our advisors for the board. He's been a pillar for us, and we're thankful to his support. This was held at the Sheraton Grand. So what did we bring together in Ascend Karnataka? We brought together decision makers, CXOs, founders, and the global Indian diaspora who are decision makers themselves or are looking to India in some way or the other, either for skill or either for investment into industry. We managed to bring a head of associations, the advisor to the PM of Singapore, the German Indo-Business Alliance chairman, who is also doing, working with some of the trade associations here, that is FKCCI. So these were the kind of people that we brought together. We exposed about 9 industries, focus sectors to the diaspora, 300 plus attendees. And of course, we've been talking about Karnataka for the last, from yesterday, you would have heard Mr. Sanjeev also speaking about out of 102 unicorns from India, 52 are from Karnataka. So Karnataka was the first edition where we decided, let's showcase our home state. We have bought up here. So we felt the need to bring Karnataka to the front first. Of course, this is only the first edition. We intend to go on a pan-India level also once for the next edition. The office bearers, as I have shown, the advisory board, the pillars on which we helped, on which this was a highly successful, Mr. Vineet Verma and Mr. Jose Jacob and Ms. Uma Reddy and Dhaval Kadakia and Mangal Dev, sir. So these were the sectors: aerospace, cyber security. We started the day with a bang with the VC table, where we had more than 40 plus VCs, talking about deployment of capital. And so this was our event which was extremely well received, and we had more than 300 plus over 2 days attend the event. We are thankful to all of these people, some of whom are sitting in this room today also as we speak, for being part of this event. The partners who worked with us, Electronic City Industry Association, really hats off to them. They've been a great support for us. And you have Mercedes-Benz and IQ and Clear, Talisma. All of these guys came forward to be part of this event, and we are thankful to them. And support from Karnataka Digital Economy Mission and Invest Karnataka was also there. So this is the representation of countries that we have. Both, we had more than 7 plus chambers of commerce coming together on the stage, talking about trade policies and how the Indian diaspora can work together. So, thank you. So thank you so much. And in conclusion, on a lighter note, I would like to say, amongst my colleagues, I always say that I was one of the first to bring a person of Indian origin back to India by marrying my wife, who's from Bahrain. So, in that light note, thank you.
Okay, so Jose is not here, so I take over the moderation. So I will welcome now Jan on stage. It's me. So it's good to be back again, and I'm really looking forward to take you on a journey on this one. And maybe you can bring the PowerPoint up. And while the technology is working there, you heard about a few stories where we as Grundig Academy are bringing in disruptive solutions into this space and bringing them down on the ground. And now I want to tell you the story of Grundig Academy as such, because I'm the CEO of the Grundig Academic Group. You might remember the Grundig, you know, radios, TV stations. Yeah, right. So the last technology standing Grundig in Germany is us, academia. So that tells a story. Knowledge stays longer than products. Okay, so this is what we're working on. So I'm the CEO of Grundig Academy, hub for transformative education on one side and the launchpad for disruptive solutions. And this is about us. We are a group. We've got different entities, starting from Grundig Academy, Germany and Istanbul. We've got a telco company, a telco training company. We've got schools. We've got a public transport academy. And we've got a company together with the University of FOU, which is one of the biggest universities in Bavaria. So we heard today in the morning why skilling is important, and Vijay and Aditya painted a very clear picture of what's happening in the age of AI with jobs. And there will be a lot of reskilling be needed. And we look at this kind of reskilling needed, it's the first revolution which really hits the white-collar workers. And I don't want to paint this dark doomsday story here. I just wanted to open up your minds and saying, okay, skilling is really something what we have to take forward in a totally different way which we might have done before. And we as Grundig Academy Group are really focusing on this one. And thank you very much for the discussion we had before with the Indian diaspora, because you will see many solutions in the slide deck which are coming from the Indian diaspora and coming directly from India, bridging the world and making a revolution, a disruption in education as well. So thank you for this bridge. So there's a high impact on white-collar workers, and we have to really look into reskilling and what we do. And I just want to take you on a journey and invite you at the end of the speech. Please come up to me. If you have a disruptive solution, come up to me. We're going to take it to the globe, if it is as well in the space of education and all that. Right, so we see a lot of new jobs are coming out of this. So human-machine team manager, we just heard about the agentic AI. So at the end of the day, you will have team appraisals to an agentic AI, which is a totally different story that we had before. We have data privacy officers. We've got AI trainers, you name it, you name it, you name it. So there's a lot of new jobs are coming out of it, and we have to be ready for this. One of the new jobs there is traffic management. And I'm very happy to announce that we, together with Arcadis Group, are providing an AI-based traffic simulation training center at Grundig Academy, so people can learn traffic management on real-world problems. So our approach is not some theory, but taking it out to the ground. And the beauty is the police commissioner of Bangalore allowed us to use the data. The only thing is to bring the better solutions back. And we are more than happy to do so. So this is one thing we're going to do, having a traffic simulation center training on real-time data coming from India, which is super, super cool. We do that, by the way, with our Public Transport Academy. So, and by the way, we are looking as well for bus drivers. There's a shortage of 100,000 bus drivers in Germany, right? Just to give you a knowledge on this one. So we're doing two things. We're doing, the traditional stuff on, driving a bus. That's one thing. And we're looking for the next iteration of it, how to manage public transport. This is an interesting one, and actually the guy who co-founded that, his name is Gurmeet Narula, and you might think where he's coming from. Yeah, well, he's coming from San Jose. Living there in the Silicon Valley, I've got my leg in the Silicon Valley too, together, and we together start and bring forward Copal AI. What is Copal AI doing? Well, Copal AI is basically helping us to present learning material in a totally different way. And you all know that, having lectures for a long time, reading books is not really the thing what's going to happen. So we were rethinking the whole story of how lectures will be done in future. And we came up with a solution which is a video book. And could you click on it for the moment to look into this? This is about transportation, by the way. And you have a book there. It looks like a book. It feels like a book. And yes, you can open the page. It opens like a book, and you see the description. You can go on further. You see the videos right in there. You can put your notes down there. You can ask actually a chatbot inside an AI what was the content, what was the most important parts. So that's important for the exams afterwards, of course. You can recap. You can create your own courses in this. You can do your quizzes in this. You can do it as a lecturer. Use it for yourself and co-create together with AI your lecturing on transportation, this one. Or you as a student, you can put your thoughts and processes into it, you can link it, and you can get the curated, trustworthy content from the web curated into this book at the same time. So AI is not only revolutionizing white-collar jobs in insurance and banking, but it does as well in education as well. So we really have to look into the next horizon on this one. So Pradeep, just think of Q-Days explained in this beautiful book. This is exactly what we're looking for. Okay, next one. Can we go back to the slide deck? One more? One more? I'm taking over. Okay, now this is the next one. We were talking about agents. And this one is Evoco. Evoco is born and bred by Bosch Global Software Services, based in Bangalore, right? And it's a spin-off. It's a spin-off from Bosch Global Software Services, and I'm part of this one, and we as Grundig Academy, because what we do there is it's a hyper-personalized avatar. Just imagine your day during the day. You've got a hyper-personalized avatar who understands the surrounding of you, who understands what you're doing. And it says to you in the morning, hey, Jan, yesterday, around 8 o'clock, you were really fit. What if you do your lecture now? Yeah, but listen, this part you didn't understand because you were skipping the pages too fast. And by the way, if you look at the page number 10, there is the content you should really looking for. This is what we're doing together with Evoco, the hyper-personalized avatar, originally developed as an avatar in a car. Now we are taking it as an avatar in healthcare, and now we're taking to the next step and having an avatar for learning and development. So this is the next level of education we're looking at. Another one. So this is a competency navigator. Actually, it's not born and bred in India. No, it's born and bred in Germany. So we're building the bridges on this one. So think of, you bring in your competencies, what you've done, what your skills you have, what your computational skills are, and then you've got dynamic data, 40 million data points running into of what kind of technology is hyping, what job developments are happening, what is the trending businesses, where are layoffs, and it matches with your competencies. At the end, you get sort of a profile. Hey, listen, Jan, you should look into this business and do that training because that fits for the labor market of the future. So this is the competency navigator we're having. Another one is, and that's again coming from Bangalore, it's Octo. And we've been talking about this before. It's basically a way you've got an avatar for a job application. This avatar talks to you in a very clear forward German voice, very naturally, very understanding, very appreciating, and taking me through a journey on onboarding. I was applying for a cybersecurity officer, level 2, and I had got a match afterwards with 12%. So out. That was the proof of the cake. Why? Because the avatar understood, I knew all the buzzwords, because you're on conferences, you learn something about post-quantum encryption. But when you're asked about how do you go about it, well, that's a different story. The beauty is with this Octo, you can talk afterwards as an employer to the avatar and ask him, hey, why didn't you take Jan? Well, he did say this and this and this, and projects he did, he couldn't deliver. So it's an interactive tool we're using, and we're bringing it on stage, and we're starting to bring that together of students coming from abroad to study in Germany, and we've got the team of Hof University over there where we are exploring exactly this procedure. Now this one is again something which came out of Nuremberg, and I would like you now to take a photo of the QR code here. We know that machineries are getting more and more complex, more and more things are happening, and sometimes it's very hard. Did you get it? Is this loading? Hopefully it does. Right. So sometimes it's hard to get the real machinery into the room to really understand what's happening there. And the ones who are seeing it now at your phone, you might see a turbine. Can you give me a hand who sees the turbine? Right? Okay. Now the beauty of this turbine is you can put it now on your table, right in front of you. Click on in the room. There, you can click it on in the room. Is it German or is it English? Oh, that's good. Right, now you can put it on the table, the turbine, and it will be sitting right in front of you. It's a very early stage development we're having here, and the idea is to bring technology literally onto the table while we are discussing and exploring technology together. So we can dismantle turbines with a finger snip, and you understand what's happening behind it in virtual. So that's a company basically, it's born and bred in Nuremberg, where I come from. So this is the technology we're using. I continue, Cyfirma. So we've been talking about cybersecurity a lot today, and you need education for it. So we're working together with Cyfirma, coming here from Bangalore and based out of Singapore, where we do cybersecurity awareness trainings on one side, and on the other side, application of cybersecurity in the companies. So both sides, again, disruptive solutions on one hand and education on the other hand. We are running, and this is from my heart, an MBA on sustainability, pure on sustainability, MBA. And we are one of the few in the world, global leaders, who run an MBA on sustainability. And we're doing that together with Siemens. And this tells a story. So the big ones, maybe some other orange people might, with the orange hair, might be jumping around and saying, drill, drill, drill. Well, I've got a different perspective to that, and big corporates as well. That's why we are running this MBA on sustainability. It's an international one, it's digital, so please come and join. And we were talking about high tech. This is a quantum chip, by the way, from ICON. We're working very closely together with Quantum Basel. Quantum Basel got the ICON chip and computer down in the basement, and we are doing trainings for them, with them together, hopefully soon as well here in Karnataka. I know there's a big mission on this one. So we've got the quantum computer in the ground, you can use it, and we've got virtual access to 25% of all the quantum power in the world. So please check and come. We are partnering up, and we started a new layer in Istanbul, Turkey, together with Atlas University. Atlas University founded 2018, so it's a very fresh one. And I'm looking over to the Philips guys. Hey, Philips. Here we are, all right. So because they've got a very strong hold on health and they're building doctors and nurses, so I'm looking for the best startups in the health sector as well, because they invited me to bring all the health startups in the room to Turkey as well, to give the best education for the doctors and nurses of the future. And we're doing that together, and we're bringing them over to Germany as well, and together with Hof University, we're going to deploy, can I say that? Jürgen, can I say this? That we will have a double bachelor? All right. So here, it happened actually yesterday on the table. So that's happening here in this TIA conference. We agreed on a double bachelor for nursing coming from Turkey and going, and we are open for many more ideas. And last but not least, and I showed that slide yesterday, maybe someone was not here in the room, disruptive technology. So we heard about the GHG emissions in vessels. It's the worst in vessels. What we have, a technology is sort of, how do we do post-carbon capture? And there's a technology which is called reticular chemistry. And reticular chemistry changes the atoms of materials. And with this material change, you can have 1 gram of this material which changes to have a surface of 1 soccer field. 1 gram material, 1 surface of 1 soccer field. And this way we can capture CO2 in a very easy way with a low energy consumption on big vessels. And the beauty is, last week there was one more thing with this company called Atoko. You can check it. And the winner is Professor Yagi, who is the founder of Atoko, winning the Nobel Prize in chemistry. So that's how we work. We're bringing back together disruptive solutions and academia to recreate the world we're living in. And I'm really looking forward, together we can shape the future of learning and education. Happy to connect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jan, for that wonderful presentation. May I call upon our last speaker before lunch, 6 minutes. Over to you. VoiceBox, you used the product yesterday, but I think just to understand a little bit what additional use cases are, over to you to unpack that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose, for this opportunity. Good afternoon. So I'm standing between you and lunchtime, so I'll try to be super efficient on this one. How many of you did use that feedback actually on the 10 cards for giving your insights? Yesterday, I did get something like 30 insights, by the way. Please, if you look at the 10th card, just speak your mind. There is a QR code. If you just actually talk about the conference, what did you like, what can be done differently, I think those will be the insights that will really help us to take it to the next level. So I take care of the global markets for VoiceBox. That's the company that I represent. I'm based in Bangalore. What is VoiceBox? So before that, actually, the founder of the company is Karan Gupta. So it's a Bay Area headquartered company, San Francisco. And he has been a serial entrepreneur, pre-IPO to IPO and exits. That's what he has been doing for a long, long time, but studied in India and then relocated to US. The app gets developed here in India. Many of the user interfaces happen in US. It's sort of a 50-50 arrangement that we do have between the two sides. The company is funded by actually some of the, I think, very interesting names. How many of you have seen Shark Tank US? So Mark Cuban is someone that you would have heard about. So he's one of the investors, and this is what he says about the product. The key here is that, we all want to hear the customer voice. We also want to really know our customer. In fact, how many of you do think that you know the customer? You know your customer, rather. How many of you do think that you know your customer? So Forrester did a survey, right, very extensive survey about this question, right? How many of us did really think that we knew our customer? And overwhelming 80% of the people said that, yes, we do know our customer, right? But then they asked the question the other way around. They went to the customer and asked, do you think that he knows you well, right? The other way, right? Only 38% of the people said yes. So you have this approximately 50% gap, and that's called as the empathy gap. So those of you who are into the customer experience field, you will understand that empathy gap. how do we bridge that gap becomes very, very important for us to become successful, right? And that is what we try to really bridge over here, right? And bridging the empathy gap becomes even more important in the current changing environment that we are all in, where our customers are global, we are sitting here, and the environment is changing pretty much every day in the morning when you look at the Twitter. So that's where you need to really be staying close to your customers and understand that part, right? So, but what do we do typically, right? We like to really do surveys and then take feedback. But the challenge with the surveys is that how many of you do really fill in the surveys? And surveys typically answer the what behind the problem, typically. It doesn't tell you why, right? And why is the most important insight. And for why, what do? We talk to customers, we try to engage with them, but that is actually now becoming very difficult, right? Then you have the focus groups, right? These are called as the qualitative way of actually doing the research. So when you do focus groups, you do get actually some insights. The challenge with focus groups is that it tends to become moderated. So you like to say what the other party likes to hear, right? It's not your in-the-moment feedback. And what's most important is in-the-moment feedback, because that's what really drives your decisions, right? Your opinion now about this conference is more important than what you feel 2 days down the line, because now the memories are fresh, you know what exactly is happening, you know what is the value you are deriving from this, and that's the reason why we want that in-the-moment feedback. So VoiceBox is basically a first-party data channel. So let's say, right, like you are a franchisee of Burger King actually in Bangalore. There is a franchisor called Jubilant Foodworks, right? And then you do have actually the so-called BK, which is the mother company. Now look at how do you establish consistency in terms of the experiences, the food, the quality across all these franchisees. It's not an easy job, right? But if you are a Jubilant Foodworks or if you are a BK, you would like to really hear the feedback first party from your customer, from the person who's consuming, to really know whether those consistencies are being met or not, right? So that is the whole thing about VoiceBox. So can we play the video, please, before I go into this slide? So then I'll just jump into the video, to this slide. Can we play the video? With audio.
They all want to know what their millions of businesses worldwide serve consumers every day, in stores, online, and everywhere in between. They all want to know what their customers really need, but how? We get bombarded with surveys every single day, but let's face it, people are tired of them. For customers, they're tedious and easy to ignore. For businesses, they're costly, time-consuming, and make decisions feel like guesswork. Introducing VoiceBox. VoiceBox lets customers speak freely into their phone in their own voice at any moment in their journey. No apps, no forms, no typing. Get 10 times more responses packed with emotion in seconds. Every message is securely captured, processed, and analyzed. It's lightning fast, turning authentic feedback into insights you can use right now. This builds a living map of consumer sentiment, capturing what people are saying, where they're saying it, and how businesses can respond. VoiceBox turns scattered feedback into structured, real-time intelligence across journeys, regions, and industries. Track trends, spot issues, uncover real-time opportunities, and work side by side with AI. Forget about weeks of analysis. Respond instantly, recover loyalty, and prevent churn before it starts, whether it's a slow checkout, a rude interaction, or a broken kiosk. Handle problems before they turn into regrettable reviews. VoiceBox goes beyond insights. It allows you to build custom workflows that fit your business. Auto-send coupons to unhappy guests. Alert store managers when complaints spike. Route feedback to WhatsApp, Slack, Salesforce, or HubSpot. Wherever your team works, VoiceBox keeps you moving. Customers are talking. Are you ready to act? VoiceBox. Turn customer voice into revenue.
That pretty much explains it, and I have approximately 1 minute to really complete. So what I'll do is that I'll quickly go through the slides. It's pretty easy, right? So basically, you can actually integrate the VoiceBox QR code into any experience, right? It can be a website, it can be your app, it can be your retail shelf, it can be actually a conference like this, anywhere, right? And those, or it can be actually the experience in our lunch area, which can be different from here, all these things can be done. The thing is super easy. You can scan the QR code and you will know that the voice box appears. You just actually speak your mind and you're done, right? It gets captured. The insights are all instant, and that's how you see it, right? Including the heat maps where the customers are speaking, right? Let's say we are having a webinar, multiple locations. You will see the heat maps as to where customers are feeling how. And the AI-driven automation is something that we already talked about. The entire app and the experience is completely SOC 2 compliant. It's military grade in terms of security. It can be deployed in private cloud within your organization. And none of the analytics actually go into Google Analytics or anything of that nature, right? So that's the beauty of this app. And like everyone is actually participating in it, and that is what actually we have. The last one is nothing but a testimonial from Starbucks regarding how they believe that this can be really deployed across. So you should be seeing that sometime soon. So this is the presentation from my side. Please speak up and then give your insights. We are very keen to really get those insights, and if time permits later, we will show those insights.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kumar. A big round of applause to Kumar. Kumar also used to lead Cisco India, and now, he has that startup energy. So this is him helping another company scale the height. So please meet him. Your voice matters. You can also use the QR code to give your voice. May I request the hotel staff to open the lunch counter? Yesterday I saw too much crowding that side. Please note there is one more way this way. So all the smarter VCs were using this side. There was no queue. So please pick your thing. Let's have music. Thank you very much. And we will continue with our track at 2 o'clock and see you all on the other side of lunch. Thank you very much. Happy networking. All right. Very good evening to all of you. It's almost 10 minutes before 2, time to get back into action and some food for thought. A different kind of food may not be as tasty as you start, but if the ideas that you get here are good, then the results will be much better as we go forward. May I request the hotel staff to slowly close the food counters because then we can have all the audience moving here. Our next session is on circularity and digitization of circularity and how that can help the overall ecosystem. It'll start in the next 5 minutes. So I request you to quickly conclude and come, and maybe the hotel staff can ring some bells around the food counter. Thank you. All right, could we have somebody from the hotel staff ring the bell near the food counters? So the track that will start in a few minutes is called Reinventing the Built Environment, Smart Materials and Tech-Enabled Circularity. Bangalore is the city of technology, and if we are talking about circular economy without technology, then it's not full justice to the city of Bengaluru. So we need to have tech and circularity together, and this next track will be amazing with the mix of speakers. You will hear from the wonderful person that created this sustainable booth here, which is the first sustainable co-working space in Bangalore, which is already in multiple locations with multiple seats. You will hear his story and what he plans to do in that space. We have Sharon from the Circular Economy of Israel. We have Ayyappa, who is from Brigade REAP, the Real Estate Accelerator Program. He'll give you the perspective of an accelerator. Then we have Rajneesh Agrawal from Embaliso. They're doing something amazing in the cold chain logistics ecosystem and how they think circular there. Then we'll have Mithun Shah from Anabio, and then Kumar Ramaya from JLL. It's a very good panel with multiple mix of large companies, of accelerators, of co-working space together. So may I request all of you who are standing to please come forward and occupy a seat. And may I request the hotel staff to close the lunch counters soon. Before we start this panel, I am happy that we are joined by Ms. Uma Reddy, who is, who was to come here in the morning, but because she traveled from Bellary at another event and got a little delayed to reach back, she's here now. She is the managing director of High Tech Magnetics and Electronics, and also president of FKCI, which is the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry. She's the first woman president of FKCI. So let's give a big round of applause for her to give us a, so she's giving a practical keynote. What is a practical keynote? How can we collaborate and how can we work together with FKCI to take the India advantage even further? Based out of Karnataka, but from Karnataka to India and from India to the world. So may I welcome Ms. Uma Reddy to please come on stage. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, for coming and for making it. She had a big 5-hour journey, but then she still is here. Thank you very much, and over to you.
I'm feeling overwhelmed coming from one place to another, but thank you, Jose, for inviting me here. I was supposed to be in the morning, but it takes about 5.5 hours from Bellary to Bangalore. First and foremost, after a great lunch, I'm sure the last thing you want to do is to listen to somebody who's just going to talk about not much about deep tech. I think the last 24 hours, or since yesterday morning to this morning, you've been listening to, and I saw the YouTube also, on confluence of innovation, a lot of technology, especially focusing on deep technology, and most importantly, I think what is relevant today is sustainability. And all these are basically 3 pillars, but I believe that all these are silos if we don't have a collaborative space between them. And that's what it's all about, collaborations in terms of being able to implement what we actually innovate, what we actually look at a sustainable future, and what we look at in terms of technology, whether it's smart manufacturing, whether it is application. All these are, 3 pillars which need to be put together through a networking platform. And these platforms are are organizations that come with a lot of their own strengths. And I lead an organization right now called FKCCI, the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry, a 108-year-old organization founded by Sir M. Visvesvaraya. And those days it belonged to the trading community. And right now, over a period of time in its journey, we had a lot of manufacturing industries come in, especially during independence time. And now, of course, in the late 90s and the 2000s, a large number of companies in the IT and IT services. In all this, we have a combined mix of both manufacturing, trading, manufacturing services. But again, all these are silos if we again don't have a platform which is a networking platform. And that's what FKCCI as a Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry provides. And our major effort in the last, I would say, few years would be to look at industry, academia, bridge. Because quite often all our collaborations, remain with the academia. They come out with a lot of innovative projects, great ideas, great concepts. But until it is brought to commercial scale of operation, we in FKCCI are not relevant. That is, we from the industry are not relevant. Secondly, when we have students who are passing out of colleges from the academic institutions, we at the industry say that we don't have students who are, again, industry relevant. So again, there is that bridge that needs to be ensured that this bridge between industry academia is actually enforced, strengthened, and make sure that these students come to the industry being relevant, that they can be absorbed and they're ready to go. If that be so, as an organization, we run a program, one program which I can quickly talk about before you start off on the panel is Manthan. Manthan is a business plan presentation competition among students across all colleges, graduate and postgraduate colleges of the state of Karnataka. We have about nearly 4,000 graduate and postgraduate colleges in the state, out of which about 400 of them are just government colleges, and another 400 are about government-aided colleges. Now, these students come out with a concept and idea. It starts with just an idea, but we have a 9-month journey with them where they go through a knowledge workshop, a series of knowledge workshops. We receive about 700 applications, which means we are actually reaching out to about 2,500 students at the beginning. They begin with a concept with the whole business plan ideas actually discussed with them, with a whole lot of resource people who guide them through processes of teaching, through process of templates, so that they actually understand what a business plan is. And by the time they complete their 9 months, they're equipped with all the necessary tools to some of them to the extent that they actually have a product or a service ready. And if that be so, there is a beginning of 2000, there's a cash prize of 10 lakh rupees to the 10 winners at the end of the event. So that means in the 9 months journey that they have, they go through not only of learning, but there's also an opportunity for many of our own members to mentor them, to guide them, to handhold them. A large number of jury who actually support them. Not only do they qualify them whether they're ready for the next round, but they actually also guide them and then support them with some incubation support, connect them to other incubators or accelerators based on the kind of business and help them out through the entire process. So this year's our focus is to ensure that though we get a large amount of participation, quite often the sessions are all online. This year's focus is also to include a large number of the government colleges who tend to remain in the talukas and are not part of the main ecosystem. So that's a focus. In addition, we have a large number of other events which will support the growth of the industry. Enterprise growth is one of our major focus areas. We do the MSME conclave that is going to happen sometime in June of 2026. This happens in Palace Grounds and we have a huge participation largely in the manufacturing sector. We also conduct a convention on sustainability, CSR and sustainability, and that's around in July of 2026. And this is again focused on new ideas, new technologies, basically a discussion platform along with some showcasing of their products and services. Another major area that FKCCI focuses on is, I would say the prime focus has been is policy advocacy. Policy advocacy largely with the government. Quite often our members from across the sectors have different issues starting from ease of doing business. It can be an e-Khata issue. It could be something to do with direct taxes. It could be something to do with indirect taxes. All this is brought to us as a base and then we discuss with the government because we kind of are the voice. We are part of the meetings of pre-budget meetings of both the state and the central government. And focus on MSMEs because 90% of FKCCI members are micro and small enterprises. And we also know that 97% of the industry in the country are micro and small enterprises. So we've been pushing for a separate policy for micro and small enterprises so that they get the opportunity to be heard and their challenges to be resolved. I think with this introduction, I know you had a good session in the morning, and I'm always in touch with Mr. Jacob and look forward to a great TIA summit every year. And congratulations once again, and thank you for the opportunity.
Let's give a big round of applause for Ms. Uma Reddy, who is a leader and a woman leader and somebody who believes that the MSME and SME sector can really take India to that target of manufacturing, which we saw yesterday laid out by Sanjeev from KDEM. Well, finally, it's time now for our very, very amazing session. You know, the last two tracks of TI usually are where the winners are. We have a few surprise edition speakers in the last track. The name is not on the agenda, but you know, we always like to add and expand good people. If you are here, you will see who they are and you can shake hands and collect their business cards and find opportunities together. Similarly, like you say, we are always open to serendipity. We have the next track will be moderated by Diwakar Prayagya, who is co-founder of PurpleHunt.ai. Himself runs this company specialized in AI, but he has 18 plus years of experience and building cyber portfolios ground up from banking to e-commerce to integrated logistics. But what he'll do here now is run this whole track, get different speakers one by one, and in the end probably ask that important question, how can we drive collaboration in the built environment space? So without much ado, a big round of applause to Diwakar to take over. And thanks, Alex from GDPIO for connecting us as well.
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. All right, I hope you all had a sumptuous lunch and gearing up for the next event. Thank you so much, Jose, for having me here. So, for me, ESG is all about sustainability. That's what I thought all these years, until I came here and witnessed some of the reinventions that are happening in the space. So I would like to present some of these stalwarts who have done something deep, something sustainable, something that provides a lot of inspiration for all of us, because we have a lot of entrepreneurs, businessmen, industrialists in this room who will leverage some of these technologies and stand tall in order of making sure our future generations are eco-friendly, green, sustainable. Thank you so much. With that, with a great round of applause, I would request our first speaker, Senthil Nathan, to come on board and help us deliver what he's building with Grasshoppers. If you any of you observed, the booth on the right-hand side is completely eco-friendly, sustainable, some of the repeated materials. So all that is what we'll take out. So it's about accountability and sustainability, folks. Thank you so much. Senthil, over to you. Big round of applause, please.
Vanakkam, Namaskara. Thank you, Jose, for having Grasshoppers at the TR Summit 9. It's wonderful that Jose is able to bring different segment of the industries together today and yesterday also. So let me get into my way of seeing things the world. As a Earthian, I see two different things when I walk in the place. Something which is you see in the left-hand side, it's a termite hill, and then the right-hand side also another hill. But both has tried to control the environment within 23 degree to 28 degrees centigrades. How they do, that's where the sustainability talk itself. So also I see three other earth. One is totally of sea, and another one is sort of lot of land moss, and another one the late night, totally full of stars on the earth itself, where we see so much night visions is totally different for the birds and then for the whole ecosystem. So that's another one which we observe in this earth today. And though we are in Taj, I need to see about the 4 seasons here. Okay, the 4 seasons, what we encounter now and then as we go, but Bangalore has a different season. It's always called as a rainy season. Okay, so we always encounter, that's a Bangalore. Okay. And the fifth one is all these elements of 5 elements which is surrounded by us, and we are the one with the 6th sense to encounter those 5 elements. That's where we are supposed to do, and where we are heading is always different. And are we going to head day 0? And that's a question for all of us. Always we think in terms of the water and then resources and what we have in around us, what's going to happen. And as an entrepreneur and founders and industrialists, we always work everything as a day 1. So we are going to start now, and we are going to start every day as a day 1. So that's our focus as a Grasshopper and where we want to do. We talk about the UN climate action and what we can do on this, and then where we are burning our energy. And then yesterday I was there in this place, and it is till the end of it is like it's so cold, and then we feel that, okay, you need all this heating this place rather than making this place more chiller. Okay. So the way we control the thermal comfort of all the places, what makes a climate action as an action in the place. Most of the closed door environments goes against the climate action itself in terms of how do we control the environment internally and then how it affects the world outside. And as a human beings, the first human things which is always adopted is to the climate is our language. We are invented the languages because of the climate and because of the place we live and the flora fauna which makes and made all our languages. But today we are going like in a monolithic or where we are lagging, and that's a different scenario. But as a human being, I always believe that we are going to adopt to this climate change also and become better person and better human beings, and then most of all become a better earthians. And with that note, what I would say that this is a quote which always reminds me every day, okay, how we are going to leave the place and what's the difference between birds and us. How much light we going to touch this earth and then leave the place. That's what's important, this Irish writer and poet reminds me every time. Touching the earth lightly is a kind of aboriginal saying that the people will live here and then lived here and then always going to live back again here. And so we will borrow from whatever the resource, not from our parents and grandparents, but we are borrowing from our grandchildren and then the future. So that we should leave things as light as possible and just like hop in and hop out like a grasshopper. That's where grasshopper is here. Grasshopper is like, right now if you see any of the co-work space or any office spaces, it's all totally, though we live during the daytime and work, though the sun is shining and then the rain is coming, but still we need to work in the place which is totally conditioned and without irrespective of the climate and country or the city states, wherever you live, we are always trying to make it's a kind of place which burns more energy. That's our pain point to the climate itself. So first time Bangalore is witnessing that grasshopper is here, and then we are making the place which is totally carbon neutral. And in fact, the Roe, which is here, the smallest river, in fact, grasshoppers, all the facilities are named after the river, and Roe is the smallest river in the world. And that's a unit which you can see, it's totally made out of carbon neutral product, and since runs with the live solar power, it's become carbon negative. That's how it is today. So it's possible, and it's with the intention and then clear strategy, we should be able to make, and we can always do the environment spaces which is more carbon neutral, and which indirectly and directly benefits us and all of us. And what it means, net zero chair is like, being in a single carbon neutral chair, it's equal to taking 2 cars off the road for a year, and otherwise planting on 425 trees, which means if I'm able to create 1 lakh seats, net zero seats, which is equal to 2,000 square kilometer forest as a carbon of its, and which is more or less equal to 3 times of Singapore size. So that's like, if you consider the kind of number of office spaces in Bangalore, more than 1,000 lakhs of office spaces, lakhs of chairs around, and if you can act on it and then try to make small shift, how we can make it as a carbon neutral, then we don't have to run into the forest and do some planting in trees and then try to get the ESG credit or the carbon credit. You can do it sitting at your own chair. That's how Grasshopper is building on it. So that's what I want to say. Then right now we started in Bangalore. That's our Nama Bangalore, which I've been seeing Bangalore last 25 years, which used to be like more chill, and then still it's more come traffic, nuisance, and a lot of things, but still there is a hope that Bangalore will become always Bangalore. So that's the note. I want to introduce Grasshoppers now. Could you place the video now?
Imagine stepping into your office where the air is fresher and the possibilities are endless. At Grasshoppers, every breath is clean. Every space is designed to uplift your health and well-being. Work in environments crafted for comfort, balance, and peak productivity. Our philosophy is simple: sustainability at the core. Powered by renewable energy, built for those who choose to make an impact. More than workspaces, we're cultivating a 2,000 square kilometer work forest where innovation grows in harmony with nature. Grasshoppers, premium, sustainable, future-ready workspaces. Ready to hop in?
So that's Grasshoppers for all of you. And I like to cut down my extra 2 minutes so that it can save a little more energy also. So thank you, Jose. Thank you for having Grasshopper here. And we are open for all the collaborations and networking. And then always you can hop into that row there and then we can catch up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senthil. That was lovely. And how many of you are ready to hop on? We are a small, nimble, lean startup with 7 people in North Bangalore. I am ready for that, Senthil. So we'd love to see how this will be a collaborative effort for Grasshoppers. So, if you're considering a co-working space, I'm sure you have to consider. Thank you so much. Next up, we have another speaker. So it gets better from here, team. So we have Sharon, founder and managing director of Circular Economy Israel. We all love Israeli tech. Now let's look at Israeli sustainability. Thank you so much. Sharon, over to you. With a great round of applause, please. I know it's a post-lunch session, but we can give some energy. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm truly grateful to be here and to share a new way of looking at something most executives usually dislike, regulations. But I live in Israel, so I'm a brave woman, and I took the challenge to show you why circular economy regulations are actually your next growth opportunity. Now, let's be honest. When you hear new environmental regulation, what's your first reaction? Usually, it's the same. More costs, more complexity, more headaches. Well, I should know. I spent over 20 years as an environmental lawyer, and I'm still sitting in boardrooms where new regulations are announced, and the reaction is always the same: stress and frustration, and then the question comes, can I fight it? And if I cannot fight it, how much it will cost me? But something's changed. I came across a different kind of law, circular economy policy and regulations heading to us from the EU, and it changed everything for me. In fact, I have helped draft one of those laws in Israel, Israel's electronic waste legislation. It was quite a few years ago, and at that time, I thought it was just the right thing to do. Years later, I co-founded a company that implements that same law, now serving more than half of Israel's electronics and battery importers. And that's because I realized this isn't only right, it is profitable. I went from thinking regulation limits you to seeing it as a signal for innovation and great business. So let me share something happening in Israel today. Car importers, companies that have been selling Mercedes, Hyundai, and Volvo for decades, they are now building battery recycling plants. Why? Because they understood that following the EU, Israeli laws will require them to collect and recycle the batteries from every car they sell. So they had two choices. Pay someone else. Sorry? No, I don't have slides, but I have a short video when I finish. So they had two choices: pay someone else to handle compliance, or own the entire process and turn cost into new business. So they chose the second option. Now they don't just comply, they profit. Recovered material like lithium, cobalt, and nickel are worth hundreds of dollars per ton, and their plants will now serve other importers too, turning competitors into clients. Well, that's what I call counterintuitive regulation thinking. Most people think regulation equals costs. Counterintuitive thinkers like us see regulation equals a signal for new markets, new business, and great sustainable industrial development. This is what the policy of circular economy is. When a government says this must be recycled, someone has to provide recycling services. Why not you? So now you might ask, that's Israel or Europe, what about India? Well, actually, this is your moment. India, and Karnataka in particular, is not just adopting circular rules. You're designing an entire framework from ground up. That means two unique opportunities. First, you can leapfrog. Europe, I can personally tell you, that Europe is busy retrofitting old linear systems. India can design circular systems from the start, cheaper, faster, and smarter. Second, you can shape the standards. Karnataka could be literally writing the circular playbook for India. The companies that engage now will not only comply, they will define the rules others follow. So as an Israeli raised and actually living the innovation nation, I can say that our biggest advantage isn't just technology, it is timing. We don't wait for regulation to arrive. We scan the horizon, the global horizon, and build solutions before the whole market even realizes it needs them. That's how we created Israel's first lithium battery recycling facility before EU regulations even took effect in Israel. We believe combining our global regulatory foresight with India's scale can really create powerful circular innovation right here in Karnataka. Now, another thing I wanted to share from over 20 years of consulting all large industry sectors is that early preparation matters, and many times it makes all the difference. Waiting until regulations hit is the biggest strategic mistake you can make. Implementation takes time. Circular economy is a systemic change. Circular systems require product redesign, new supplier relationships, and new data infrastructure. That takes time. Those who start late will scramble to catch up. And first mover advantage is real. The early players set the standards, win key partnerships, and become preferred suppliers worldwide. Also, established circular data systems reveal inefficiencies and hidden value that lead to real savings and also new revenue. So here's one more insight. What works for nations also works for companies. Now, I don't know if you know, but more than 70 countries just in the few recent years built their circular economy roadmaps. What about you businesses? What about the organizations? Preparing for circular transition requires exactly what countries do: a roadmap, a strategic plan, and an implementation model. And this is actually the model that we developed at Circular Economy Israel, helping organizations to build their own circular roadmaps. And to be honest, we also saw this coming before it hit the rule books, because now both the European CSRD directive and new international circular economy standards specifically ask, do you have a strategic plan for your transition to circular economy? And believe me, when regulators ask that question, they actually mean you need to have such plan. That's why our focus is building strategic circular roadmaps, but ones that produce not just compliance, but measurable business outcomes. So let me close with this. Circular economy policy and regulations are not a cost. They are market signal. Stop asking, what will this cost me? Start asking, what market does this create, and can I own it? 3 actions you can start today. Assess your global regulatory exposure. Ask the counterintuitive question, where is the business opportunity in this regulation? And build your data and strategy infrastructure now. Hopefully, we will take these actions together. So now I invite you to watch a short video presenting our model, the path from policy to real circular projects. I hope you enjoy, and thank you very much.
Economic systems are subjected to a major restructuring that pushes towards greater sustainability. Recently, a global effort driving towards more sustainable production and consumption models have resulted in the affirmation of the circular economy paradigm. Circular economy entails a systemic transformation of whole economic system at various scales, covering production, use, and end-of-life phases, so that the value of material and energy flows can be maintained as long as possible while reducing environmental impacts in terms of resources and pollution. Circular economy is a necessity to sustain and improve human well-being, and therefore it is high on the international political agenda. The financial sector already recognizes the risks involved in the linear model and is driving the change towards a circular economy that decouples the economic growth from resource extraction. The forecast is that by 2030, the circular economy model, which decoupled the economic growth from resource extraction, will be the leading model used by countries and corporates to remain competitive. It is a systematic transition reflected in policy, regulation, and even taxonomy changes, followed by the need to create innovative production solutions and new, circular business models. Thus, this transition is not trivial, especially for companies characterized by a wide range of manufacturing and marketing activities around the globe. We create a dedicated mechanism built as a platform that includes methods, metrics, and measurements tools as well as effective communication tools to extract the maximum value from the transition towards a circular economy. This is how it works. Meet Laura, one of the company's lawyers, from Rotterdam. Laura comes across a new regulatory update, according to which a manufacturer whose product is made of 80% recycled materials is entitled to a tax exemption. Wow. Laura wonders whether this could be relevant to the company. There may be a potential for massive savings. But Laura is not familiar with the specific types of materials and the recycling percentages of the manufacturing process, and is not even sure where all the production sites are situated. So is this opportunity going to be wasted? Not at all. On Laura's screen, there is an icon of the circular economy platform, and all she needs to do is to click on it and share the information. It will take her just a few minutes. The information is then collected by Seal from the platform's secretary. Seal enters the Circular Knowledge Hub to check if there is already something relevant to the subject in policy and regulation and good practices. She then decides to bring up the matter at the Circular Economy Forum. She checks who are the relevant enablers and invites them to the next meeting of the Circular Forum. Within a few days, Seal has a list of all the production sites which use recycled materials, the types of materials used, and contact persons for each site. Thus, in a short time, a circular economy project is underway through the platform. A program for the realization of the project will be established and visualized on the platform's interface, and Seal will continue to monitor the progress. Once the loop is closed, it will be published and may be duplicated. Having all the knowledge circulated in one dedicated platform creates a unique regenerative system that grows circular economy projects to expand business success in the triple bottom line: profit, people, planet.
Thank you so much, Sharon. That was a wonderful presentation, and sustainability is not just the cost. Sustainability is the future. That's what I'm loving here. And after working for 17 years, I went to IIM Bangalore last year, and I had one rule for my cohort, my tribe back there. If you like something a professor says, we usually clap, okay? But if you love something, we bang on the table, okay? So this helps in two ways. Again, about being healthy, sustainable, and all that, coming from that background. If you clap, the person next to you sleeping will wake up. If you bang, they'll jump out of the seat. So please make sure of that. All right, with that, I'll welcome our next speaker, Ayappa, Chief Business Officer, Brigade Real Estate Accelerator Program, who will help us understand how Brigade is putting their sustainability goals to practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just adjust my mics a bit. Thank you. My name is Ayappa. I'm the Chief Business Officer at Brigade REAP, which is the accelerator program as part of the Brigade Group. Hoping that most of you here are familiar with the Brigade Group, especially the ones from Bangalore and the ones from India. And for the others, a quick introduction. Brigade Group is one of the largest real estate developers in the southern part of the country. with over 100 million square foot developed across multiple assets from residential to commercial to mall spaces and even, hospitality buildings like the Sheraton that is there right here at Rajaji Nagar. Brigade REAP was the brainchild of our joint managing director, Ms. Nirupa Shankar, and also another gentleman sitting here in this room very much, Mr. John Kuruvilla, I think, who will be coming up here to speak next. REAP was started 9 years back with a mission to, build startups and to cater for startups in the real estate space. And it's been 9 years this month, and we've worked with about 87 startups in this space, helping them in their journey through helping them get business, raise funding, and, take them through the entire works. We've carried on with our acceleration program, which has been our core for the last 9 years. In the last 3 years, we've also started investing in startups in this space, and we also have a new open innovation program where we work with infra players such as Saint-Gobain, who are out there, looking for solutions in the real estate space. We do our events and thought leadership, but moving on from that, a quick overview of our startups, the 87 startups that we spoke about. I think what's relevant today for this topic is the 20% in the sustainability side. We do have a few more in the sustainability side, but across various life cycles of the real estate space, and considering we're talking about built environment today, this is an area that's extremely important for us here at REAP and for the group as a whole, right? A bunch of our startups in this space, I think if you've worked in the startup space in sustainability, I'm sure you've come across a few of them. I'm sure you know about VGOT, who's solving for water management, Smarter Dharma on the design side, the groundwater company, who I will talk about in a minute about what they have done in this space, Clearco in HVAC energy efficiency, LiveSafes in radiation management, Structure, who created reusable and recyclable boards, and Pothole Raja, also known as Grid Mats, who help with the infra side of things and making sure our roads are made from recycled materials, right? One quick differentiation at what we do at REAP compared to other corporate accelerators out there is at REAP, while we are part of the Brigade group, and the group obviously has a first-hand information as to what we're doing, we work with developers and infrastructure players across the board, right? Whether it is with other developers such as Purvankara, Mahindra, or even Hiranandani, and even other industry players like I mentioned, like Saint-Gobain, with Bosch, with a lot of other people out there in the market. We want to work jointly with them, so we're not necessarily a corporate venture like they call it, but we actually move for the industry as a whole for the built environment, and sustainability again here plays a big role. Again, a bunch of awards that we have won and recognition that our startups have got in this space. Quickly move forward. Want to spend the next few minutes talking about a few of the startups that we are here, right? A quick prelude to this is, I was listening to Sharon's talk before this about the circular economy policy. We've been talking to the Karnataka government as well, the Honorable Minister, Mr. Priyank Kharge's team. They're looking at developing their own circular economy policy here in Karnataka. We've been trying to showcase a few of our startups to the government. There are a few challenges that should be announced in the near future that the government is coming out with, looking for urban solutions in this space, right? With the policy angle coming in and with the corporates backing a lot of the things that we are doing, I think the startups now have an even better platform to showcase what they have. Quickly, a few products on the material side. We have Angeris, who are using recycled industrial waste and single-use plastics to develop bricks that can be used for construction. Angeris is a company that are based out of Jaipur, but they've now set up their plant here in Bangalore, and they're working with a lot of developers here in the southern part of the country. Structure, who I spoke about earlier. Structure, actually very interestingly, reusing the waste material from agri to make boards that can be used, again, in the interior space, in the construction space, and Shruti and team have been doing a great job. Structure have actually even exported a few of their boards to Italy and other European countries. So they're seeing how they can take their boards not only in India, but also take it outside. Right? Similarly, Paving Plus, a relatively new startup in our portfolio. Paving Plus are again, are using recycled plastic to make paving blocks. Again, set up in West Bengal, but now getting clients in the southern part of the country and are expanding with new manufacturing facilities here in the south. Smarter Dharma, I'm slightly moving away from the smart material space to the more circular space and the tech space. Smarter Dharma, for everyone here in the built environment and real estate space, I'm sure you've come across Smarter Dharma and Sriram, who's been a big advocate for built environment sustainability, been doing it for the last 8 to 9 years. They built a platform which helps real estate developers and infra players, go on their sustainability roadmap. The Brigade Group, at a group level, we've taken on a target to be net zero by 2045. And Smarter Dharma is playing a key role in the Brigade Group's transformation as well. They're working with multiple other real estate players. They have a tech layer that helps you identify, similarly to what we've seen in the previous video, identify who are the better alternatives out there for for sustainable solutions. The groundwater company is a little interesting. They actually come in at an earlier level, especially if you're in the land phase or the real estate phase. They help you. They use about 45 different types of technology to tell you how viable the land is for construction, especially in a city like Bangalore, where the water veins are flowing, how suitable it is for extracting groundwater and which is the right channels to kind of put the water into, right? The groundwater company has gained good traction in Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad. They're now looking to scale to the rest of the country. Clearco I spoke about, are doing HVAC energy efficiency. I heard right again in Sharon's presentation about the triple bottom line of profit. I think profit is an extremely important thing here in the real estate space. They're solving for that. They're moving away from a CapEx to an OpEx model, taking away the savings that you are able to achieve by using their solutions and taking a percentage of it. So Clearco have kind of disrupted this place along with a bunch of other players in the market in the HVAC energy efficiency space. And yeah, I think that is the lucky time. But in a broad sense, that's what we at Brigade REAP are doing. Thank you so much for your time. I'm here available if you'd like to know more about what we're doing at REAP and what our startups are doing in this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ayappa. I realized I know very little about Brigade Group, and now I know where to route some of my founder friends who are building in real estate space. I think these are great programs for any founder to be part of your accelerator. So I highly recommend anyone building in the real estate, reach out to Ayappa. Thank you so much once again. Is everyone with me in the room? We have more to come, all right? So without further ado, I'll call Rajneesh Agarwal, Managing Director of Embelliso India, to shed some light on the sustainability programs that they are doing. Rajneesh, over to you.
Hello, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's not easy after having a nice lunch and sitting and looking at the presentation and trying to understand. But I'll try to make my presentation a little interesting so that at least you get something from that. Thank you, Jose, for inviting me and accommodating me in this sustainability approach platform. I am Rajneesh. I am from Embelliso. Embelliso, it's a French company. So we have a manufacturing setup in India, in Bangalore, where we produce temperature-controlled packaging for pharmaceutical and food industry. So it's a little different industry. I've been here since yesterday looking at a lot of presentations, a lot of people from AI, software, technology. So we use AI software technology, but in a different way, in a different industry. So the word Embelliso, it's a French word, where embel means packaging and iso means isothermal or isothermal. So we produce isothermal packaging for different pharma requirements, especially like for vaccines, ortho vaccines, temperature-controlled medical equipments, or any other pharmaceutical products. Before I jump into my presentation, I'd like to run you through a short video so that you can connect with the type of product we produce and what is our sustainability approach in terms of that product. Can we play the... So this is just an example of one of our products. So all our products are very lightweight, easy to assemble, easy to disassemble, and very easy to build at any of the customer location. Once the product is built, the inside product, what you saw, is the customer's product, the vaccine or the medicine, which can directly be loaded inside the pallet. So this is called a pallet shipper. And this is the energy what we put inside in terms of ice packs. There are different types of ice packs. And the outer body, the brown color body which you see, is the insulation. So the concept is we work on energy management with putting the right energy inside and the right insulation so that we get the performance. And all these products are designed on the, based on the different pharma corridors where it is acceptable with most of the pharma companies. So as I said, Embellizo is a French company, it's a family-owned company, started in 1990, so almost now 35 years. And in India, we started in 2015. So we have a global network, and we design, develop, validate. We have our own R&D center, and we work a lot on sustainability, on reuse of our packaging. We are happy to share that we are certified through EcoVadis, one of the very premium certification for sustainability, and we are also a member of ISTA, because all our products goes through airline, through the airline industry and through the pharma companies. And we are proud to have that ISTA membership, which we had recently, just a year before. So Embellizo has a global network. We have around 8 own factories across the globe and more than 15 service centers. Why these service centers? Because we do the collection, we refurbish, we reuse the products. So this is just a quick introduction on different range of our products. So what is the temperature controlled packaging? So there are 2 types of temperature controlled packaging. Like every one of us, we have a fridge or a refrigerator at home, which is called an active cooling system. Why? Because we connect it to an electricity point, and then it gets cooled through electricity. The packaging, what we are talking about here, is called passive packaging. The energy inside is retained with the insulation, with the body around, and these products can be categorized on majorly 3 different parameters. One is volume. Second, the duration, how long it performs, and third is the temperature. So we produce packaging starting from 1 liters to 3,500 liters, like the big pallets which go through the airline industry, through different pallets. The temperature range we cater is -80 to +25. So normally in the pharma, like we all are aware of the COVID vaccine, which was supposed to kept at 2 to 8 degrees centigrade, but it started with the minus temperature, -25, -15 temperature. But to have the commercial availability of the freezers and all, it got converted to 2 to 8 degrees. So we have solution for different temperature ranges for the pharmaceutical industry. And in terms of performance, so we have solutions which can perform without any external energy from few hours to 8 to 10 days under different climatic conditions, different lanes, different routes. This is just a typical example of how our products can be stacked. It can be flat packed and stacked. And the second picture, what you see, the packing picture, is a typical ULD used in the airline industry. Many of you must have seen how it gets lifted and gets inside the commercial flights. So all our products are designed to get accommodated within the dimensions of the airline ULD system, like the unit loading system. Now coming back to the real story of sustainability, what does Embellizo do to have this sustainability approach across the globe with our customers? So we develop design products which are able to get into the cycle of reverse logistic. We collect it with the help of our customers, we refurbish it, and we work with the customers to share the benefit after it has been collected and we make it fit to be reused and get it back to the original track. So I'll get into these points one by one very briefly. So all our products, as I said, are reversible, means we collect it and then we reuse. Why? Because these are very lightweight, these are very easy to store, and at the same time, we have very high performance. So whatever is the temperature range, whatever is the lane, we can work on that. We do a lot of customizations. We have our own R&D center, and we can customize the product as per the customer's requirement. With many customers, we work from the inception of the molecules. Like when you develop a pharmaceutical vaccine or a medicine, from the inception of the molecule, we try to work with them to meet their temperature requirements. We have a very good global network built in last 8 to 10 years. We work with a lot of logistic companies, 3PL companies, through our network, we do the collection. So how does it work? We sell the product to the customer. We ask them, wherever it is going across the globe, please connect us to your customers so that we can go there and collect it. So for their customers, there is no stress of discarding the product or how it is going to affect the environment. Many countries, especially in US and Europe, you cannot discard a product just like this in the environment. There are a lot of policies, a lot of regulations, like we have been listening in the last few sessions. So we have a very good global network in more than 80 countries, and we are already expanding this network based on the requirement of our customers to cater to all their requirements of collection at different locations across the globe. It's very easy to have this collection process. We ask the customer, just send us the information that this is going to this location and connect us. Our team will go there and collect it. If not, for small packages and all, we have a QR coding on each of our solution. Wherever it reaches, the end customer has to just scan the code, fill in some information, and done. Our global logistic team, they will connect with them through the information and come there and pick the box. As simple as that. No stress, no headache. And we try to do all the collection within 24 to 48 hours. So what do we do after collecting this product? Because it is mostly designed for the pharma companies, we deal with human health, human vaccine, human medicine. We have to be very, very careful to have a proper, stringent quality process, which are collected products, they go through that, like cleaning, refurbishment, change of parts, and then until it is made fit to get into the cycle again. So it is very important to follow the proper quality SOP so that we put the right product with the right quality back into the system. So how do we manage this? So like I said, we have a lot of sessions here on the AI software, and also this is one of a fantastic software what we have in Embelizo, we call it EIRP, where we try to map all the activities, starting from which customer is buying which product, where it is going, how it is going, where it is being collected, and how it is being collected, and how does it get back to the cycle. So we produce and we reuse. So the life cycle is continued. And everything has been mapped, recorded in the system. So it helps for the entire team, especially the sales team and all, to understand where the product is going, how it is going, and then when they can make use of that solution. So what we do is we build together a great synergy between our sales team and the logistic team. It's very important because the sales team, they are the front face with our customers. It is very important to work with our global logistic team to give them the right information at the right time so that we can serve the customer within the time limit they want. Because many times the customer, they'll not have space, they'll not have warehousing capabilities to stock the product within their facility. So we try to do the collection as fast as possible, and it is very important for the sales team to coordinate with the logistic team to have all these process in place. And what we do is we collect the product and we use a global network. So I'll just try to explain through an example. For example, we are in Bangalore. We sell to one of the premium customers in pharmaceutical solution. And the solution, in our solution, they put their vaccines and it goes to Brazil. So what we do is, as soon as it reaches Brazil, we get the information from the customer, we send our team there, and we collect the packaging back to our nearest center. It doesn't come back to the origin country. It's very difficult. So we use our local centers where the nearest local center is, it goes there, and then from there it goes to the nearest Embelizo manufacturing center, and we carry out all the quality process. So we make the entire system, the entire process very simple, where we reduce the cost for the customer in terms of purchasing. In terms of purchasing, how? So when a customer buys a product from us, and we collect the same product from their customer anywhere across the globe, and we are able to reuse that product, we pass on a concession, a rebate, a benefit in monetary terms to our customers. So it's like a win-win situation for us and our customers. And they are happy to do that because they don't have the stress to find out the solution, where to discard the product. It's all environmental friendly. We give them a certificate that the product has been reused or discarded in a proper environmental friendly way, and no harm to the environment has been done. So the cycle continues like that, and the customer doesn't have to have a storage space, no shipping it back to any other location, no management of used boxes. We do the entire thing, the entire process for them, and on top of that, we give them a rebate, a monetary benefit on their purchase. So this is the cycle, what I explained to you, and from the design to the customer location. So this is just a simple case study, what we did with one of our customer. So we collected around 15,000 pallets from different locations across the globe, where it went through that customer. This was in a 2-year project. And what we got, we saw that we saved more than 93% of the carbon saving if we are reusing those pallets, those products, instead of a product which has been used only once. And if we would have done that shipment multiple times, we would have used more than 374 40-feet containers, where they would buy new pallets and send it to their customers. And we saved around 600 ton of waste. So this is just a case study. Thank you, and we are here, and we are happy to connect with you to learn more, to understand more with your sustainability approach. And we would like to increase our efficiency and our process by learning with you and networking with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajneesh. That was an interesting innovation from Embeliso. Before starting my own cybersecurity startup this year, a couple of years ago, I was working with, my last stint was with corporate, building cyber again, tech again. So that was with AP Moller Maersk. Maersk is the largest shipping, transport, integrated container logistic organization. I was deeply concerned traveling across various nations on work with one thing. They had reefers. So reefers are refrigerated containers which run on diesel generator, continuously refrigerating, and here is an alternate solution. So I hope that innovation will go places, and most of the shipping integrated logistics organizations will possibly shift to alternate materials. Thank you so much for this innovation. And the great thing is, all this is manufactured out of Bangalore. So how many of you give kudos to that? A big round of applause for Embeliso for manufacturing out of Bangalore. Thank you so much, team. Next up, we have Mithun Shah, co-founder and CEO of AnaBio. He promised me he'll keep it crisp, engaging, and entertaining. So over to you, Mithun. Thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I have a tough task of talking to you guys at 3 o'clock after a heavy lunch, and I promise to keep it light and quick. And if you can keep your phones away for a little bit, I promise you'll have the opportunity to click some pictures after that that you will not regret. So please keep them nearby, and you're probably not looking at them yet. So my name is Mithun. I'm the founder of AnaBio Technologies. Our core focus as a company is sustainability. But we rarely talk about sustainability. And the reason we don't talk about sustainability is our belief is if you want to build a business at scale, sustainability cannot be your USP. You can't be selling sustainability. In our view, sustainability is table stakes. It's hygiene factor. You have to give your customers something that delights them or solves a problem. And that does it today, not a generation from now. If If you do that, that's how you build scale. So that's what we've been doing for the last 8 years, building products that the customers would truly love. We're primarily in the deep science consumer goods space, and if I double click on consumer goods, we're focusing in a very narrow segment, which is sanitary pads for women and diapers for babies and adults. Now, why sanitary pads, why diapers? I just want to draw your attention to an interesting graph here on sanitary pads. I can extrapolate it to the globe, but India makes the picture look a lot sexier, so we are just going to refrain to India here. 350 million menstruating women, depending on who you ask, 40 to 60% of the women in India use pads, the rest don't, but they're coming online as fast as we can get them. So a big market, under-penetrated, growing very well in plain sight. And we couldn't believe that not a lot of people are talking about it or focusing on it. So that's how we got into saying, let's build something in the consumer tech space that's sustainable, but solves very critical points that nobody is talking about. And that's how we started brainstorming on what do we do, how do we build the company, and where do we take it from, right? And instead of the product and the functionality, we couldn't control ourselves, but our attention kept going to the waste that was generated. Globally, about 400 billion pads and diapers are discarded. Just to give you a context, 400 billion pads is about 1,300 sports stadiums filled to the brim every year. Give you another context. From Kanyakumari to Kashmir and back, every year, trucks filled with just this waste, biohazard waste. I'm not talking about plastic bottles and other waste. I'm just talking about bio waste that has human waste on it, right? So, and then you double click on that and you go from the globe and you come down to India. 80% of the pads and diapers in India are incorrectly disposed. They shouldn't be, but they are. Double click further. 9% of all pads in India, that's a few billion pads, are flushed. They shouldn't be, but they are. So we said, all right, why have we been doing what they should not be doing? It turns out discarding a pad or a diaper is a much more complicated process. It's not wrap and trash, right? It's about finding a wrapper, finding a trash can, dumping it there, then somebody actually picking it up, taking it to a processing center, segregating it, incinerating it, landfilling it, and any of those things. But 80% of the time, this does not happen. So we're a bunch of scientists, really smart guys. We figured the solution. We said, we'll solve the problem by eliminating all of the 7 steps. That was the most brilliant idea we came up with, and that was the easiest idea we came up with. But life after that was a nightmare. How do you eliminate these 7 steps? And we took 7 years to eliminate all of them. So here is the solution we present to you guys. We come up with 2 products. One is a flushable pad, another is a flushable diaper. You take the pad, you use it, you throw it in the toilet, you let it sit for 30 seconds, boom, gone. That's as simple as it. No steps, no wrapping, no trashing, no incineration, none of that. All right, enough of me talking. I'm just going to give you a quick demo of how the product works. If you like, please clap. You can disturb me during the talk, no problem. Oops, I'm going to go back. Can you help me with the video, please? Thanks. On the left, I won't name them. Screw it, I'll name them. It's a Stay Free. On the right is us, right? You use the pad, you throw it in the toilet, let it sit for 30 seconds, and you flush. And that's what happens to our product. It dissolves partly, it disintegrates partly, and then it biodegrades completely in a few weeks. So minimalism is our way of addressing problems, right? You remove all of the steps, you take everything out of the equation, keep it a blank slate, and that works the best. Rather than add a few more tricks to the problem, just eliminate the problem. That's how we look at it, right? Now, at the start, if you guys realize, I talked about building businesses at scale. For us, what is very true is we're sustainable, yes. We've solved a problem on disposability that seemed to be very difficult to solve. And I say it's very difficult because companies have been trying this, and large companies have been trying this for about 40 years, and they've all failed. And we've succeeded. And it's because you need a lot of material science, deep tech experience to be able to develop tech, develop materials, and scale it at high throughputs. And we managed to do both of that. So we have a unique USP, we have sustainability, but we will not win if we don't have affordability. So that's what we've been working on the golden trifecta, saying you need to have all three to succeed, and that's where we're going with. Right? So what have we done over the last 7 years? It's a game of patience. If we had to build this in 2 years, we would have never succeeded. We've died enough number of times, we failed enough number of times, but we persevered and survived because we're on a mission to build a company at scale that can actually have a positive impact on our users and on the environment. So we've traveled to 10 different countries, gone to 50 different factories, run tens of thousands of hours of different prototypes, thousands of prototypes. I get the numbers right or wrong, but irrespective, a lot of effort's gone into it. The output of that is we control the entire tech stack. We control all of the materials. We control the costing. We control production. We know exactly the whole process from end to end. And I can proudly tell you, we're not best in class in India, we're best in class globally. There's 2 companies in the world that can do this today. We're one of the 2, and we beat the other company hands down. So that's that. And enough of me saying, we have a great product, we're doing very well. What do the women say? By the way, we're still pre-revenue, so we don't have paying customers giving us feedback, but we have a lot of consumer data, a few thousand women who've said whatever they have to say. And basically, table stakes is, great, you can dispose a product, but if it's not absorbent, who cares? Great if you can dispose a product, but if it doesn't survive use, who cares, right? So minimum table stakes hygiene is it has to touch, feel, perform like a regular pad or a regular diaper, and at the same time, it's got to flush. So very happy to share that our consumer panel of few hundred women have loved the product, and now we're ready to take it to market. Now, how do you go to market, right? So we're a bunch of scientists trying to run experiments all day in and day out, and marketing is experimentation for us. So now we're in this process of trying different kinds of videos, and first we're trying to figure out Instagram and how that works, but that aside, we're trying to figure out what content works, how it works, what people like to see, what they don't like to see, and we've created a few demo labs, if I may. So on the right, you see a lab that we've built. Pretty much everything is transparent in the lab, so you can actually see a product go into the toilet, come out. You can see what happens where and how it flushes and how it disintegrates and what happens to it through the entire channel. And we're calling influencers to come in and shoot videos and post them online to see how people react to it. So that's that. And what's in it for us, right? The Indian market is about 800 million. The Chinese market is about 8 billion. We are 1/10 the size of China in menstrual hygiene products, sanitary pads alone. Diapers is a different topic. So if we play this game right, and as India grows, and if you're betting on India, this is one of the areas to be betting on, and we believe we'll be in the forefront for that to happen. Now, another bold statement, it's free, we can do it, so we will, right? In 10 years, every single pad and diaper that's available for use will be flushable. Single use will be passe in 10 years. That's what we want to make happen, and we will make that happen. So, if you guys liked what you did, what you saw, and as I promised, please pick up your phones, take a picture of the barcode, and get on the wait list. Women obviously will do it. Men, please do it for the women in your life. They'll love you for it. Thank you. I hope there was on time.
Thank you, Mithun, for keeping it crisp as promised and engaging. I really loved the innovation. I don't know how many of you understood the magnitude of this problem. So dissolvable pads here is one of the biggest problems in some of the urban locations, apartments especially. So drain pipes and all that, how it gets clogged. If any of you have been there, I'm sure this is an innovation that you will look forward to. So the next 10 years, it's a bold statement, and I see the vision behind it. And I see the entire ecosystem that is developing to invest in patient innovations like that. It just took them 7 years. So that's some patience, Mithun and team. 7 years of innovation coming to the light, and next 10 years, they're going to change the market. So let's support them. Last but not least, we have our next speaker, Kumar Ramaya, Head of Sustainability Consulting, West Asia, JLL. Most welcome, sir. And after that, I know I have many questions. How many of you have questions? With a raise of your hand. If any questions in the room for all the speakers? Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, that's it. I thought you'll be bubbling with questions. So because we'll be opening up after this speaker for questions. So park your questions, team. So we will open up for questions right after the speaker. Thank you so much. With a round of applause, let's welcome Kumar.
As he's connecting the system, how many of you have used fountain pens here? Okay, there are a few. Okay, if you're from a dark era like me, I remember we can start using pen only from the 4th standard, and ballpoint pens were not even heard of at those times, and there was something called as a hero pen, which was pretty popular. My mother had one, so fountain pen was a typical example of a circular economy, and I remember we go to exam, and if the ink gets over, you borrow a few drops of ink from the other guy who is writing the exam, and we used to have those fillers, ink fillers. Anyway, so I mean, today ballpoint pen has come, which is the linear economy, and we did have circular economy in our culture. And today, I don't know how many kids would even know that something like a fountain pen existed. Okay, that's just the background. Anyway, I head the sustainability consulting for JLL, and I'll probably take you to the enormity of the problem. I think Sharon already did a good job. Will you wait for the regulations to come in, or will you really prepare yourself before? Okay, that's a background essentially. I hope I'll stick to the next 8 minutes time. You can see this slide where carbon emissions, net zero, all these things are buzzwords that you keep hearing. India is today the 3rd largest emitter in terms of the global, in terms of the country's emissions essentially. Obviously, US is the 1st, and China is the 2nd, and 3rd is India. Now, the thing is, India probably will become one of the topmost. The reason being, if you see the IMF projections, I think our GDP is somewhere in the range of 6 point plus 6.2% or 6.6%, whatever is the projection. So that means we are actually a growing economy, and the growth is going to be really, really enormous. That's for sure. And so this is the current, I mean, this is probably 2021 statistics. The statistics probably might have changed. And there is also statistics which says two-thirds of the building stock that's going to exist by 2050 is not even built yet in India. Okay, that means enormous amount of buildings is going to come up, and buildings do contribute to a significant percentage of emissions. Probably in a nation, 30–40% of the emissions come from the built spaces. And now if you look at artificial intelligence data centers, okay. Now, I think that is in the news. I think Google is coming up with AI in Andhra Pradesh, if I remember it right. TCS is building something. A typical electrical load of AI data center is in the range of 1 gigawatt. If you look at the Mumbai city's electrical load, that's probably 4 gigawatts. So it's a 25% of a Mumbai city is going to be one data center. So with lot of AI happening, and with lot of AI data centers getting built, I think by 2030, I'll not be surprised if India is in top 1 or 2 in terms of emissions. Okay, so that's the scenario essentially. And if you look at it, I think there are 2 kinds of emissions whenever you talk about a building or a built environment. One is called as operational emissions. That means to run a building, you do consume electricity, and most of the electricity comes from a thermal source, and which means coal. When you burn, you generate carbon dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas. And that is an operational emission, which is across, as long as the facility runs, you have operational emissions. But a lot of emission goes into the built environment. For example, there's a lot of steel, there is a lot of cement, there's a lot of glass. All these contribute to what is called as an embodied carbon or the upfront carbon. Even before you occupy the building, these carbon go into the building, which means you need to start looking at the embodied carbon aspects essentially. And typically the carbon contributes to the embodied carbon, or the upfront carbon contributes to about 10% of your emissions, whereas the operational emissions can be around 30% in a building. So that's the reality of the situation. Now what happens, I mean, you can say, hey, I'm not bothered. I mean, you can't even control certain things, but the thing is, we are all affected because of climate risk. Okay, today unprecedented rains. I don't know, Diwali is coming. We don't know what kind of rain is going to happen in the next couple of days. So we all face this challenge of climate risk. Okay, and especially developing countries and cities like India, we are underprepared for such eventualities. The events keep happening. Every year we blame the government or blame something, but then the problem continues to happen. It probably happens at a much higher frequency than it used to happen in the past. So if you see again, extreme weather events to hit 70% of the world's population in the next 20 years. If your city or your country is prepared for it, good. But if your city and the country is not prepared for it, then we are in for challenges, which is what we are seeing in the country in many, many occasions, whether it is Northern India or Southern India, Western India, any part of the country essentially. And unfortunately, we become insensitive to these kind of pictures. We get used to it, or we start accepting this as business usual, but unless we start doing some action, enormous action, I mean, we are going to face a lot of challenges essentially, and that is one part of the thing. And I also say that sustainability is not a buzzword. It actually has to make business sense. It does make a business sense because survival is important. Unless you survive, you can't even succeed. So many corporates are committing to net zero goals apart from what countries are committing to. India as a country, we are committed to net zero by 2070. Of course, we are building a lot of gigawatts of renewable energy, green energy corridor, green hydrogen. A lot of things are happening for sure. So which means our operational carbon can to some extent calm down, but the supply chain, which obviously affects the scope 3 emissions, or the embodied carbon or the upfront carbon, which I talked about, that's something which people have to be prepared about, because when corporates are committing to net zero goals, it is not only their direct emissions, it is the indirect emissions, which is often called as the scope 3 from the purchased goods and services, which means any products and services that they are avail, they also would like to have a net zero or a EPD component, environmental product declaration, which addresses these emissions essentially. A lot of corporates have committed, and the numbers are increasing. If you see, there is something called as an SBTi, Science-Based Targets Initiative, which is becoming almost like the norm for net zero standard, I would say. There are about 11,000 corporate organizations have committed and got it validated also, and about 2,000 and odd have got a net zero target essentially. And one of the things that you can do is, obviously we can look at energy efficiency and renewable energy and stuff like that when you do things, but whenever you upgrade, whenever you build something new, the embodied carbon kicks in, and again, obviously the emissions build. This is at an asset level or at a portfolio level, but when you look at it at a country level or at a city level, the problem is even more humongous. So I did talk about this. So materials in construction. So this will impact the supply chain. So every supplier or every manufacturer has to be addressing their scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, which becomes a scope 3 emission, which is an indirect emission for any other corporate or a developer, any kind of a client essentially. So fortunately, with grid decarbonization, that means a lot of renewable energy getting pumped into the grid and energy efficiency efforts happening, the operational carbon will come down. So the percentage of embodied carbon will go up essentially, unless you as a manufacturer, as a steel or a glass or a whatever material, I'm just taking the examples of steel, iron, cement, concrete and all that, but it applies to every material that goes into the construction of a building essentially. So yeah, there is something called as an A1 to A5. We do evaluate these things today. I mean, fortunately, there are forward-looking organizations who started looking at this. A1 to A5, you can see on the screen, which is talking about what is called as the cradle to gate. Cradle to cradle is another concept, but cradle to gate, which is the upfront carbon that you need to start addressing upon. So how does a future-proof building should look like? It should look like, it should look at operational carbon, it should look at embodied carbon. Of course, new energy is clean energy essentially, and address the climate risk as well. If you don't have mitigation and adaptation plan when you build a building, you are going to be in trouble. So the asset's value will get degraded. And we offer sustainability across the life cycle of a building. It could be a sustainability strategy. A lot of reporting and regulations have come. If you have heard of what is called as an IFRS, International Financial Reporting System, IFRS S2, SEBI, which is the Securities Exchange Board of India, has got what is called as the BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. So there's a lot of regulations coming in, as Sharon mentioned, but you don't have to wait. You can be ahead of the curve. And of course, we do help clients with green building certification or with respect to strategies and stuff like that. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. I hope I was within the time limit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kumar, for keeping it short, crisp, and quick, like an express train. How many of you loved the innovations in the room? We had 6 speakers and 6 different innovations and a lot of science. While we are talking about sustainability, this is deep science, folks. This is material science. This is alternative materials. And the really intriguing, I know you are bubbling up with questions. So if any of you are open for collaboration or want to leverage some of these innovations in your organizations, please feel free, reach out to the founders or partners here from all these 6 organizations, or please reach out to me or Jose. We'll help you connect with these people. And we are an ecosystem enabler. That's how we want to synergize. So most of the industrialists, corporates, body corporates, or accelerators, investors. So there is a whole lot of network. So next up, we'll also look forward for a quick network over coffee. But before that, if there are any questions, we would love to take a couple of questions in the room for any of the speakers. Questions, please raise your hand. I'll get the mic to you, or we'll hand over the mic. No questions? Okay, we have one question here. Can we please get the mic? Yeah, over here.
Hello. Transition to a green economy and transition to a circular economy. Has the Government of India formulated any policy framework for a circular economy, and what are the main features of this policy? And Madam from Israel also made an excellent presentation. Has the government of Israel brought out any policy framework for a circular economy, and what are the main features of this?
Okay, that's 2 questions, tough questions. So I'll roll it up to the speaker to answer. So the question is, do we have a stance from the policy making in our country on the sustainability? So who can take that? One of the founders building in the Senthil? Do you want to take a shot on the policy? All right.
No, very good question. There are some policies on the DPIIT website, Department of Promotion for Industrial Trade. But having said that, there may not be a central regulatory body for this, but we will investigate and get back. Okay, so that's a good point. Sometimes, you know, policy can scuttle innovation, so it can slow down. So there is a sandbox approach that everybody is using. I just want to make 2 quick announcements. I know many of you, after that heavy lunch, will be a bit tired. So coffee will open in 3 minutes. Then we have the last very important track, which is health and wellness. You will see how Philips can help you check your heart health and how it works, and you can do it with your mobile phone. So, and then you will see what Noura is doing with predictive health is also very important. You can share that with your family members, especially if in your family there's a history of heart-related or any other such ailments. It's important to do that predictive test and scanning. Additionally, like our tradition, we take a last group photo together because we believe that after the event is over, each of you are ambassadors of change and of transition. So we'll have everybody come here. I don't know how strong this stage is, but we'll try to fit all of us here to take that last picture, which will be after the 4 speakers in the health panel. We have a surprise speaker added because another speaker could not join, so that you will know in a bit. So now it is 3:20, so let's say 25 minutes so for coffee, but then if you're getting a little bit late in the queue, bring the coffee and come back. But before you go, I have one interesting question and also something to share. Can we have a cordless mic around here? Anybody came by BMTC bus or carpooled today? There's one hand. Okay, good. Please come forward, sir. Somebody will give you a gift. So may I request our friend to give a gift, and then she will introduce who she is. That's the best way that she does it. And give a mic to madam, so you can explain what you are giving him, and then you can give it. And then there's probably one more gift after that.
Hello, I'm Payal Patel. I'm founder at Agropack Private Limited. The session earlier with all the panelists had been amazing. They pointed out the right questions on sustainability and material innovation. I have done one such innovation which has been derived from a very plain in the sight solution in front of us, and that is coconut shells. A lot of coconut shells is present here in our southern part of India, which is just being discarded. And we have innovated this product, which can be used in cosmetic packaging, food packaging, a lot of other jewelry packaging and all such. And that can be utilized as a entirely naturally biodegradable alternative in packaging, and that can be revolutionary too when it comes to storing your cosmetics or food or any kind of product. And it's entirely safe, it is durable, doesn't break like glass, so all of that. So I'd like to give it to someone who is adopting all the carbon footprint reduction methods, like coming from bus.
Okay, you have two of those?
I do have one more.
Yeah, so then you give the second one to him. All right. Tell us your name, sir, and where are
thank
you
you.
from? What is your name?
I have one more.
Sukit. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Sukit. And here is the other gentleman. Yes.
So thank you, everyone. Please connect with me if you would
Thank
like
you so
to.
much, and thank you, Navratan
Thank you.
from NASSCOM. You know, he sees every opportunity to help a startup, you know, get visibility and traction. Thank you. That's what TIA Summit is about. Let's have coffee, network quickly. Ayappa is here from Brigade Reap. Ayappa? Yes, okay, okay. So those who want to meet him also go up to him. If your startup is in the real estate sector, you can also meet him. Have coffee, and then we will come back to start exactly at 3:50. So 25 minutes, I think, is a good time. Thank you very much. We can have some music, and we come back.
working, sir.
It's working, huh? Got it. So, there are blur now, right? Okay.
No, sir, if you see from here, it's looking
Okay.
blur.
Thank you.
All right, good evening once again. So may I request some of you at the coffee counter to take your coffee and tea and come forward to the center of the hall as we move to the last session of TIA Summit 2025, a summit where action and vision come together, purpose and drive come together, capital and capability come together. Thank you so much for all those who have been joining our summit online as well and watching our live stream online. It has been a great privilege over the last 2 days to have you watch the wonderful speakers who have presented here and who continue to create change. In the last session, we had some very interesting speakers, especially from the circular economy perspective. We also had an ecosystem enabler from Israel, who has the Association of Circular Economy in Israel, who also helps frame the right policies so that the circular economy companies can benefit from doing it the right way. Overall, all in all, we now move to the last panel, which is health and wellness and agri-tech. So we are happy that John will be here from a special agri-tech perspective, and he will share what is special and how tech can enable agri at scale. We'll have Dr. Taslim Arif Syed from CCamp, who is coming all the way, who helps bio accelerators and companies to startups, especially to find capital and to scale. Additionally, we will have a few other very interesting speakers from Philips, from Noura that you have already seen, and we will also try to have from UI Medical our special speaker, surprise speaker for the last session. So may I invite you all to come towards the hall, towards the front of the hall, because we should start now and then we will end a little bit early at 5:15, so you have enough time to do further networking as well. May I request the hotel staff to ring the bell at the back so we can have everybody come forward. So we have 5 minutes. You can bring your coffee and come, and around 3:50 we will start so that we can save time and have more time for networking at the end as well. Thank you. All right, we have a very interesting report to launch, which is the AI Governance Framework of India report. May I call Jan Kune? Are you here, Jan? Then please come on stage. Could I call Gopi from ThyssenKrupp Aerospace if you are here? Himanshu, help us get them to ring some bells around. From Embeliso, can you come on stage? We want to do this interesting report. Shashidhar, can you also come on stage? Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, okay. Gopi, please come. We can launch this. Who else do I see? Samir and Ricky. Yes. Come. Let's come on stage quickly. Yeah. No, I'll make him speak. Jan, come. This is.
What's the report you got?
It's AI
Governance framework. Framed by you?
Yeah,
No, the team is the research team.
This is India's AI governance framework report.
Okay.
So, come.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just got the honor to read out a text to you, which is a report which will be released here. So, yes. Some concentration. Can we get some sort of a clear music? Ba-bum! All right, the India AI Impact Summit 2026, scheduled for February 2026 in New Delhi, is a global event focused on measurable impact of artificial intelligence. Its core mantra is impact. India's commitment to using AI for human betterment, inclusive growth, and environmental consciousness, people-centric innovations. The summit is structured around 3 sutras, or core principles. P for people, emphasizing human-centered AI. P, planet, focusing on resource-efficient and climate-resilient AI. And the third P, progress, ensuring equitable distribution of AI's benefits to economic growth and global development. Its agenda is guided by 7 chakras, or themes for global cooperation: safe and trusted AI, human capital, science, resilience, innovation, efficiency, inclusion for social empowerment, democratizing AI resources, economic growth, and social good. The event will feature prominent speakers from leading tech companies, including the CEOs of Google, DeepMind, and NVIDIA, and the chairman of Reliance Industries Limited. Key flagship events include an AI Expo, the AI for All Global Impact Challenge, the AI by Her Global Impact Challenge for gender equity, and the UVI Global Youth Challenge for Young Innovators. A series of pre-summit events have already been held globally, covering various AI-related topics. So, please look forward to this important event. We've been talking about the whole day about technology. Here's something new coming up. Please join forces on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Jan. You did it perfectly. Well, just to unpack it a bit, the French Deputy Consul yesterday said the first AI summit was in France, chaired by the French President. The next one will be in India, chaired by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It will be in Delhi. And there we will bring out the AI framework so it becomes ethical AI. What we just launched was that report, and you can find it online on LinkedIn. We don't want to print because we are a sustainability summit. We just have 1 copy. But you can meet Aditya here from NCIBC. So Aditya, okay. Aditya is here, yes. Show me that once again. So you can look at the National Cyber and AI Center. So NCAIC, National Cyber and AI Center. And the report is available on their LinkedIn page. And also the fact that we launched it here, and because we are talking a lot about technology, and technology has to be inclusive, ethical framework. Otherwise, we may leave out a lot of people, and then there will be something called tech poverty. So it's really important to have the right policy framework. On this, India will have the global conference and try to create that policy framework and structure. With that, we are happy to be back here. May I first call upon Adarsh from Philips, who's going to give us something very, very important for each of our hearts, because without a good heart, basically we are no longer human, right? In this case, they, as Philips, are able to do something incredible and very, very powerful and very, very interesting. And he's the man in charge, and I hope he's able to touch 1 billion hearts. So let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Adarsh from Philips. Over to you.
Thank you, Jose.
There is audio, sir? No audio.
Super. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I doubt that I can compete with coffee, but I'm going to try my best. Right? So we at Philips have been around for hundreds of years, as you know. We are a company that started with photovoltaics and ended up in healthcare. So Philips has this deep association for people in India, where you talk about lighting, where you talk about home appliances. But it would probably surprise you to know that we are one of the largest makers of cath labs in the world, where they try to fix your heart. So that's the obligatory Philips slide, so I'm going to finish with that. So the amount of sustainability, and I know is probably not good enough to talk, so I'm going to use sustainability and tell you something interesting about the heart. See, a lot of health is very similar to sustainability. So if you look at health on a whole, wherein you have carbon footprint, then essentially you have a health footprint. And why is that health footprint important? Because at the end of the day, how much of society, how much of economic infrastructure health is taking is what it actually tells you, right? So if you go through this from the bottom to the top, you will see, I don't have to read out all of them, but you'll see a whole lot of similarities. So when you want to decarbonize, you obviously look at alternative fuels. Here you have to look at alternative health strategies. When you want to offset, you have to make people do something else to regain good health, right? So all of this amounts to the fact that all the principles that you have learned in sustainability can be applied to health, and especially corporate health or community health, right? And that's where I wanted to come from. We have done something interesting, but the bigger takeaway is, you know, healthcare is one of the larger greenhouse gas emitters in the world. So every single person that you can prevent from going to a healthcare facility, you're actually doing a lot for sustainability, right? It's a point that all of us should remember, and if it applies to us too. Avoid emergencies and don't go to hospitals. That's the nature of our program. We have done a whole lot of tests with the device that we have. It's a smartphone-based appliance. You can see it in our stall. What it does is it essentially uses your smartphone camera and figures out a whole lot of early warning characteristics about the heart. Why is that important? So if you went around the room and if I asked you people, are younger people more healthier than older people, most of you would have said yes. Sadly, in the current climate, that is not true, right? The 18 to 30-year-olds seem to perform less better than the 50 to 60-year-olds for a variety of reasons. Maybe they're well managed, maybe their lifestyle is bad, maybe there's a whole lot of binge watching of Netflix. I don't know what it is, but there's a whole lot of things going bad with the younger crowd. The productivity, if you look at any published paper, people used to be 80% productive 20 years ago. Today they are 60% productive, right? And this is starting to reflect in everything that you see and do. The prevalence rate of diseases is around 13 to 14% if you look at government statistics and public health statistics. We've seen it doubled across in all of the studies that we have done. So what is the end result of all of this? You can have great sustainability goals, you can have great revenue goals, but if your health is not sustainable, you're not going to reach it. Maybe when AI comes in and takes away everybody, then there's a chance, but otherwise you're not going to reach it, right? And that's the lesson that all of us must learn. So there is a huge scope for each of us to play a role. We must try to avoid emergencies at all costs. It's not only traumatic for you, it's traumatic for people around you, it's traumatic for the company you have to work for, it's traumatic to the community, it's traumatic to the government. Somebody has to pay, somebody has to work on you, somebody has to make you recover. whole lot of these things tied in, right? So if you're really conscious about your eco footprint, you'll take care of your health better. So the idea is make interventions only for real emergencies where you can't do much, but most of the times if you have early warning, then you absolutely will be able to resist the advance of an emergency, the advance of an incident as you go forward. So now I'm coming to what I really wanted to convey. You heard so much about sustainability, but did you know that the heart as an organ is both a mechanical and an electrical device, right? And if you put all the people in this room or in a company together, you can think of them as generating power. And when you have people grouped into maybe tables or departments, the power is going to a certain power station. When you put all the power stations together, you have a power plant. And that, if anything, should convince you what sustainability is all about, right? So if you want to make health sustainable, you must understand what the mechanical and the electrical energy that is being generated by your heart, and that's exactly what we have done. We look at heart energy and heart efficiency. Significantly, when you put these two parameters together, we make something that is measurable so easy. People look at productivity in different ways, people look at heart risk in different ways. Now we have one metric where we can tell you whether you are productive or not, whether you are ending up on the right side of the line or not, or whether you need some help, all by reducing it down to a single parameter, right? And what is that single parameter and what can we do with it? So if you look at heart energy and heart efficiency, I always liken it to a car. In the car you put fuel, that's your energy, and then you get mileage and that's your efficiency. And so ladies and gentlemen, our heart is no different than that. It's an engine that works on the exact same principle, right? So it's how much energy do you have and how much mileage are you getting out of it is what eventually determines how healthy you are. Thing to remember is heart is not about heart attacks alone. Heart is really a reflector of entire life. Even life goals can be measured on how well your heart is doing at any point of time. I think we instinctively know that, but we never put it into words. So if you look at, I put a few statistics together. Just by looking at the heart, you can figure out whether how much energy is being generated and used, right? If you meter it, you know how healthy they are and how healthy they should be. I can guess or estimate the health product of a company or the health product of a country by just looking at the heart, right? Because the heart is a microcosm of everything that you're doing, right? There's a very famous saying that your average heart beats for 3.5 billion times in your life, and it's entirely up to you whether it can go to 3 or 4, right? And that's totally true. And so the fact that most of us have around 20 to 30% of energy to give, and that's what we give when we escalate and de-escalate, and almost 50% of the people are right at the edge. So they don't have anything extra to give, right? And so just by looking at the heart, you can align with business goals, you can achieve them, you can predict whether you will be able to be sustainable or not as a workforce, and that is super important. So to do all of this, what we have done is, essentially, we go to companies and say, we run a campaign called the Green Heart Campaign, right? With one scan of your smartphone, we actually are able to create a life-size clock of the company. That clock tells you whether the entire company is running faster than normal time or running slower than normal time. And the significance of that is simple. If your lifestyle is out of control or if your health is not great, including non-communicable diseases, your time starts running faster. Otherwise, if you're in great health, your time starts running slower. You're actually gaining or losing time by just measuring your heart's performance, right? And this is something, again, that all of us know. It's not that we don't know that when we are doing miserably, then obviously we are shaving off a few days of energy and efficiency over a period of time, right? And that's exactly what we measure. It's remarkable fun for corporates, but it's huge value for the employer. And hopefully one day we will translate this into public health, make it a community way of measuring, because I think invasive measurements are quite traumatic. Non-invasive measurements, if they can get you to 70% of the goal, then we have done our job. So on that note, I'd like to stop here. I'm so happy to be talking to all of you. And if you haven't done the scan, even for the sake of curiosity, you will find it a very interesting experience. Right?
See, I wanted to, since TIA has actually participated in this as part of our Green Art campaign, I just wanted to give Jose a nice certificate from us. Jose and Himanshu, maybe, if they come up.
Thank you so much. You know, like they would say, could you get to the heart of the matter? And indeed we did. I think those wonderful scorecards for organizations to know, you know, how their people as a whole are doing with a simple test. I mean, I really want to end 15 minutes early, so those who haven't done their heart test could do it there at the Philips counter and just figure out, you know, how that works and how that aligns. May I now call upon Sai Sharan from Noura. Noura is giving much more detailed predictive analysis of your overall complete health, but good for you to unpack it and then I will comment later. Let's give a big round of applause to Sai, which is Indo-Japanese technology. Over to you, Sai. Yeah.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Jose, for inviting us for this wonderful forum. It is our third year association with ICT Forum and TIA Forum, and we're very happy to be here. My name is Sai Sharan, and I lead the corporate program regionally at Noura. I would like to begin my presentation with a short clip. Thanks. Well, exciting race, but not an ideal ending, right? Yeah? So now imagine the body as the car, the mind as the driver, and the heart as the engine. Now, if we don't have our heart under the measures of checks and balances, our life goes for a toss. Hence the importance of preventive health screening. And I would like to begin with my presentation. So let's understand what is screening all about, yeah? So before I answer to that question, the routine that we follow is whenever we are not well, we go see a doctor, the doctor prescribes some medicine and some tests, followed by the severity of the report, we either go to a hospital or a diagnostic center for the treatment and then post-treatment care, right? This is the norm that we follow. On the contrary, screening means testing the healthy population. It's an orientation taken by a healthy individual who wants to be rest assured with their health. It is a proactive practice and a preventive approach towards one's health. So it's like saying, I know I'm healthy, but I don't want to be taken by surprises in the present or future, which is why I opt to screen. And that's the space Noura is into. We are a Fujifilm organization. Fujifilm, right? Are you hitting the nostalgia memories, childhood memories, capturing some nice moments during your childhood with Fujifilm cameras? Smartly, what they did is they pivoted themselves into medical equipment manufacturing. When mobile phones started coming into the market, what Fujifilm did is leveraged upon imaging technology to move into the healthcare space. So having said this, they have set up state-of-the-art centers across the globe beginning from Namma Bengaluru, a very proud moment. Normally, when it comes to healthcare innovation, for that matter, it's more from the US base or a European base. I'm very happy to represent my company because we started from Namma Bengaluru and created a proud moment from here. So we leverage highly upon the imaging technology to determine the smallest of the health concerns that might be lurking within your body, right? So that's the biggest advantage that we have. We have collaborated with DKH Group to ensure that they implement the mission of Fujifilm in a most seamless manner. So what's our objective? This was an article which was published a year ago. It says India lacks a systematic screening program. Well, which is why we're here. We're here to set up a systematic screening program, thereby saving life to early detection. Now, some of the uniqueness that we would like to point out here. We are India's first AI-based health screening center. I will expound more about this point in my upcoming slides, but just like to give a flavor of it. So we ensure there's a seamless screening experience which happens when a guest comes to our center. We call them guests, not patients. And AI becomes a good support tool for our radiologists to comprehend the report. We have built state-of-the-art centers across the globe. And the picture that you look at on the screen is that of the Bangalore Center. Now, when it comes to health checkup, people normally dread to go to a hospital or a diagnostic center is because of the ecosystem, right? You're always in the confluence of symptomatic people as well. So, which is why we have made a standalone screening center which enables a very smooth experience for anybody who's coming around, have a handheld experience from point A to point D. From the time you come in till the time you go out, there is a seamless experience which takes place at our center. The beauty is this. We just take about 2 hours to complete the whole process. You can head to Mysore from here in just 2 hours, and that is the time taken to complete the whole screening at our center. The best part is we completed with a doctor consultation. So your reports are well presented in front of you the moment you complete your screening so that you are there on the desk and take those actions from day one. Moving forward, now touching about the AI aspect, what is so wow about AI when it comes to Noora? Well, this is quite a cutting edge. Since we use CT machines for screening, it is a subject matter of radiation. Now, traditionally, CT scan emits 50 times that of an X-ray radiation, right? So a low dosage of CT scan emits 10 times that of an X-ray, whereas an ultra-low radiation emits just about 1 X-ray. And that is the space Noora is into. We expose you to ultra-low radiation. But there's a problem. What is the problem? The image quality goes for a toss. It is quite noisy and grainy, making it most uncomprehensible image. So that is when the first AI system kicks in. It cleans the image, makes it more comprehensible, and easy for the radiologist to comprehend it. The second AI system kicks in as a decision support tool. It acts as a companion to the radiologist. Remember, it's not a decision maker. It is a good decision support tool to the radiologist and the doctor. You must be wondering, Sai, do you have a case study here? Yes, I do have a case study. So this was a mammogram test which was conducted in the year 2011, 12, and 13 without the influence of AI. Only in 2013, the guest was able to figure out a cause of concern by following it up with a biopsy. Now, the beauty of AI is this. Right in the first year itself, the cause of concern was detected in a very small region. Subsequent year, it started to grow in the larger part of the organ, and then third year, you can see the damage that's happening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is the value that we bring on table with the influence of AI, which is early detection. Some of the key tests that we do at our center. I would like to thank Mr. Adarsh from Philips for setting the context on emphasizing the importance of heart health. So we do something known as heart calcium score. What does this tell you about? So it is one of the best non-invasive scans which we do at our center to determine the risk of heart attack. Now, we check the calcified calcium in your coronary arteries and thereby tell you if your arteries are clogged. And we have saved lives with the help of this test Many guests have come back and given us a letter of testimonial and saying, thank you for saving my life. These people have been marathon runners. They have gone to reputed medical institutions to get their checkup done. When they came back to Neura, they figured out a big challenge with their heart, which they were not completely aware about, right? Bone mineral density. Everybody needs bones, which is why I'm standing here. Now, what we do here is we not only check the strength of the outer region of your bone, with the help of a CT scan, we are also able to access the inner bone strength, right? So the inner bone strength tells you about the pores in the heart, the pores in the bone, and tells you whether it is brittle, are you moving towards osteoporosis, and so on. Something known as visceral fat analysis. How many of you all have belly? And thought it was a sign of prosperity? It's a sign of obesity, my friends. Well, it is a notorious fat within your body. Viscera means organs. The fat surrounding your organs is called visceral fat. And this hampers the functionality of all your other organs which is surrounding it, right? Thereby not enabling it to do the best of what it's supposed to do. And you must be noticing that I've raised visceral fat on top. I'll tell you, there's a reason for this. Moving on, we also do a breast cancer screening. Apart from breast cancer, we also do cancer markers to help determine women's health. The fifth test is the metabolic syndrome. Basically, it's a 5-parameter test, and any 3 parameters are on elevation, you are under metabolic syndrome, which is quite dangerous in nature. Now, you must be asking, Sai, how relevant these tests are? Just for your kind information, this was an article which was published last month, which says one of the best ways to determine blocked arteries is in a non-invasive way is visceral fat analysis. And which is why I've topped visceral fat on top of the test list. And there is a correlation of visceral fat to all these health parameters. Let it be heart, let it be bone, let it be breast, or metabolic syndrome for that matter. Moving on quickly, these are the well-constructed centers which we have set up across the globe. Beginning from Bangalore, we started in Feb 2021, moved on to Gurugram in 2022, followed by our third center in Mumbai in 2023, and then Hyderabad at the end of 2023. This is our fifth center in India. It's located in Calicut. It's called Global Innovation Center, where most of the incubation of new tech and health tech happens here. We train the upcoming centers which are coming in India as well as overseas as well. These are the centers overseas. Mongolia, we have 2 centers, one in Vietnam as well. As we speak, we recently launched our new center in Cape Town, that is South Africa, followed by Dubai, and then Bangkok as well. Some of our esteemed corporate clients are on the screen. We invite you to have your logo here. So thank you so much for this wonderful time. And on the ending note, I would like to invite you to be a part of Good Health with a short video. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
A foundation built upon a touch of care. It all began with a vision clear, powerful, and brimming with purpose. Inspired by the well-known Japanese way of life, a mission solely dedicated to safeguarding what matters most: health. Pioneered by Neura in collaboration with Fujifilm, with a singular goal of saving lives through active screenings. Together, Dr. Kutti's healthcare team joined forces with Fujifilm under the leadership of CEO Goto-san, who saw the potential for a new future in healthcare. Goto-san recognized the opportunity to innovate and save countless lives in the process. He committed Fujifilm's vast technological resources and prowess to the cause, hoping to create something truly revolutionary for the people all across the world. Like Japan, that has cultivated a culture around health screening, Neura aims, with the help of AI-assisted technology, to establish regular health screenings as a global norm. From the very first center in Bangalore, the mission has now expanded to institutes in Gurugram, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Ulaanbaatar, Hanoi, Cape Town, Bangkok and Dubai. What we are doing isn't just for today, it's for the future. At Noora, we envision a world where health is a priority and every life saved becomes a legacy. Join our journey towards future where screening isn't a fear,
Thank you all.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Sai, for really helping to take out fear from screening. And, really, when one eliminates fear, one is empowered to, be much more resilient, because it gives you the confidence of knowing what's the picture inside. Everybody uses the mirror a lot to see what is outside, but it's also important to see how good are things inside. Now I'd like to call upon John Kuruvilla, who is a serial entrepreneur moving from different fields to different field. I just have to highlight a few things. One is, you might have all of us know about Air Deccan and how they did that 5 rupees ticket or 1 rupee ticket, something like that. John was the brain behind that, So it was really strategic. This he won't mention in his presentation, but I want to say it nonetheless. It was one of the most strategic moves, Just by selling one ticket for 1 rupee in the whole plane, you get, 1,000 crores worth of free marketing from everyone, right? So this is strategy, and strategy is doing things different. He also later went on to advise the Reliance Group in all their acquisition. So he worked very closely with Dhirubhai Ambani's son, Mukesh Ambani. So intergenerational wealth and how that can be grown, he's a mentor to some of them. Then he also was part of Brigade Reap, who basically, I think, set it up and took it to scale. And then you heard from Ayappa, who's now managing it. Then he went on to set up some corporate jet-based business. And then now he also does something else in agri-tech. So let's give a big round of applause to John Kuruvilla, the leader, the mentor, and the visionary. And let's see what's next in agri-tech and agriculture ecosystem. Over to you, John. Take it away. Thank you.
Oh, he makes me sound old. The good thing about coming at the end is 50% of the room is empty. 40% are sleepier on their phones. So you got to address only 10%. But Jose, I'm surprised to see 70% here, which is great. So, how many of you understand the business of agriculture? Then you know it's a black hole and you lose tons of money. So I made the bold move of getting into agriculture in 2017, and I realized the hard way why, despite being the largest employment generation industry in the country, close to 15,000 people commit suicide every year. So I'm going to talk you through how AI, we talked of AI in the human body, how AI can help plant physiology actually provide better food for us. But before I do that, I want to play one film. And this is the film. Volume.
Who's part of the Baramati co-op, where you can take this powerful technology, but make it have impact where a small landowner is able to improve the yield of their land. And the numbers they shared in terms of reduction in chemicals, improvement in water usage, and ultimately yield was phenomenal. One of the things it does is sensor fusion. We've been talking about it for decades. This is using geospatial data, spatial temporal data from drones, from satellites, from soil, all getting connected in real time, and then to apply AI to it, and then translate it back into knowledge for a farmer who is just asking questions in their vernacular language. That's the stitching together. It's pretty phenomenal to see.
This is in a small town called Baramati. Magic is happening there. And what Satya Nadella talking about Baramati and AI, because this is the only place in the world where AI in agriculture has significantly impacted the lives of farmers and everybody associated with the ecosystem. So much so, then when this video came out and Mr. Nadella tweeted about it, Elon Musk came and said, AI can change everything. So I had the good fortune of actually being called to be an advisor to the Agricultural Development Trust in Baramati, which is where this magic is happening. And this is the brainchild of a gentleman called Mr. Pratap Pawar, who is the chairman and managing director of Sakal, the largest Marathi newspaper in the country, and he's also the trustee at the Agricultural Development Trust Baramati. And he, in partnership with Oxford University, Dr. Ajit Javkar, who's the premier mind in AI, and with Dr. Ranveer Chandra, who's the MD of Agritech from Microsoft, actually put together a consortium that also included startups from India to actually make a difference by two concepts called precision farming and farm of the future. And this was started, it's a startup, 3 years old, 2022. And today they have opened it out to millions of farmers who come every December to actually watch this miracle happen. I have met farmers and they say, sir, jo ye log kar rahe hain na, Bhagwan ki deen hai, which means what they're doing is God's gift to us. Now, what are the challenges that happen in agriculture? I mean, I'm facing it because I live it every day. Climate change, soil degradation. The soil that is in my farm is 50x of a poor quality than it was 10 years back because of the overuse of pesticides, fertilizers, and what have you. Climate change, of course, I have 4,000 pomegranate plants in a place called Lepakshi. The first year I had 3 tons of pomegranate. After COVID, climate changed. I have to replant all my pomegranates out of the farm. Overexploitation of natural resources, data collection, unification. There's no one source of data which can be unified and sense made out of it. Low productivity, fragmented land. The average land holding in India is about an acre. And higher risk of crop damage. Organic, and this is my personal view, is a big scam that the West has pulled on us. Because in India, if I have an organic farm, which is here, and somebody else has an inorganic farm there, the wash from his field, which carries pesticide, will come and destroy and infect my land. Also, bees can fly 5 kilometers. So bee can take pollen from an inorganic plant and infect mine, and it'll destroy the concept of organic. So I went back into the Vedas, and I use a form of farming called Panchakavya, which is the use of cow dung, cow urine, neem, jaggery, and hot water. Now, these are challenges that the farmer faces every day. Should I water the plant? What pesticide should I use? Do I plaster it all over? How much of water should I give? What fertilizer should I use? What kind of plant should I plant? When should I harvest? These questions plague a farmer's mind day in and day out. And the problem is, most of the next generation farmers have migrated out to Bangalore or to cities. And the other problem is that if you do not know what is the nutrient value in your soil, how much of irrigation you need, if you don't monitor growth more than visible, if you don't do pest control in a localized manner, if you don't manage yield prediction, then you have no way of knowing what the outcome of a harvest is going to be. So we brought in a lot of technology, and we brought it at 3 levels. We do ground truthing, which is understand the quality of the soil. Then we have soil sensors, which are monitoring humidity at the soil level, NPK at the soil level. We have wind stations, which will tell you the wind direction, humidity, when it's going to rain. And then we have satellites, which will tell you where the pests are going to hit you. Now, this is phenomenal for us because this is the first time in the world that Oxford, through causal algorithms, has brought this technology to agriculture. And that's Mr. Pawar and Dr. Jawkar, who are passionately involved in this project. So what do? Like I said, we have weather stations, satellites, we have wind farms, we have sensors in the soil monitoring moisture and nutrients, and that data comes onto a single platform. The AI and real-time analytics is pushed to a farmer who has an app in Marathi, and it tells the farmer, go to the farm today, only open the tap for 8.5 minutes. Please go to your northeast corner, spray this bio-organic pesticide. It is precision farming like you have in manufacturing. And that has led to a lot of data, and we know that data is the new oil, and we know that data, if used well, can actually help you manage your body. We are managing the physiology of a plant. Very, very important. This is the motherlode of technology that we use in AI. We do predictive yield, soil property, pest installation risk, different indices, fertilizers, water stress. We do a lot of work in this space. You have war rooms across factories which will tell you where the pest is going to hit you. It will tell you with a 99.2% accuracy whether it's going to rain 2 kilometers from your house. Today, the farmers trust our weather stations more than the Met Department. And everything is in languages. It's very, very user-friendly for the farmers. Now, this is the beauty. If you ever visit, and I think some of you should visit Baramati, there's magic happening there. We have a farm which is traditional, everything done the way a traditional farmer does. Next to that farm, there's an AI farm. So if you see this farm, this is a traditional farm, it's Phule 13007. The yield is 60 tons per acre. And if you look at the sucrose, the sugar content, it's 9.5%. Next to it, 5 feet away, is an AI-enabled plantation where the yield is double at 120 tons per acre. 60 tons to 120 tons, 9.5% sucrose to 18%, which means on the same plot, 30% reduction in water, 40% reduction in fertilizer, 20% reduction in manpower. I'm giving you more yield both in physical tonnage and in the quality of sugar. Now, we give you disease alerts, we give you VPD alerts, we give you delta alerts. We tell you this is not the right time to spray pesticide. We'll tell you this is the vapor in the atmosphere. There's a lot of data. Now, data, if it's not interpreted well, is junk. So we do it in a very user-friendly manner for the farmers who uses a mobile app, which is called the Krushi app, and that for him is his Gita today. Now, this is interesting. We have 6 varieties of sugarcane. You know, people were not clear whether this is tukka hai. I mean, it's just luck. But 6 varieties of sugarcane over 2 years, AI, non-AI plots side by side, the results are magical. If you take the top green, on the top is AI, that gives you 150 metric tons per acre. The next plot, which is non-AI, gives you 68 tons per acre. And this is for the 6 varieties that are grown in Maharashtra. The lowest yield is CO 86032, where non-AI gives you 71 tons per acre, but AI gives you 104 tons per acre. So anywhere between 40% to 120% increase in yield per acre is what a farmer gets from AI. And if you look at sugar content, it increases by 0.28% to almost 2%. And this is beneficial to the sugar mills. So the yield per acre is beneficial to the farmer. The yield of sucrose is beneficial to the sugarcane factory. Now, this is the overall magic that has been created in Baramati. Increase in sugarcane 40%, reduced labor cost 20 to 40%, water saving 30%. Baramati was a drought-prone area 60 years back. You must see it today. It's just green. 25% input cost reduced, harvest efficiency has gone up by 35%, savings to disease monitoring has come down by 25%, supply chain optimization 20%, and overall cost savings is about 30%. Now, if I look at Karnataka, because that's where I'm now focusing on, I'm talking to sugar mills here, Karnataka land under cultivation has increased, whereas overall land under cultivation has come down. So Karnataka has gone up from 6.37 lakh hectares in 2021 to 6.94 lakhs. But what's funny is that the production, the tonnage per hectare, has come down from 95 tons per hectare to 90 tons per hectare. So there's a problem. Land is increasing, but yield is coming down. So that's a serious problem because worldwide, and especially in India, the land holdings of farmers are coming down because urban India is moving into the smaller towns and villages. So the only way that we can protect our food source, our supply, and ensure that World War III doesn't happen due to food and water shortage is to use AI in agriculture. That's the magic that's happening, and I'm very, very honored to be part of this journey of Mr. Pratap Pawar. It's something that we are now taking out of Maharashtra. Thank you, Jose, for having me.
Great stuff, great stuff. You know, on day one, we heard a lot about power. That today it's Pawar. So power, and we end with Pawar. Thank you, thank you. It was interesting to, see this wonderful presentation because we try to link health, wellness, and agri-tech. Because in the end, if you eat the wrong things, there's a greater pressure on the health and wellness ecosystem to balance it out. Now we have, interestingly, an innovator, which I was saying is the surprise speaker in this track, Dr. Adarsh from OE Medicals, who has created amazing innovation, managed to get FDA approval, was in the US with a road show at different medical device fairs, and he has been a speaker earlier as well, but I'm very happy to bring him on again because I wanted his message to go out because he has progressed as a startup in where they are in that journey. Over to you, Dr. Adarsh, take it away, and then we have the last speaker and then the track together. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Dr. Adarsh. I'm a professor of surgery. I practice minimal access surgery and robotic surgery, and I'm inventor of P-Scope, world's first scope for abdominal cavity examination. Well, the present process of abdominal cavity examination is quite complex. Whenever there is a problem in abdomen, physicians have to first conduct non-invasive tests like an X-ray, ultrasound, CT scan, a PET scan, etc. However, these tests are inconclusive in 30% of the patients. This leads to delay in diagnosis, wrong diagnosis, or misdiagnosis. So patients have to go through second line of invasive tests like a diagnostic laparoscopy or a laparotomy, which is a surgery which is painful, invasive, and expensive. So we have simplified this process. We give a local block on the abdominal wall, a transversus abdominis plane block. This is the device. We introduce the device under vision, and once we are inside, we pump some atmospheric air to make some space inside the abdominal cavity. Then we introduce the device inside, and we can go inside and have a look inside the abdominal cavity. So these are the intestines. If required, we can pass a biopsy forceps, take a biopsy, and release all the gas, take out the port, and the patient is completely awake because this is performed under a local block. So for physicians, it's instant and accurate diagnosis, and its device is portable. It can be used outside the OR. For patients, it avoids a surgery, which means no admission, no general anesthesia, or no pain, or no recovery. So, and it's quick, painless, and convenient for the patients. So one of the examples of its applications in patients in sepsis in ICU, these patients are very sick, they deteriorate very quickly, and there is a sepsis patient which is admitted in ICU. He is on ventilator, dialysis, and inotropes, so he requires urgent treatment. However, we cannot shift him to radiology because we have to disconnect all the tubes and the patient might die on the way. So it's very difficult to diagnose what's going on inside in these patients. So in these patients, we can perform these copies inside an ICU. We can go inside, have a look, and come to a quick and definitive diagnosis in these patients. And these procedures can be life-saving in these patients. So it adds value to healthcare stakeholders all across. So for patients, it's decreased mortality and fast and quick diagnosis. For clinicians, it improves patient's care and familiar technology. For hospital, it lowers cost of care and improves efficiency. So sepsis is a #1 cause of hospitalization in US. Approximately 262 billion is the annual cost of sepsis in US, and 30% of these patients are because of abdominal problems, and sepsis time is critical, and 80% of the sepsis deaths could be prevented if treated in time. So again, it has a very important financial aspect in ICU. Presently, US hospitals lose around 900 million every year on sepsis, because every sepsis patient, the hospital gets a fixed amount paid, around 100K is the fixed amount paid. However, these sepsis treatments are very expensive, so most of the hospitals are in red in management of sepsis. However, with our device, if we are able to go in quick diagnosis and quick treatment, we are able to save around 3 days on an average for the sepsis patient. We are saving around $30,000 because it costs around $10,000 per day for a sepsis patient in ICU. Again, we avoid surgeries for these patients, approximately 20K, so we are saying around 50K of saving for every device that is sold to these hospitals. And we also fit in existing reimbursement pathways for this procedure. So our contract manufacturing cost is around $200. We sell these devices at $2,000 with a 90% gross margin. So our initial beachhead market is sepsis, and you see the total TAM for sepsis is around 1 billion, around 540K cases every year, and around SAM is around 350 million. Around 11% of the sepsis are unknown origin, that's our SAM, and the SOM is around 104 million. We are saying around 40% market penetration, as this is a novel device and we don't have a competition for this device. So beyond sepsis, it has many other applications in cancer care to identify peritoneal secondaries, staging of abdominal cancers. Basically, white dots you are seeing are the cancer spots that have spread to the abdominal wall. These cannot be identified by CT, MRI, PET scan, so we can identify with our device, avoiding a surgery for these patients. It has applications in liver biopsy, it has applications in trauma, for example, liver or spleen lacerations, and women's health, and it has some exciting future applications as well. So the total, beyond sepsis, our total global TAM is around $40 billion, and it's an exciting and growing market across the globe. So as of now, we have been already granted our FDA clearance in US. We have granted patents in India and Australia already. Our patents are pending all over the major economies across the globe. So as of now, from 2020 to 2024, we have had an idea development, product development, cadaver studies, secured our contract manufacturers, and 2024 secured our FDA clearance, patents. Now we are raising funds. We have built our core team, and now we are raising funds to get our first manufacturing run and first pilots and a full commercial by 2027. So I'm Dr. Adarsh. I'm a minimal access surgeon with 15 years of experience. I've had three previous startups in medtech, and I saw that there was a clinical problem which was not addressed. So I took up this idea for last 3 years, and we have gotten our FDA clearance last year. My co-founder Thomas is a medtech veteran. He has 3 exits in medtech, and Rachel and Ashley come from a medtech background. They have developed and marketed products. They have launched 7 medical devices in US already, and we have a great clinical advisory board and a business advisory board as well. Thank you so much.
You know, like I was saying yesterday, the best speakers are in the last session. Now, those who decide to stay, they benefit. It's also the general philosophy of life. You know, the patient people also find the right opportunity. If you've noticed his presentation with care, you might be right to judge with me that in 10 years, he could be a great product company out of India. So let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Adarsh for your commitment and continuing to go on. And I, for myself, have said I will try to help him raise that capital and see how we can help you in that journey. Thank you so much. And now we have officially the last speaker of TIA Summit, after which, remember, we have the wonderful group photo together because the action continues with each of you in the audience who can amplify the right startups and help them move on. Could I request the mic team to, you haven't received the presentation yet? Okay, all right. In the interim, just to send it to you, I will send it to you, Kelvin. As Dr. Taslim Arif will get mic'd up, I just want to say that what they are doing at C Camp is something revolutionary, and it's a really delightful opportunity to have Dr. Taslim here with us. Starting up in the bio and related field is very complex, The people close to you itself will stop believing in you because it's a long gestation period, to get something verified, tested, approved, and so on and so on. And for these long battles, you need a friend, you need an ecosystem. And they are providing that wonderful ecosystem for Indian startups that decide to dare, to dream, and to build. And he's done a great job to bring together international ecosystems as well to help people connect, collaborate, and scale. Let's give a big round of applause to welcome Dr. Taslim Arif, a very well-known face in Bangalore, but for our international audience, you will get to know him after the presentation. Over to you, Dr. Taslim.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. Thank you so much, Mr. Jacob. It's wonderful to be here among all of you. And of course, I'm going to fight against your certain tiredness, which would be there at different percentage of time component with you. But in next few minutes, and this will be a rapid presentation as well, so I assure you I will not bore you too much. But just want to give you a glimpse of a phenomenally emerging biotech innovation system that's happening in India, and would love to see what your thoughts are on that and how we can collaborate going further. So just to quickly introduce the organization that actually driving it from the top is C Camp. C Camp is an initiative set up right here in Bangalore, North Bangalore, set up by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, in India's largest life science research campus that we call it as BLISC, which has, in addition to C Camp, has NCBS, INSTEM, and TIGS, which are all national organizations doing all work starting from fundamental research in biological sciences, translation of research, and innovation to solve problems in healthcare, agriculture, and environment. That's where the life science stream actually expands into. Just to give you a perspective, C Camp was set up as an enabler, a catalyst of high-end research and innovation in the field of life sciences. And just for some of the friends who are possibly from Europe or other places where soccer is a bit more famous than cricket, the analogy would be a midfield player on a soccer field, which actually works with both the defenders as well as strikers to take scientific movement forward. It's very important for you to have a player who understands the language at both sides and makes the movement from the knowledge generation to eventually solution building and product development. And that is very important component which was given as a mandate by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India to C Camp way back in 2009. And now we are 16 years old, young, whichever way you want to say it. We are in an interesting adolescent phase, getting into adulthood in a couple of years. What have we done in 16 years against the mandate which was given? So these are the three clear mandates, or rather deliverables, which we have put in front of CCAM. One is enabling research. So we work with organizations across India and even outside to take some of the scientific research forward. Second is translating research which has already happened in academia in phenomenal publication or a patent form, but is not moving forward. How do you translate it forward and make it industry ready, which is one of the biggest issue in scientific world. And third is that how do we take some of the innovations and help them further. In that, this is the first vertical where we have very high-end capabilities in research, be it high-end genomics, high-end capabilities in mass spectrometry, microfluidics, microfabrication, cryo-EM, and many other things which actually enable scientific research forward, be it in startups, be it in industry, be it in academia. And we have the entire gamut of capabilities which is unmatched in the region, not only in India, but in the region under one roof. These are phenomenal tools which have allowed us to work with researchers across India and take the scientific effort forward, and I'm sure industry would like to take the use of it. The second component is that we do research translation with academia, and I think you are very well aware, academia leads to amazing new knowledge on what happens behind a particular component, be it in physics, be it in chemistry, or be it in biology. But that understanding actually is just the first step towards building a solution out of it. And that's a journey after that. Many a times, academia feels that the discovery itself is good enough for industry to come and take it. But that is too early. In the parley of NASA's use of the term called TRL, academia produces something which is at the TRL level 2 or 3, which is right here. What industry wants all the way is a de-risk technology which can be converted into a circle from a square. And the challenge is here, the translation, because academia is sitting on one side of the river, industry is sitting on the other side of the river, and the translation is being missed. So this component allows us to build, so there is a program that is run at the national level, both in collaboration with academia and industry, supported by the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the PM, by Pratiksha Trust, and one another Spectrum Impact from Bombay. This program allows academic discoveries to be translated to the next level, and we have now developed very large amount of new technologies which are being transferred to industry from the early stages of discovery to the late stages of industry readiness. And this involves something that you just heard about sepsis, I think from my previous talk, which was fantastic, by the way. I don't know how many of you are aware, but sepsis, there is no cure for it. There's no drug. It's a graveyard of actually the drug efforts that is happening. There's no drug. And if somebody acquires sepsis, usually they get 2-3 days before all organs start collapsing one by one, and we lose the patient. And largely, it doesn't happen because of infection. Sepsis happens because you have an infection, other things, your body over-responds. Like COVID, what you heard, your body over-responds to the infection, causes the sepsis. So how do you actually tell your body, calm down, we are all fine, I'm going to give you antibiotic, don't worry. But body goes on overdrive. So this particular molecule, which has been licensed now through a translation to a Netherlands firm, allows body to modulate the immune response and not let it go on overdrive or an underdrive or an inflammatory response. There are several other drugs which we are working on, including in neurodegeneration and many others, which are being taken forward, which I believe is India's phenomenal strength in academia, which was never unlocked before through a translation. And what we are doing, this particular program, unlocks that potential of academia and takes that knowledge further through translation after talking to industry. So that's a second vertical, and I'm being quick and not giving you a lot of scientific stories because of lack of time. But the third one is innovations from across India, and how are we developing those across? So this is just a glimpse and not all of our innovations. We have now nearly 600 innovations in the space of biotech, which in healthcare, in agriculture, and environment. These are all innovative stories which are being there. Out of that, 100 products are in market, and more than in 35 countries. So this is really now from idea to all the way, which we have gotten now, saving lives as we speak across different domains of life sciences in healthcare, agriculture, environment, and within those, there are several domains which we have now the innovative solutions coming through. These are phenomenal ideas which were risky, which were breakthrough ideas that we are supporting through funding, hand-holding, mentorship, what Mr. Jacob talked about, giving them a very conducive environment where innovation can thrive and innovators can thrive. And they are across India, not here, but across India. These are old numbers. Sorry about it, because in hurry I have given him earlier slides. But the recent numbers is that we have now nearly 600 startups where we have nearly 100 products in market. We have funded them nearly $14 million. They have raised $600 million at a valuation of $1.6 billion. And this is really, truly very, very exciting work, because this is now showing that the deep science-based work from India can actually happen and take it forward. Of course, some of them are doing very, very well, and some of these companies, if I give you one-liner and not too much stories, Bugworks is attempting to build what the humanity needs the most. That is actually an antibiotic. I do not know how many of you are aware, but only 75 to 80 years ago, or a little bit more, people were dying because of a simple scratch. Because a scratch happened, infection happened, and we would lose a very healthy person, a young person, or post-surgery, because there were no antibiotics. Come penicillin, that you all have heard of, through Dr. Fleming, suddenly things change. We could treat people for infections. We could do well. But now what has happened, we are in more or less back to the square one, where the bacterial infections have no antibiotics left, because the ones which are there are not active enough against that. We are in the era called superbugs era, where every hospital that I and you know have deaths every day because of infections which cannot be treated anymore. The last broad spectrum antibody in the world, the new class, was discovered in 1960s. Most of us were not born at that time. What Bugworks is doing is, from here, it is the world's most advanced company in developing broad spectrum antibiotic. In the phase 1 they are, where they can work on any bug that is present in the world today. All of them are responsive to it. And that is what the humanity needs now, because there are many deaths every year, more than 5 to 7 million deaths happening every year, just because of non-treatable, untreatable infections. And that is what they do. Very quickly, just to move from here, the world's only one of the 2 companies which can do stem cell-based suturable cornea. I'm going very fast now. World's most effective company in using for vision disorders like age-related macular degeneration. Their data in the phase 1, where they are developing stem cell-derived RPE cells, retinal pigment epithelial cells, sorry about the too much terms, but they are able to treat a disease which is affecting 200 million people worldwide, 40 million people in India. Global cost for that is $500,000. They are trying to bring it to nearly $10,000 to $15,000. And that data is most effective, better than Roche's company called Lineage. And this is what the science can do. If you do good science and quality, that phase 1 data is best in class in the world. And that is very exciting. C6 is doing ocean farming on actually the farming on the ocean surface, and using the hydrocarbon capabilities to develop products for agriculture and aquaculture and biofuel. This is really phenomenally, completely transformative science that they are able to do. And String is doing something for climate. We all know about climate as an issue. It is caused by global warming. Global warming is caused by greenhouse gases in extra amounts, right? Greenhouse gases are in extra amount. They are able to trap the solar lights back. So warming, so what they do, the carbon burden that is there, the string is actually capturing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. The methane, one can capture carbon dioxide, so you are able to capture back and kind of reduce the load of carbon in the atmosphere, which actually would reduce the global warming going forward. Using what? Simple microorganisms which are synthetic biology led. So you have now simple small microorganisms which can absorb methane from refineries, from dairies, who can do forward, and many others. And company called Zumitor, which is in the US for cancer therapeutics at the US FDA. So there are several of those, but I think I'm going to wrap up slowly. We lead very large program in India called India AMR Innovation Hub, which has loads of partners which are, absolutely, the resolution is bad here, but global partners are there. We have another global program funded by Rockefeller, Fine, Gates Foundation for the fight of COVID diagnostic against India was led by this program called Index that we started in 2020. And this brought the accessibility and affordability for India by putting together nearly 45 new RT-PCR kits with capacity of having 1 million RT-PCR kits per day at the price of now 250 rupees, which was originally 6,000 rupees. This is world's most affordable RT-PCR kit today for COVID-19. And this happened through the entire process that happened is built in here. I'll not go into details. But this is what innovations can do, and this is what phenomenal science can do as we go forward. We have many efforts in maternal neonatal child health. I'm not going to go into that, but very important segment for India. Many efforts in digital health. We have nearly 100 products, innovative companies in digital health across diagnostics, MNCH, genomics, AI-based drug discovery, digital pathology, and many other components, and agriculture as well, which I will skip for now, as well as the environment and climate altogether. This has all been possible because of global support, national agencies, international agencies who have believed in our work, collaborators like Mr. Jacob who believe that science and scientists and innovations and innovators actually need support, and we have to build environment and collaboratives which can actually help them and do it forward. So we are very open for inputs and collaborations going forward with you. We believe we are just at the tip of the iceberg. We need to do a lot of it at much higher numbers, and we hope that we can do that. So I'll stop here. These are our contact details, but looking forward to your inputs. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Let's give a big round of applause for the wonderful work that they're doing. May I call upon John, Dr. Adarsh, all the speakers from the previous track to just quickly come on stage. I have one question that I will ask each of you. Dr. Adarsh from Philips is here. Adarsh, yes. Okay, excellent. All right. Can we have some cordless mics there? Yeah, just pass us some cordless mics. So, I hope it was really nice that, yeah, please be seated. We just occupy the central part. It was really amazing that you would all agree, we had this wonderful presentation. I have just one question to each of you. As India moves to the next decade, which is 25 to 35, and we've seen some wonderful presentation. We have Sai from Noora, are you here? Sai is there? Okay, then whenever he comes, ask him to join as well. As India moves to the next decade from 25 to 35, there is a huge need for collaboration, for combined effort, for synergy and discovery of joint opportunity and to solve problems jointly. So what I want to do, please come on that side, yes. What I want to do is maybe let me start with the Philips point of view, given that you started the session and so on. Maybe we can get one mic to reach others. You decided to go to the heart of the matter and to help Indians take care of their heart, because once the heart is healthy and well, everything else can follow. What would you need so that your initiative can get accelerated and more people can benefit and collaborate. So just in a few lines, what do you need to happen so things can accelerate?
Good question, especially for Philips, which doesn't have a whole lot of consumer space more in today. I think access to institutions that believe that health plays a huge role in anything they do. This could be colleges, this could be universities, could be companies, it could be government, but the institutions that believe typically lead the way, right? We don't, as Philips, we don't need money. We have enough of that. But we really want to start a movement, and that's why we started the Green Heart movement, because we feel inspiration has to come from organizational leaders, and they need to absolutely believe that, you know, being aware of your health is more important than behavior change. I would always say.
So I will do a little bit additional, you know, one-line pitch. I think he made a clarion call to companies and to CEOs who think that their talent is creating an edge for them in the market. And the leaders in those organizations can show these employees that they care about their heart and therefore can join the campaign and push a healthy living concept to their employees so that they can continue to do even better and scale even higher. So that's, so therefore organizations can reach out to you and to see how they can do that. Excellent. Sai, over to you. You know, you have this wonderful concept of preventive health through Noora, where you're using the concept of AI and Japanese, you know, precision technology to help people know a little bit about the future, to see beyond the curve, so that they can take actions that can make their situation much better. I myself came and did that test and got that wonderful report, and I could see what I have to correct, what I have to improve. You know, usually you get a diagnostic report of what already happened and how bad the disaster is. In your case, you give us something about the future, which is completely a different mental model. What do you need so that more people can benefit from the wonderful ecosystem that you are building? Because, you know, all your leaders are investing in India, opening multiple preventive health outlets. So what is it that you think will accelerate it even further and faster?
Sure. Thank you, Jose. It's a nice question to answer. I would like to add to the point of what Mr. Adarsh just made. So it is all about creating that awareness and openness to adopt healthcare as an ecosystem, as a part of the country per se. Now, this preventive health screening per se is borrowed from Japan, right? So Japanese have made it as a part of their ecosystem. It is compulsory for Japanese citizens to do a screening year-on-year basis. The government supports it, the corporate supports it, and one of the reasons why they are on top of their health is because of preventive health screening. Apart from other healthy lifestyle practices that they follow, like ditching cars and cycling, eating limited food and so on, the thing in India is we are still at our nascent stage, right? So the whole thing starts with awareness and acceptability of what we're doing. We would definitely need good support from organizations to you know, help us welcome at their doors, where we will be able to create a substantial impact when it comes to good health.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You know, I like that concept. People who come to them, they don't call them patient, they call them guest, right?
We call them guests.
Yes, yeah.
Because so, they're not patients.
Yeah. So that's a very interesting mindset change itself, you know, and the whole experience of coming to your place is as though you're going to a resort, you know, it's not, you don't get a sense that you're going to a hospital or something like that. Excellent mental model shift. Thank you. Now I come to John. I'm going the order of as we spoke, so you can, you know, gather your thoughts. We have a mic here, John, you gave us some amazing data and statistics of what's really happening in Baramati and how AI is almost doubling productivity, almost helping farmers in their own language. Let's say they can speak into AI bots to you know, find out what problem they need to solve. how do we take this across India from, you invited us to visit Baramati, which probably some of us could do, but is there a quick cut, copy, paste, replicate, scale model? What are your thoughts? Or maybe you're already doing it, then you can share.
So Jose, interesting question. There is no copy-cut model here. This requires millions of dollars of investment in research, technology, global giants coming together, and everybody aligning to one purpose. So while Mr. Pratap Pawar and his team have built together a fabulous product that impacts sugarcane, there is a lot of work happening in ragi, in millets, in rice, in wheat, and in tomato, in orchids, where AI is making a difference to each of these categories. But what he wants to do is currently take AI in sugarcane outside of Baramati to rest of India. So we're working together to take it to UP, to take it to Tamil Nadu, to take it to Karnataka, and these are some of the sugar bowls of India. But once that happens and we get to, currently we have about 1,000 acres under AI cultivation. The idea is to get to about 100,000 acres in the next 3 years. Once that happens, there is work happening in rice, in millet, in wheat. And the idea is to make India self-sufficient in food and also reduce India's dependence on imports of pesticides. So
excellent. Yesterday we heard the Dutch Consul General who was here, who said, after the United States, the second largest agri-exporter is the Netherlands. And you know how small that is compared to India. Of course, it's about mastery of techniques and systems. We had the Israeli consul here today, and when we were there, we saw how they're using multiple systems and systems of systems to create efficiency at scale. So I think for TIA next year, we will have delegations from both the Netherlands and Israel here from those sectors. I think if you have to go 100x in 3 years, that means the time is now, the time is urgent. I think capital will follow. Yesterday we had an interesting VC roundtable as well, and it's clear there is a lot of money to deploy in different solutions, especially where it's of national importance, and given the current geopolitical situation, you never know suddenly what will stop getting exported or imported. So it's good to be self-sufficient or Atmanirbhar in that sense. Dr. Adarsh, you did this whole journey and got FDA approval. I know, when you came first time with your product at our event, you had it in your hand, and when you were saying we will be getting FDA approval, we were like, okay, whatever, this guy is crazy. But you actually got it, and we saw that certificate as well. It's a really difficult journey. Just can you give, because some startups are in the room and also a lot of people are watching our live stream online, can you just give 1 or 2 points of advice? Because it would have been a very scary journey. In between, you would have lost faith that it will happen. Maybe are you wasting your time? Maybe you could do something else. So can you just, because you need money, I know, that will come for sure, much easier compared to the approval thing, FDA especially. But can you give a few encouraging thoughts and words for some of the other founders who may also be losing hope in between in their journey?
No, yeah. So for me, addressing a particular problem which is pressing is important. And if you are able to convey that problem, there are many people who will support you, just like Jose, who has been supporting for the last 3 conferences, and there are many people like Jose who will follow you if they are enrolled in the problem and what you are doing. So people will follow and people will support. So that is important. And from the from the first question you asked, Jose, what I would like to see in India is streamlining of regulatory process, and that's been one thing that motivated me to apply to FDA rather than rather than an Indian body. So we applied to both the bodies, but we have gotten an FDA clearance, but still we are working on the Indian. So I would want the Indian regulatory clearances to be streamlined and made startup friendly, especially the medical device startup friendly. That would give a great impetus to the medical device. And there are so many ideas, good ideas in India which are stopped by the regulatory bodies. That's what I would like to see.
Excellent, you know, very valid point. This time we had the IFSA chairperson here, you know, the IAS officer Raja Raman, who was in person in the morning and then addressed the VC roundtable of how capital can come into India, how dividends can go out, what structured AIFs need to be created. I think what I hear from you is we should also get the medical regulatory body chairman or whoever that is into our conference. That's a very good point. I think we should do that because sometimes it's a question of money, concept and regulation, all three together. We did that for capital because everybody was raising capital, let's say, because somehow they had a market share, they had a POC, they had something that worked, and now to scale they needed money. That's a very valid point. We will try to get the regulator. I'll find out from you who that is also. Given you're saying it's not streamlined, there may be 4 or 5 people, I don't know. The whole panel may be that. But we will try to find out the right people, and we will have them at the 10th edition of TIA Summit so that they're also here. And together we can work towards that vision. Thank you so much, and all power and strength to you. Dr. Taslim, you gave this excellent presentation. I think half the people couldn't believe what you were saying, or they thought maybe it's not true as well. But I know I have visited your center. We brought a delegation also from Germany to your center. And also the president of Hoof University Germany is here, and they will be meeting you soon after when we finish. They don't have a medical thing in their university, but he would like, because he is chairperson of all the Bavarian universities, so you met Ms. Dofler, who works with him. He will connect again to that ecosystem, so next year we could have some delegation from there, and the vision is to have some of those startups come to CCAMP, and some of CCAMP startups go there. Is such a thing possible? Is there a bridge of that sort? I don't know, so I thought we get you to answer.
Yeah, no, thank you first of all for the invitation. I think it's not only possible, but I think we can be even more ambitious. I think we always talk about, few things which can bring in the solutions from the technologies or thing and do the market entry. If you remember my slides, I think some of the things we are now moving towards is solving problems. Not only promoting startups, but solving problems. So let's say if you want to solve problems in the most difficult areas, let's say maternal neonatal child health, or agriculture, or environment, and so on. I think, and when we look for solutions, we have begun to look for solutions from India and building that further. But I think we have innovations across the world, right? And what we are starting to do is now to reach out to innovations and solutions in other geographies and see if you are actually far ahead than what we have right here. Why don't you come and solve our problems? Why do we and society have to wait for us to reinvent the wheel for now? What is more important is to save a life today, right? And some of those problems are really most important for us to do that. So idea is to take innovations from another geography and do that. And trust me, now we are looking at our solutions helping others. So our Cure.ai is already in the UK. Our solution is 35 countries. 35 countries, US FDA approved, just like amazing work that he's doing. We have a product which is the world's only, and I didn't talk about today, only product, US FDA approved product in the world for prevention of one of the most fatal ICU condition called ventilator-associated pneumonia. It's already in many countries, right? It got the best innovation across all Commonwealth countries. So idea is now to not only bring them here or take them there, which is the first level. Idea is now to say, why don't you come here, work with us to solve our problems? Why don't we come there, work with you to solve your problems, which can be of different kind and different flavor. Our strengths eventually would be using the cutting edge technology with low dependency on high-end human resource. That is going to be most important, which will serve the global community going forward.
Excellent. You see, I get those amazing values coming out of your speech. Every life matters, and time is of essence in health and wellness. You know, it's really the common theme running across. And for those wonderful audience that waited, of course, we have a group picture together, and that's what we post. Because, some people ask me, people, do they wait in the afternoon? I said, look, if the content is good, if the speakers are amazing, they'll wait. And, my wonderful panelists have proved it. And for the last parting shot, like I said, John used to work with Reliance Group and help them decide which startups to invest in. I thought of giving him the final word about investments, just to distill in under 1 minute what his thoughts are. And after that, we have a group picture, and then all of us together to take the movement of the India advantage from here to the world, we'll have a picture together. So John, and then one group picture, and then the other. Over to you.
Thanks, Jose. I meet a lot of startups looking to raise money, and I only tell people one thing. When passion meets purpose, magic happens. And if passion and purpose come together to create a great product, money will come. I know the story of Anand. He's a very dear friend of Bugworks. That man, 15 years back, there was nobody willing to back him. But his passion, his persistence, his purpose to create solutions for superbugs actually has put him at the cutting edge of technology. So in your case, FDA approval, passion, purpose, I'm telling you, all the startups here, money will come. So don't chase money, chase your passion igniting your purpose. Thank you.
On those passionate words, let's give a big round of applause. Can I ask you to come front here? It's a little squeezed spot, but let's take, Cherry, are you here? Then you can take the final picture of the panel. Yes, and then you will help us all fit into the one frame. I don't know how, but somehow. Jan, please come, join us, yes. Professor Lehman, please join. You are in our advisory board and a very strong supporter, yes. We have to stay here. Wait.
All right. So just before we all coming up here to stage, there's one important sentence. Hey, Jose, there's one important sentence. Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Take a pause. Take a pause. We've got time. For this one, we've got time. So there's one single person in this room who is really the networker of the networkers, who is really taking the most important questions to put them on stage, who makes it possible that every year, now for 9 years, we're coming here together, exchanging ideas and getting action down on the ground. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank here, very officially, Jose Jacob Kayayel for his wonderful work. So what you see here today is the result of running of 9 months across the globe to get the intelligence together here. So really, Jose, as my dear friend, thank you very much. Without you, a lot of things wouldn't have happened. Thank you very much for this one.
All right.
Just a moment.
Back to work, yeah.
Just a moment. There is some more here in the room. Because Jose, he's got the mind, he got the brain, he's running around and getting everything together. But there are people in the back there. Is Himanshu around? And his eyes are still open? So there's Himanshu. Please give him a big round of applause here as well. And Martin, do I see Martin? Yeah, there's Martin over there. Please give Martin a big hand of, you don't see him, but he's running around like hell. And at the same time, we've got the team. Where's the rest of the team? They're over here. Come on, got here.
Moses is there. And we have, I can see. Yeah, please stand up. Moses, where are you? Yeah,
okay.
Moses.
Moses
Alicia,
over there.
Alicia, you can stand up. And then we have Aruna.
So
and
this
then,
is.
oh, she's outside. Okay, they're still working. Okay, done.
Yeah, thank you very much for you as well. And there's one more team. So the team who makes it possible that we can speak here in this room. It's important as well, sitting here and having no sound, no audio, and no video, and no cameras, and no pictures. Thank you for the team who's making this whole event happening and visible, and we can bring it to the globe. So thank you very much for this one. And the audience, of course, you stayed here for the whole time. So thank you very much for all you did for us. Thank you.
Now we can have some, yes. We can have some loud music as all of you please come. We will not call again and again, just keep coming. We can sit down, wait, you sit, because some of you can stand behind. Some of you can sit down on that. Yes, we can take this. Yeah, maybe we can take it out. Yeah. Lifting, yeah, okay. Perfect. Yeah, some of you can sit down, and some of you can stand behind. Yes, perfect. Who else is there? Yes. Okay.
You've been a supporter from year one, na, Jan?
Second. Year two, yeah. You go and sit. You need a woman. Have all of you fitted in? Oh, I didn't know there were so many people, huh? Oh, wow, excellent. I'll come. Let's do this, yes. No, it's okay, perfect. Cherry, you tell us if you get everybody. Yeah. Yeah, come. Excellent. Thank you very much. Last announcement. Wait, stay there. Next year, the TIA Summit is in September 2026 on, we said 22nd and 23rd, but we will announce it on our website if in case I made a mistake. But September of 2026, we hope to have a big delegation from Israel, from Netherlands, from Germany, from Switzerland, from the Nordics, either Finland or Sweden. Our vision is to have 400 people from outside India and 300 people from India. And remember, I told you, if you share what you heard, any one of the speakers, an idea that you liked, only then we can let you in next year. Because we like to bring those people who help others into our platform. Since there is no ticket, that's what we ask of you. So please do whatever you have to do. Our social media handle has already posted many of the speakers. Please comment, repost. Taj, guys, we have some coffee there. Maybe you can keep some coffee. Is possible? Okay, keep some coffee and tea for those who want to network and connect. But after 1 hour, you have to leave the venue. But normally I've seen after TIA Summit, people don't leave. I don't know why. But there will be some music, maybe 45 minutes, you can stay and network. Thank you very much, and see you all next year. Bye-bye. Oh, we got confirmation that Finland also will have a delegation. Okay, all right. So thank you.